huge plus. We know that the bomber was a gay woman, drone pilot, hashtag girl boss. A gay woman, drone pilot, hashtag girl boss. I'm here to get my kid from school. I pull up, don't see him at all. The car to head inside when a black van cuts me off. An armed agent steps out of the van. Next thing I know, I'm in an ICE camp, and I won't see my son again. At least I wasn't deported by a man. Brown woman, ICE agent, hashtag girl boss. A brown woman, ICE agent, hashtag girl boss. I got laid off by a woman CEO. Oh yeah, it was hashtag woke. Israel destroyed my olive farm to build a settlement. Thank God the IDF has gay soldiers in it. We'll continue bombing Yemen. It's fine, the Pentagon will be led by a black man. Don't you know the world's inherently violent? That's why we need more women drone pilots. Someone murdered a white family in the year 1983. Multiple witnesses saw the crime that night. They all agreed the killers were white. The police had a different idea in mind. They found a black man to malign. They framed and sentenced him to death. His appeal rejected by Harris. Black South Asian prosecutor, hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian prosecutor, hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian vice president, hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian vice president, hashtag girl boss.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny but cold California, Los Angeles. Folks, just live but alive. We're live and alive here in stolen land here in California, Los Angeles. We're going to get right into it, but before I get started, it is January 8th, only 8 days into what seems to be the longest year yet. January, always notoriously the longest month, but specifically the longest year. The American years of lead is upon us. It is 58 degrees and sunny here, which obviously means it's brick as shit for California, Los Angeles weather. Once it dips below 60, you already know things are bad here. It's Thursday, January 8th, 2026, 11:01 a.m. I'm right on time, and this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. I'm Hasan Piker, and I hope everyone's having a wonderful time, regardless of the fact that the American government is basically collapsing. We are live. We are alive. And yeah, that's it. I hope everyone's having a great one. Okay. Personal news wise, there's not really much going on in my life. There's not really much going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, I'm going to tell you exactly what's been going on. I'm reading, like I said, Mao, the Man Who Made China by Philip Short, and watching Jujutsu Kaisen. There's a press briefing by Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt of the Vice President that's going on right now. We're going to dive right into it, and I'm going to blast off because obviously, things are pretty fucking horrible right now in the United States of America, and it's going to get worse probably before it gets better. But we'll talk about the silver lining of the situation with woke coming back, or at least like people starting to recognize that this kind of stuff is untenable, unsustainable, and that no one actually voted for it at all. But, yeah, we're going to get into it. There will probably be a civil war. I don't know if there will be, but yeah, hold on. Hopefully not. Hopefully we'll have reasonable protests and I mean, who knows where things go. Okay. Are you a Xenimal, or are you graduated to being a Velen yet? No, I don't know what Velen. Oh, Veto. I've had it. Guess today? No guess today. Law, come on, civil war? I said probably not. Patriotism will prevail. America first always. Okay. Erupts into ICE murder, erupts into protests in Minneapolis. BURGERREICH year 2. American years of lead. Renee Good's murder defended by worst losers of all time. And we are blasting off. Okay, here it is. Not just in the U.S., the situation in Iran seems to be deteriorating. We shall see. We shall see what happens in Iran. Vance said when he asked about ICE was doing that day in the neighborhood, he said doing door to door looking for illegals. Yeah, we're going to talk about all of that stuff in a second. Obviously, I'm blasting off already. I'm live. I'm alive. Let the people know that we're live and alive. It's 15 minutes in. I'm blasting off early because there's not really much going on. This morning, I shot an episode of the Patreon, by the way, and just an episode of the podcast Fear and with Brennan Lee Mulligan, the guest that you guys wanted me to have for the longest time. It's finally here. It's going to come out on Monday. It's probably one of the best episodes that we've actually shot. Rarely do we ever have a guest that's so tapped in to our side of the world, tapped in to having empathy first politics, wanting to help the marginalized, wanting to help the vulnerable, who also has so much depth to his character, who is so funny in general. There are emotional moments of the podcast. There are funny moments through and through. And I think it was one of the best, most like versatile episodes that we've had because we covered politics, we covered his background, we covered improv, we covered comedy, we covered D&D and things of that nature. Both the Patreon episode where Brandon gives us our own classes for D&D, and also the free episode that will be available on Monday are both bangers. So I think you guys will appreciate it. Okay. In any case, we are live. We're alive. Like I said, let the people know. Here it is. We're blasting off. Fear and D&D when we might do something. We might do a little something. I don't know. Brandon got me into it. No, we are not doing a D&D 2-hour one shot. No, that is not what happened behind the paywall. Because he did not have time. He's actually a very busy guy. This man is, selling out Madison Square Garden. Okay. In any case, let's get to the live press briefing where JD Vance is treat Larite. JD Vance is actually delivering a conference here, and we'll get started there, and we'll continue from there on out.
A little bit more careful. We're going to talk about toning down the temperature, which I know the president wants to do, and I certainly want to do. The temperature is to have a media that tells the truth. I encourage you all to do that. God bless you.
Never mind, he's done. Okay.
Reasonable is for so much with this most recent. It's important to understand why this matters to the American people. I am a father of 3 young kids, a lot of kids, a lot of people in my generation. What is that going on there? Is that normal? Okay. CNN installed this broken camera just to throw me off my game, but it's not going to work. So here's the simple fact here. If you're a young parent struggling to afford childcare in the United States of America, there are programs that we have to make it easier for your kids to get in daycare, for your kids to get in preschool. Those programs should go to American citizens, not be defrauded by Somali immigrants and others. Make it hard for you to get the access to the resources you need. But number 2, making it easier for people who shouldn't even be in this country to fleece the United States and our taxpayers to begin with. We have actually activated a major interagency task force to make it possible to get to the heart of this fraud. We have Department of Agriculture resources that are focused on SNAP.
Yeah, so J.D. Vance, the vice president, went up today on the podium in the White House in front of the fucking press pool and tried to do what he was, what he was hired to do, basically, aside from being Peter Thiel's blood boy. J.D. Vance's main position in the administration is to try and normalize and liberalize the commentary coming from the unlimited horrors that this administration is dishing out on a daily fucking basis. Donald Trump will come out and say, we're invading Venezuela for oil. J.D. Vance will come out and go, actually, oil is an important resource, but it's also illegal for Maduro to be delivering drugs like that. His role is to talk to MSNBC voters to a certain degree, or at least to keep the independents on board. But of course, his higher ambition is to try and win the presidency in 2028 if there is ever an election again. And for that reason, he's constantly finding himself leaning into some of the most vicious white supremacist attitudes, despite having an Indian wife and Indian children. And also, engaging in this actually ask commentary. So actually, he's, I think, stuck between a rock and a hard place, and that's the reason why he comes across as very disingenuous, and everybody ends up hating him because the racists don't like him because his wife is Indian, and he comes across as a disingenuous lib, and the liberals don't like him because he's obviously eating Trump's dick every single day. So he can't present himself as like the moderate, reasonable figure, and he can't present himself as the guy who will bring about the white nationalist, terror state. So that's besides the point, though. I just wanted to give you a little bit of background onto what J.D. Vance's goal is here, what J.D. Vance's role is here, and then talk about what he's doing in terms of the commentary that you can expect from him.
Fraud, so that people who need food benefits can get them, but illegal aliens and other fraudsters don't. We have over 1,500 subpoenas that the Department of Justice has issued to get to the heart of the fraud ring.
ICE agent has been ID'd as well. From what I understand, at least last night when I was checking in on this stuff, people were saying that he was already like running away. The ICE agents were basically trying to get him to escape the state for some reason, which is, he's the most innocent man alive. I don't understand. Shocking, but he's already out of state.
Almost 100 indictments, mostly Somali immigrants, but also a few others. And of course, we're looking in with broad investigatory authority to a number of the instances of wrongdoing that we've seen in Minneapolis. But we also want to expand this. We know that the fraud isn't just happening in Minneapolis, it's also happening in states like Ohio. It's happening in states like California. And so what we're doing in order to help coordinate this remarkable interagency effort from the Trump administration, but also to make sure that we prosecute the bad guys and do it as swiftly and efficiently as possible, is we are creating a new Assistant Attorney General position who will have nationwide jurisdiction over the issue of fraud. Now, of course, that person's efforts will start and focus primarily in Minnesota, but it is going to be a nationwide effort because, unfortunately, the American people have been defrauded in a very nationwide way. I want to thank a couple of people for their cooperation, in particular Pam Bondi, our Attorney General, first of all, for getting a lot of resources to Minneapolis to start to investigate and prosecute this fraud, really at an industrial scale. We've never seen fraud like this in the history of our country. Pam has been doing a great job to get the resources there to uncover it, but importantly, creating a job like this often takes months, sometimes even longer. When we realized that we needed this Associate Attorney General position, Pam got this person up and running in about a week. We're going to make the nomination hopefully in the next few days. We'll obviously let you guys know who that is when we do it. I've talked to Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who has promised me swift confirmation for this official, but this is the person who is going to make sure that we stop defrauding the American people. Here's one final thing I'll say about this. I've heard a lot of people say that we need a special counsel to investigate fraud in the United States of America. I actually agree, and that's what this position does. It has all the benefits, all the resources, all the authority of a special counsel, but with two crucial differences. Number one, it will be run out of the White House under the supervision of me and the President of the United States. And number two, it's actually constitutionally legitimate. As you guys may know, the special counsel statute has some major constitutional questions. When we get the bad guys, we want to make sure we get them permanently and they don't have some legal technicality they can get out of, which is why we set it up as an Associate Attorney General. I'll take some questions, but I want to make just one final observation here. When I was actually walking out here, somebody sent me a photo of a CNN headline about what happened in Minneapolis. And this is the headline. I'm just going to read it. Outrage after ICE officer kills U.S. citizen in Minneapolis. Well, that's one way to put it, and that is the way that many people in the corporate media have put this attack over the last 24 hours. And
that is what happened. And no, they didn't even do that, as a matter of fact. They did not do that. They actually normalized this violence because that's just usually the position of state media and mainstream media in general, which is whenever state violence occurs, they will use neutral language, passive tone, as we've talked about quite extensively. It's basically 2020 coverage all over again. This is like post George Floyd, Black Lives Matter coverage all over again. Once again, it's about unjustifiable state violence, and that's what it was. And now that unjustifiable state violence is obviously extended out not just to like unarmed black teenagers that are disproportionately targeted by the police, but a federal law enforcement apparatus called ICE that is even less accountable than local law enforcement, that is going door to door to try to find illegals, as they like to say, in the same way that the fucking Gestapo did, the same way that the Nazis did, and killing people in the process. So whenever these guys are actually talking about like the state is actually not, or the media is not actually playing ball, what they mean is they're not servile enough. And it's crazy because they are pretty fucking servile. they demand more fealty. They want more Barry Weiss style commentary on this. They want to prop up every single thing that's going on. Okay. And I feel every now and then whenever I see this kind of commentary, I think to myself, especially when I see the kind of like hypocrisy, I think to myself, I wonder if they're just like doing it deliberately to try to train their audience into not giving a shit about the inconsistencies. It almost feels like they want to train their cult into identifying the violence, being on board with the violence, and you know, loving the violence and demanding more of it for their ideological enemies. Which cult? Which cult do you think I could be talking about? The cult that you're seeing in front of you, the MAGA cult. Okay. Republicans that look at a situation that I think a couple years past, maybe a decade ago, would consider it to be, would consider this moment to be a unifying moment, to consider it to be a completely unjustifiable instance of violence, have now decided this is good. This is actually good.
Say attack very, very intentionally, because this was an attack on federal law enforcement. This was an attack on law and order. This was an attack on the American people. The way that the media, by and large, has reported this story has been an absolute disgrace, and it puts our law enforcement officers at risk every single day. What that headline leaves out is the fact that that very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him with an automobile? What that headline leaves out is that that woman was there to interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation in the United States of America. What that headline leaves out is that that woman is part of a broader left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault.
Ridiculous. Completely fucking ridiculous. You have every right. You have every right to document public servants that are engaging in illegal actions. Okay? It is in the law. Not that we don't even have enough evidence on whether or not that's what RENEE Nicole Good was doing in that moment. It doesn't matter. Even if she was doing that, it is still perfectly legal. Legal observers have been around in every single fucking protest in United States history and protests all around the world. Okay? The fact that they are trying to present this as distorting law enforcement operations or obstructing law enforcement operations is completely ridiculous. And there's also some inconsistencies here as well. Both Renee's parents or Renee's ex's father, or not ex, sorry. RENEE Good was widowed in 2023. And her father-in-law said that, and her mother as well had said that she was not an activist at all. Now, that might have changed, but it doesn't even matter. Like, this inconsistency here is utterly irrelevant, because even if she was, what she was doing was perfectly permissible, perfectly within the bounds of reason. It's completely ridiculous that the media is not calling to account what this administration is saying and doing. Okay? Calling a person that you slaughtered with your unaccountable Gestapo force a terrorist is fucking insane to me. Do you think this will work? I don't think it will work. I do not think it will work, partially because the victim's background. I think this makes it much harder for the administration to defend. In many circumstances, we've seen similar versions of this when it's like a black teenager that is immediately presented as a violent force in the media, but you can't really do that when most Americans will identify someone like RENEE with their aunts, with their sisters, with their cousins, with their mothers. That's it. She was a kind person who was in her own neighborhood, and she was shot by a fat Gestapo agent that was airdropped into this area to do violence, to hurt people, and he ended up hurting someone. And yes, the killer has already been identified, and we'll be talking about that as well, obviously, in a second. I just wanted to dive really quickly into this official narrative that's coming out, okay? I know that victims do not have to be perfect, and in many circumstances, they're not. We don't choose to highlight people on we don't turn people into martyrs. It's the state that turns people into martyrs, and their background is utterly irrelevant in this circumstance, but she's as close to a perfect victim as you can get. And I think that's the reason why a lot of normies will identify themselves with and align with Renee Good rather than the state itself. Can you check my chat? There's a creator you have to connect with. Chatter, not the time. Okay? Please.
And to make it impossible for our ICE officers to do their job. If the media wants to tell the truth, they ought to tell the truth that a group of left-wing radicals have been working tirelessly, sometimes using domestic terror techniques to try to make it impossible for the President of the United States to do what the American people elected him to do, which is enforce our immigration laws. The President stands with ICE. I stand with ICE. We stand with all of our law enforcement officers. And part of that is recognizing.
The convo with Asman was so insane yesterday. He admitted that she didn't intend to hit the ICE officer, and she also didn't hit him, but somehow her execution was still justified. Yes, these guys do not have a real world view. I need you to understand. Most Republicans, Asman Goal here is just a catch-all for he's like a vessel for the worst of the worst right-wing fascist reactionaries of all different sorts here. But the commentary is the same, okay? A lot of these guys that you see on the internet that are, defending this sort of thing right now are just going off of their whims. They don't really have anything. They don't have a leg to stand on. They just saw an instance of violence that the state engaged in, and their first position was to say, well, let's try and justify this violence because obviously this cowardly little baby who executed someone in broad daylight was probably in the right, okay? And that's precisely what took place. Oh, I saw this. I know what this is. Yeah, I saw this one. XQC. To be honest, if only last two things you can be are bootlicker and a terrorist, I'll be a bootlicker. That's my class. XQC in his chat defending the murder of ICE agents, or murder by ICE agents of a mother of three, a poet who was simply trying to get home. I mean, that is how some people slot themselves. Okay, they slot themselves in this way. They decide, if there's only. Yes, take the random chat as a fact. What random chat? What random chat did I take as a fact? I'm not going to do this, actually. There's going to be a lot of derailers in the chat today while I'm trying to go through the serious stuff real quick. But what is this? It's a lot worse. What? Woke up too early. Damn. Nothing to debunk. Far left libtards defending terrorists. This is the daily routine now. Yawn. The main problem is people defend everyone like their life depends on it. They want no one to go to jail, but want to kill every intellectual opponent. Here's the daily debunk. Draw a gun at police, get shot. Drive at police, get shot. Any other argument is propagated by domestic terrorists. I like that the environment that these guys are actually cultivating is basically if a fucking cop with a weapon is around your car, at any moment, they can just shoot and kill you, and then it's totally appropriate. Especially considering that we figured out that this guy has done this exact same thing in the past as well. They walk up to a car, not from the side as they're supposed to, because the law enforcement officer manual dictates that they're not supposed to walk up to a car directly, and they're never supposed to shoot at a fucking car. Because obviously, if you shoot at a car, that car can turn into that car can turn into a deadly weapon if you kill the driver. Okay, so it's so unimaginably, it is so utterly fucking ridiculous. Okay, and yes. Washington Post went frame by frame and found out that shot one was fired while both of this guy's fucking feet were firmly on the side of the car. Shot two was fired from behind the fucking steering wheel at that point with the open window, and so was shot three, like far after the car had actually passed them. This person didn't make a split-second decision in the way that they're presenting it. He had a fucking phone camera in his hand. Okay, I need you to understand, he did not fear for his life. And a lot of those instances, a lot of those statements are obviously going to factor into the court case, if there is even a fucking court case at all. Because the reality of the matter is he came in, he had a phone camera in his one hand, he circled around the car, came to the other side of the car, pulled out his gun with his phone in his other hand, pulled out his gun, car passes him by, he shoots from the side of the windshield, as you saw. Okay, from the front of the windshield, but literally from the side of the car. And then shot two and shot three are directly fired after the car has passed them, long after the car has passed them, not only putting others in jeopardy, not only assassinating this person, executing this person in broad daylight, but then also putting other people's lives in jeopardy in a fucking area that he wasn't even supposed to be in to begin with. There was no reason for ICE to be there. There was no reason for ICE to try and like aggressively posture towards this person who was waving them away, waving them off. It was cold-blooded, state-sanctioned murder, and anyone that tries to fucking defend this cold-blooded, state-sanctioned murder is a delusional fucking bootlicker, a delusional loser who is actively trying to cope with the trauma of recognizing that this state is going to do unlimited violence, and you either actually push back against that unlimited violence and you say enough is enough, we have to stop this, or you just let it happen and hope that it never happens to you. And unfortunately for many of us, especially in the crowded field of entitled, spoiled, neurodivergent Twitch streamers, there are going to be plenty of unimaginably privileged Twitch streamers that have millions and millions of dollars in fucking net worth that never really leave their homes, that will turn around and act like this is actually totally normal. Just remember that. And before people say, says you, I do put my fucking body out there, and I do actually put my money where my fucking mouth is. These guys do not. They recognize their position in society, and they keep telling their audience, who could very well be the next victim of state violence, that the state violence is correct no matter what, no matter who, no matter how. Enough is enough, okay? Enough is fucking enough. So if you're wondering where a lot of these people are coming from in your day-to-day, where your coworkers are getting these like ridiculous ideas from, that watched the same exact video that you did, but then they came to a very different conclusion. Some of them already have the American serf mindset. They're already servile. They're ready to lick the boot. Their automatic conditioning is cops are correct no matter what they do. They can come into your house. They can literally fuck your life up. They can rape your family members, and you'll still have to get down on one knee and kiss their rings and say, well, sorry, if you did it to me, then I probably deserve it. This is the attitude that some people have, unfortunately. But that attitude is not reflected in broader society. There are obviously people that, regardless of how much they love police, how much they think like people are doing the right thing or trying to do their very best, here and there are obviously still people who go, this is a fucked up situation, okay? This is a fucked up situation. You don't have to be woke or a liberal to recognize that this is a completely unacceptable situation. If anything, you are in a cult if you look at the situation and think, no, there is a reason for this. There is a justification for this, and I think I'm going to try to figure out a justification for this no matter what. But what matters here is that if you're wondering where these justifications are coming from, okay, it's people like Asmongold. It's people who are right-wing, who are at least like propagandizing in the right-wing position and trying to give people a reason to believe that this was a justifiable act of state-sanctioned violence when it very clearly wasn't. And for a lot of people, they want to believe that the state is still working. The state is actually not completely crippled, okay? That there is probably a good reason for this. They don't want to snap out of this fucking senseless this ridiculous reality that they've built around themselves, that like, Trump maybe isn't doing everything right, or maybe Trump isn't actually clearly putting your best interest and the interests of like all American citizens at his primary focus, and maybe he's just defending the interests of the pedophilic elite and his favorite friends. Okay, it is ridiculous. Don't say both sides are completely wrong in their fucking actions. Okay, getting hostile gets you killed. This kind of centrist nonsense is bullshit. Okay, it's not big brain. You are not actually impressing any of your peers with how intelligent you are. You are, unfortunately, trying to find a more intellectually consistent position in this circumstance, okay? The power is in the hands of the state. You have to understand. And with great power comes great responsibility, okay? And when you have the power to end someone's life, okay, at any given moment, you need to carry that responsibility everywhere you go. So no, there is a much higher bar to clear in the instance of defending murder, in the instance of defending manslaughter, and wearing a badge that says fucking police, ICE, or, you know, federal law enforcement doesn't change that reality. A life was taken unjustifiably, and there was no reason for that life to be taken. So anyone that is trying to victim blame in this circumstance is not actually presenting themselves as a fucking brilliant person at all. They are just moronic and desperately trying to find any out here that tells them, no, actually, there has to be good reason for this. Sometimes there isn't, okay? Sometimes there isn't. In this case, there is not. You don't have to immediately try to find a justification for senseless murder, okay? I'm not going to sit here and say every single cop or every single fucking ICE agent is behaving in this... Every single ICE agent is behaving with like unlimited death and destruction, even though ICE is pretty close to that. Let's be fucking real. And these unjustifiable violent structures exist in a way to pacify the part of your brain or to destroy the part of your brain. If you're in one of these organizations, it destroys the part of your brain that thinks about every single person that you're dealing with as though they're real human beings with lives, with children, with loved ones that they're leaving behind. When you actually end their life, when you kill them, right? But ultimately, everyone is trying to do their very best, I guess. And then there are a lot of people who end up on the wrong side of it. Okay. Having said that, however, you can have the capacity to look at a situation like this. I believe in you and realize right from wrong. Okay. Like I said yesterday, this is not about left versus right. This is about right versus wrong. If you cannot say that it is wrong for federal agents that are untrained to get drop shipped into a neighborhood at the mercy of the president to go and fucking cause terror and panic in said neighborhood and then end up killing someone after giving them conflicting information, after giving them conflicting commands, as cops are known to do, okay, in a lot of different circumstances, and then assassinating them in broad daylight, and your first inclination is to defend the law enforcement agent here, you are out of your fucking mind, okay? You are out of your fucking mind. I don't think you understand. You are not a cop. You are not an ICE agent. Stop fantasizing about being the ICE agent in this situation and start recognizing the reality that you are closer, or your loved ones are closer to being the next Renee Good than they are the fucking murderous cop. Okay? And then it's like, imagine if you shoot a fake gun at a police and say, dude, that tip was orange. How about not do that? Cars are deadlier than guns. I've been saying it for years. You can't say I'm grifting. I've spammed this to chat. I always say that vehicles are weapons. It's not great policing to stand in front of cars, but it's not great civilianing to press the gas pedal when being asked to stop and people are in front. The word murder will lose its value. People keep using it this way. Add to the list of shit that cucks are buzzwording. Imagine your mother said, fuck this. I'm not teaching you nothing today. I got to go block traffic with my car. Poor kid. Like, trying to find a way to turn this into a Michael Brown style situation. Like, if you've been in this game for a long enough time, you've already seen this, right? Whenever there is another fucking victim of police violence and that victim is a black teenager, the media will get up in arms and try to find the laundry list of reasons as to why this person was actually a criminal, right? Doing that to a 37-year-old woman is only going to negatively polarize you to the rest of this country. I'll be honest. And I don't think these guys recognize that. And the reason why they don't recognize it is because they are so locked in an echo chamber on the internet, getting constant fucking negative feedback from Twitter, making them think that like everyone is a fucking rugged white supremacist. Okay? It's completely ridiculous. It's completely fucking ridiculous. These guys are not really thinking clearly about any of this shit. They're just simply leaning into audience feedback. It's not content. Have a fucking brain, please. Have a goddamn brain. You have the capacity to recognize right from wrong. It's so unimaginably cruel. Your output here is so fucking cruel. And not only that, but you look like a goddamn monster, because you are a fucking monster. Let's be real. You are a goddamn monster. If you see this incident and your first inclination is, how do I justify this? How do I make this seem like it was normal? How do I make this seem like it was warranted? You're a fucking monster. You're a cruel, monstrous piece of shit. Okay? But fear not, people will forget. People will forget about your horrible worldview eventually. Anyway.
That you people in the media, not everybody in this room, but many people in this room have been lying about this attack. She was trying to ram this guy with her car.
Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. It's complete and utter bullshit, dude. She was not trying to do that. She was not trying to do that at all. There's no evidence to suggest that she was trying to do that. All evidence, once again, presents the opposite, okay? All evidence that we have seen so far presents the exact opposite reality. And I'm going to go through it real quick once again, okay? As far as we know, from all of the additional angles that have come out, okay, from everything that has taken place, down to the fact that this cop was not actually in fucking fear for his life, I'm going to show you this angle that we hadn't seen yesterday. Video of the Minneapolis ICE shooting completely contradicting ICE's account that the driver was trying to ram anyone. Looks like they were turning around to leave and immediately lit up. So what takes place here? We've seen the main video, right? But we had not seen this angle before. This is the guy who is actually the person who ends up, the ICE agent who ends up fucking murdering. Jonathan Ross is his name, for the record. This is Jonathan Ross. He was dragged in a separate incident last year by a fleeing driver, according to court records. Jonathan Ross is here. He has a phone camera. He has his phone out filming people, and you'll see in a second. Look, on his right hand is his phone. He's filming people. He's fixing his mask up. And if you notice something, if you've seen the original video, you already know this, but Renee Good is in the car, okay? Renee Good is in the car. She's trying to move the car, but because there are a lot of there's a lot of commotion. There is a lot of commotion going on, okay? There's a lot of commotion going on as you can see, the car is already moving here, right? Look. She'll move forward a little bit, but then ICE agents in separate vehicles get in front of her, okay? She, from the other angle that we've seen, waves them away because she's very clearly trying to leave, okay? She stops right here. First car goes, and you can see her waving them away in the first video. Then this pickup truck that is an unmarked pickup truck with lights on also comes through, and she's still waving them away, but it stops. Instead of passing her and then letting her merge into the lane and leave, the pickup truck stops. They get out of the truck. Two ICE agents get out of the truck and instantly start yelling at her. One is they've already very clearly given her the order to leave the area, okay? But this one fucking dipshit runs in and tries to get her out of the car. She backs up, and then while she's turning around, the first shot is fired, and then the second and third shot is fired, ending up killing Renee Good. And for the record, he still has his phone. That's footage. That is footage. That will be evidence. He had his phone in his hands. And these guys want to tell you, these guys want you to believe that this fucking dickhead who was running around with his phone in his hand, filming everything, was actually in fear of his life. These dickheads want to tell you that the first shot that was fired when the car had actually passed them, was a totally justifiable shot. The second shot was shot behind Renee Good. The third one as well, when the car had long passed this person. And these guys want to tell you, these guys want to have you believe that what you saw with your own two eyes is actually a fucking lie and that you should listen to their narrative instead. We're not doing that. We're not playing that fucking game, okay? And yes, I will be going into the video that the New York Times put out that contradicts the Trump administration's account on the ICE shooting in Minneapolis. Because after, as I explained to you yesterday, after Renee Good was shot and killed in broad daylight, after she was shot and killed, ICE agents stop a physician that is walking around from actually going to her and rendering aid. They tell her that they have their own medics coming. But because they have blocked the road, the ambulance can't even get near the car. So the EMTs come later to pick her lifeless body up. And before she is even transported to the hospital, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, dog killer Kristi Noem, comes out and says that she was a domestic terrorist. Think about how disgusting this is. Now, if you're familiar with the last 2 years of commentary, where I talked about the atrocities that became a daily part of existence for Palestinians, the Palestinians that have experienced this for the last 80 years under the oppressive thumb of the fascist ethno-state that is known as Israel, you have already heard the official organs of the state basically behave in this exact same way. They murder someone, right? And then they turn around and say the person that they murdered was a Hamas terrorist. They stop ambulances from actually getting there to render aid. This is basic Israel shit. And the American government is doing it to the American citizens. And the American government has been doing this to American citizens, but oftentimes the American government has done this to Black American citizens, brown American citizens, indigenous American citizens. This time they're doing it to a white woman who's 37 years old. And as someone who's, been doing this advocacy, as someone who has been communicating with organized for a very long time, for the last 10 plus years of my political commentary career, I can tell you the first people that knew this, the first people that understood that state violence that justifies executions in broad daylight about white people is state violence that definitely does not give a shit about anybody else. So the very fact that this is becoming a national story and the American government's first inclination is to try and tar and feather this victim as a fucking domestic terrorist means that there is definitely an attitude shift taking place. It means that none of you are safe. If you thought that the color of your skin would save you in this circumstance, you are fucking wrong. Okay? You must immediately drop this notion. It's us versus them. You are not a part of the fucking team. No matter how hard you champion this violence and think this state has your back, you can be an unintended victim. And then the government will turn around and call you a fucking terrorist. Okay? It's that simple. It's that simple. You're not a part of the fucking in-group at all. Unless you are a pedophilic elite that has been on the Jeffrey Epstein flight logs, you're not part of the in-group. You will not be sheltered from this violence. And it can take your life just as easily as it took Renee Good's. Now let's take a look at the New York Times assessment contradicting the Trump administration's account of the ICE shooting in Minneapolis.
On Wednesday, in Minneapolis, a federal agent fatally shot a motorist, 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good. Trump administration officials said these were, quote, defensive shots fired because the officer was...
Yeah, this is, by the way, another piece of evidence that contradicts the narrative that, like, the person was straight up in front of the car. If you notice the angle of this shot, if this is the entry point of the first bullet, then it directly contradicts the idea that, like, this was actually someone who was in front of the car, okay?
Being run over.
And a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over.
But our analysis of bystander footage, filmed from different angles, appears to show the agent was not in the path of the victim's SUV when he fired 3 shots.
Yeah, look, both of his feet, when he fires the first shot, both of his feet, the shooter's feet, are completely out of the direction of the car, okay? Both of his feet. He still has his phone in his hands, and they want you to think a 37-year-old woman in a Honda Pilot with plushie toys in the glove compartment is the real domestic terrorist, is the real threat here, okay? Yes, here are some facts. 1, Renee Good did not block traffic. If she had, we wouldn't literally see multiple ICE trucks drive by her before the murderer showed up. And she was literally waving them to pass by. Number 2, blocking the roadway is at most a traffic moving violation, not a criminal offense that justifies murder especially. Number 3, ICE does not even have the authority to manage traffic violations without local police departments present. And number 4, even if she had committed a traffic violation, it does not require capital punishment. You're absolutely correct. Okay? Every part of this story is wrong. Every part of this story is wrong. Every piece of defense here is fucking wrong. Let's continue.
At close range.
Buddy, she wasn't waving traffic by. Look at her brake lights. Brother, it's going to be quite difficult for us to have a real conversation it's going to be quite difficult for us to have a real conversation if you are going to deny what you can see with your own 2 eyes. Okay? The longer footage absolutely shows her waving the cars to pass her as she's literally in drive. Okay? All of the eyewitnesses have also stated that she was trying to get out of that area and was receiving contradicting commands from the law enforcement officers, as is the case. A lot of you are new to this, and perhaps you might not have been around for the case of Daniel Shaver. Daniel Shaver in Arizona. I'm going to show you some of my old coverage from way back in the day, almost a decade prior to today, as a matter of fact, to give you a little bit more insight about how these things have worked. It is almost an identical situation where a white victim was given contradictory commands, and in that confusion, his death sentence was signed off by the cop. Okay? Cop told him to keep his hands up and also crawl on all fours and also to keep his legs crossed, and then he killed him. Yeah, this happens all the fucking time. It's far too common, and there were plenty of people that defended it back then as well.
Here's how events unfolded. Moments before the shooting, the victim's maroon SUV is stopped in the middle of the street. Multiple unmarked federal vehicles are idling nearby. Secretary Noem alleged the motorist, quote, was blocking the officers in. Bystanders are blowing whistles and yelling at federal agents.
Go home to Texas!
Then, federal vehicles start moving toward the maroon SUV, with sirens and lights blaring. A federal agent films the scene.
She's already in drive. You see that? Before the incident, she's not only waving them to pass, but then after the first car moves in front of her and leaves, she's literally driving. She's driving away from this scene after the first car passes. If you notice, right here, I'm going to do it frame by frame. Do you see that? She's in D. This is before. She waves the first car to pass. First car passes. She's also already in a driving motion, indicating that she is ready to leave. Okay? Then the second pickup comes in hot. She stops because she doesn't know if the second pickup that has ICE agents in it is going to pass her or is going to stop here. The second pickup stops instead of passing her as she's waving them off, and the ICE agents get out of the pickup.
The driver rolls forward slightly, turning left, then stops and waves for others to go ahead.
Yeah. Do you see that? You fucking assholes. They were conducting a felony stop at that point. She can't just decide if she wants to leave. Was she going to come back and pick up the wife that was filming? Most likely. She's probably trying to move the car out of the way. But no, they were not conducting a felony stop at that point. You cannot, there is no felony. You can't just decide as a cop that, not even a cop, as an ICE agent especially, when you're not local law enforcement, you can't, like, you have rights as a citizen. And I think many Americans don't realize this, okay? Why are there so many videos of, like, First Amendment auditors and shit that get into altercations with cops? Why are there so many, like, super fucking viral videos out there of people just being like, I don't have to give you my identification at all, actually. You have to give me, like, just cause, okay? Blocking federal enforcement in the course of their duties is a felony? No, she's not even doing that. You just watched her literally wave agents off as she moves into D. Like, she's rolling forward, indicating that she is leaving. None of these agents are blocked in. That's precisely the reason why they're able to fucking leave. Not only that, but even if she was fucking blocking the street, she's still, the death sentence, the judge, jury, executioner in the situation is not going to be the ICE agent that decides to fucking murder her. So even in the maximalist guilt that you are trying to imply here to justify this state-sanctioned execution, you're still in the wrong.
Is for others to go ahead. Two agents exit this silver pickup and walk toward the vehicle. Moments later, shots are fired. Let's look at the scene again more closely. This is the agent who shoots the driver. He walks around the car filming and disappears from view. Other agents pull up and order the driver to exit her vehicle. One of them grabs at the door handle and reaches inside. The SUV reverses, then turns right, apparently attempting to leave. At the same time, the agent filming crosses toward the left of the vehicle and grabs his gun. He opens fire on the motorist and continues shooting as she drives past. The moment the agent fires, he is standing here, to the left of the SUV, and the wheels are pointing to the right, away from the agent.
Also, you have to take note of when he pulls his weapon out as well. He pulls his weapon out while she's backing up, okay? Very clearly, if she wanted to kill that person, she wouldn't be fucking reversing, okay? She'd be going forward. She's reversing to leave, listening to the prior commands that were given to her, okay? It is a chaotic environment where there are contradictory commands being given to a person with people who have guns out. People who don't, like, with law enforcement that actually does not have the legal right to stop you like that, okay? None of this is a justifiable detainment. I need you to understand, not a single part of this is correct. Not a single thing that the ICE agents did here is even appropriate by law enforcement officer standards, okay? And you'll see a lot of, like, ex-cops and former ICE agents and shit probably come out and speak on this as well. And I'm sure there will be plenty of people who will try to justify it as well in the law enforcement community, okay? But the reality of the matter is the murder is completely unjustifiable, and there is no amount of defensive posturing that will make it seem like this was an appropriate thing to do in this moment, okay? It is ridiculous.
Grabs his gun. He opens fire on the motorist and continues shooting as she drives past. The moment the agent fires, he is standing here, to the left of the SUV, and the wheels are pointing to the right, away from the agent. This appears to conflict with allegations that the SUV was ramming or about to ram the officer. President Trump and others said the federal agent was hit by the SUV, often pointing to another video filmed from a different angle.
Yeah.
And it's true that at this moment in this grainy low-resolution footage, it does look like the agent is being struck by the SUV. But when we synchronize it with the first clip, we can see the agent is not being run over. In fact, his feet are positioned away from the SUV.
Yeah. Like, there is barely any contact even in that video. There's barely any contact even in that video. And you can see the agent's feet. You can see his foot positioning. I cannot believe that this is the reason why people justified this.
But when we synchronize it with the first clip, we can see the agent is not being run over. In fact, his feet are positioned away from the SUV. The SUV crashes into a white car parked down the road.
What the?
A bystander runs toward the collision. The federal agents on scene do not appear to rush to provide emergency medical care. Eventually, the agent who shot the motorist approaches the vehicle. Seconds later, he turns back around and tells his colleagues to call.
Yeah, he has his phone out. He literally has his fucking phone out, and he's walking. He's walking with his phone out, dude. Does this look like a man who was in imminent harm? You can't delete that video, by the way, from your phone. If you were filming that footage, good luck. Deleting that footage from your phone is not going to actually delete it from the hard drive. Obviously, because it's law enforcement, I'm sure they've already fucking wiped it to the best of their goddamn ability. But I hope that they can actually extract that footage from the metadata. Isn't that fucking crazy? And there are still people who look at this and go, nah, dude, like, I can't possibly see myself or a loved one in the shoes of the victim here. I have to fantasize about being the cop and being fearful. I can see myself as being a fucking fearful cop in this circumstance and shooting and killing someone and getting a possible legal kill out of it than seeing myself as, or a loved one as the victim in this circumstance. It's fucking nuts.
And tells
like, he didn't even drop his phone. He pulled out his gun with his left hand, or he had the phone on his left hand, and he pulled out his gun with the right hand. And while he was filming, he dropped 3 fucking bullets into that car. The first from the side of the windshield, and then the second and third shot long after the car had passed from the open window. I cannot believe it. Here, the body is shown here, so I'm not going to show you.
Shame! You shot someone! You shot someone!
Agents block several bystanders who attempt to provide medical care, including one who identifies himself as a physician.
I go check a pulse!
No! Back up! Now!
I'm a physician!
I don't care!
At the same time, several agents, including the agent who opened fire, get in their vehicles and drive off, apparently altering the active crime scene.
It's completely ridiculous that there are people out there who are, trying to hit this like partisan angle on a situation that's like very clearly not supposed to be partisan at all. Like, if we cannot, as a society, arrive at the conclusion that a 37-year-old woman in her own neighborhood should not be fucking assassinated by an ICE agent who's hopped up on fumes because she happened to be in a car in the vicinity of an ICE agent, okay? Getting contradicting and conflicting information and conflicting commands from all these other people. If we cannot agree on that, we can't agree on anything. It's fucking over. And then instantly she's called a terrorist. This is yet another turning point, in my opinion. In my estimation, this is another turning point, okay? We have now arrived at yet another turning point where from this point on, there's going to be people who are slotted in to the assumption that no matter who the state kills, even if it's their fucking grandparents, they'll be like, nope, well, they probably deserved it. What was grandma doing? Victim blaming every step of the fucking way. Anyway, I gotta pee real quick.
He shot back. He defended himself. He's already been seriously wounded in law enforcement operations before, and everybody who's been repeating the lie that this is some innocent woman who was out for a drive in Minneapolis when a law enforcement officer shot at her, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Every single one of you. Questions?
Mr. Vice President, I wanted to read a quote from Tim Walz earlier today. He said, when things looked bleak, it was Minnesota's first that held the line for the nation on July 3rd, 1863, and I think we may be in that moment now. Can you comment on his rhetoric and Mayor Jacob Frey and whether they want to see unrest in Minneapolis?
Well, that's very tough rhetoric from a guy who just quit because his fraudulent activities have been uncovered. Look, Tim Walz is a joke. His entire administration has been a joke. The idea that he's some sort of freedom fighter, he's not. He's a guy who has enabled fraud and maybe, in fact, has participated in fraud. That's what this new Assistant Attorney General position is going to find out. I don't care what Tim Walz says. I care about getting to the bottom of this fraud for the American people, and I care about enforcing the nation's immigration laws. That's what we're going to stay focused on.
On a related question here. I mean, Democrats have accused ICE of murder. They've said they're targeting Americans. They've told ICE to get the F out of Minnesota. This is going to stoke the fire against ICE agents, and you're talking about ICE agents right now and being concerned about them. What, if anything, is the administration going to do to make sure these folks are protected during these protests? But also, should DHS sort of revisit their procedures here? I mean, nobody wants to see an American killed. Are there changes that need to be made to make sure something like this doesn't happen again?
Look, first of all, of course, nobody wants an American citizen to be killed. This is absolutely a tragedy, but it's a tragedy of the making of the far left. They have radicalized a very small segment of the population, taught them that ICE agents are engaging in wide-scale violation of people's rights. What our ICE officers are doing is deporting the millions of criminal aliens that were let in during the Biden administration. So number one, we have to say, as a matter of leadership, and I would appreciate if the Democrats would join me on this, let's be honest about the fact that we have way too many illegal aliens in this country. Our ICE officers should be supported in doing their job. You're trying to actually marshal the far left lunatic.
He's right. Yeah, dude. Everyone that the state kills is automatically a far left lunatic. Totally. It's pretty crazy that this is, they're very clearly positioning themselves as saying, like, anyone that we kill, we can just get away with killing. Anyone that we kill, we can get away with killing because everyone that we kill automatically becomes a far left domestic terrorist lunatic. And some of you don't understand what that means, okay? Because you can't see yourself ever being victim to this kind of state enforcement, repression, or violence, you unironically think, no, he's right, dude. Everyone that the state kills is a far left lunatic. If you think a 37-year-old poet who left behind multiple children in her own fucking neighborhood is a far left lunatic domestic terrorist because the state decided to fucking kill her, it's over for you. You're not going to make it. And it's crazy because, like, we were trained on this for the last 2 years, but Hamas, human shields, but Hamas. And I think, like, a lot of people just go, but Hamas, even when it comes to their own fucking neighbors in their own backyard, in their own suburbs. It blows my mind. It blows my fucking mind. What is this? I don't know why I can't see the tweet, the link that you sent me. Totally justified shooting, not even close. Curious about these stickers in the back of the car. Various whack job groups and affiliations. These are U.S. National Parks stickers, dude. Like, can you imagine Even if it wasn't, even if it was anything else, like, oh, well, she had scary stickers in the back of her car, so I think it's okay that she got assassinated. That's the desperation that you're hearing from the right today. I mean, this is literally when people ask, like, how did the broad majority of German society get on board with the actions of the Nazis when they were just like kidnapping people from the fucking streets and sending them God knows where, which we now know were concentration camps and death camps, right? You're watching it unfold. You were right about this being a filter for actual animals yesterday. Yeah, you are lower than a goddamn slug in my eyes if you look at a situation like this and find yourself defending the state violence. Like, how can you not see? You have, it's crazy because it literally, like, you're not even an animal, right? Because even an animal has self-preservation. You don't have self-preservation. You cannot comprehend that you are giving permission to the state to fucking do this to you as well. If you don't stand in opposition to this, it's going to get worse. Even an animal looks for shelter. Even an animal looks for self-preservation. You don't have self-preservation. You are justifying unlimited state violence that will inevitably come your way. I cannot believe it. I cannot comprehend it. I don't understand how people operate this way. I know things seem impossible. Things seem awful. Okay? I understand that you're too busy worrying about your own shit. And it's much easier to slot yourself and to allow others, slot yourself into a political delineation and an ideology, team sports, and allow others to make to do your thinking for you, to just like repeat something that your team is saying. But this is an opportunity for you to snap out of it, okay? And if you can't snap out of it here, then I don't even know if you'll ever snap out of it. They keep escalating this insanity because they don't have a choice. The second they let up and give an inch to this absurdity, the whole thing falls apart like a house of cards. So they just have to manufacture an entirely new reality whole cloth. It's not tenable. You can't convince people a mother driving around with stuffed animals in her glove compartment was actually a cold-blooded domestic terrorist. You can't actually tell people their eyes are lying to them, but they'll pick anything other than a retreat. That's exactly what's going on here. And it blows my mind that there are people who are trying to fucking put themselves in this predicament where they're like, no, she is a domestic terrorist. Yeah. Get fucked. This is what happened to Charlie Kirk and you guys celebrated it. Like, you don't understand. You do not understand what you are advocating for, what you're giving permission for. This is unironically, yes, Cloud District Enjoyer is right. This is suicidal empathy, I guess, in some ways. Empathy for the fucking villain in the story. Suicidal misanthropy. They hate people so much that they're willing to put their own lives at risk to defend actions that will come back to them. The opposite of virtue signaling is vice signaling. And when you talk about suicidal empathy, what you're doing is unironically suicidal. You are justifying, you're signing off on your own demise. If you look at a situation like this and you think, oh, I'll be the powerful person here, I'll be the scared cop here in this situation, so I'm going to justify this state-sanctioned violence because I don't think it'll ever come to me. Even in this situation, if you're saying that, you are delusional. You're signing off on your own fucking death warrant. Elon labeled a tweet you retweeted as sensitive content to limit its visibility. This one? Really? Anything that comes across as negative towards Asmongold gets fucking limited. Anything that is pro, Elon Musk constantly is base boosting Asmongold and many others. Asmongold's just one person, right? But I said here, the owner of this website is a real-life white identitarian who loves this guy and routinely boosts his shit, just like that mouth-breathing troglodyte who demanded to see children at Somali daycares. Your co-workers are getting brainwashed by the dumbest, most hateful people alive. Did you watch this compilation? No, I did not watch the compilation. Maybe if we have time later, we can take a look at it. It is information warfare. That is what's going on, for sure. Another sad case of play stupid games, win stupid prizes, but it's being dramatized. Brother, buddy, you're not coming across as like a based sociopath. You understand that, right? When you say stuff like that, nobody thinks you're being fucking super cool. Everyone can see that behind this like veneer, there lies a very insecure man, okay? Not only an insecure man, but a stupid man. You are behaving in a way that actually will harm you, okay? It will inevitably harm you. Is the fucking reality of the situation, dude? No, the reality of the situation is that an ICE agent that was not even supposed to be in that neighborhood, if it wasn't for the fucking whims of the goddamn president who wants to get people's attention off the Epstein files, sent 2,000 DHS and ICE agents into Minneapolis for no fucking reason, okay? And then these goddamn untrained losers, one of these goddamn untrained losers ended up shooting someone in broad daylight for the crime of being in a goddamn vehicle that is moving away, responding to the previous commands that were given to her. And you look at that situation and you still try to justify it. That's it. She let off the brakes to try to hit a car that passed by. Is so like you are theory crafting here against something that we can all see with our own two eyes. And I know, listen to me. I know that you feel lonely and you think that there is a sense of community here, okay? There is a sense of fucking community here where you think if I defend this stuff, I won't lose my friends online. I won't lose my shared purpose online. But you can fucking be your own individual man and think critically, okay? I beg you to have some fucking common sense, dude. Please be a fucking normal adult. Be a real human being for once. If you can't say that this was wrong, then there is nothing that you think is wrong. There is never going to be an instance where you think is wrong. You will always find a way to justify it because this is such a black and white situation. It's such a black and white situation, and yet you've still decided that these guys are telling you this is a partisan issue, okay? That this person was a radical left-wing domestic terrorist. If this was black and white in the opposite direction, they wouldn't feel the need to lie about everything. They wouldn't feel the need to lie about how this person is a radical left-wing domestic terrorist, how she was definitely trying to kill an ICE agent by ramming the car, how the victim here was the actual ICE agent who was in the hospital. Like, they wouldn't feel the need to lie about everything if the situation that you could see with your own two eyes was black and white in the opposite direction. If she was like very clearly, someone who was trying to kill cops, like someone who was trying to kill ICE agents in that situation, ram their car into these fucking ICE agents, they wouldn't feel the need to lie about it. But if the evidence that you can see with your own two eyes is contradicting what the party is telling you that you must believe, at a certain point, you have to snap out of it. And if you still can't snap out of it in this situation, there is never, ever going to be a moment where you realize right from wrong. Okay? That's it. As a slow motion surveillance video of the shooting played on the laptop, we told him that this angle did not appear to show an ICE officer being run over. Well, Mr. Trump said, the way I look at it, it's a terrible scene, Mr. Trump said at the end of the video. I think it's horrible to watch. No, I hate to see it. So even Trump himself could not actually fucking sit there, watch the video, and say, yeah, no, this is totally justifiable. This was cool. This was A-okay. Okay? And yet there are still content creators on this platform and on Twitter that are running around telling you, you have to believe it. You have to believe that this was good. This was good. She was a terrorist. She was a terrorist. Does that not even for one moment cause you to think maybe these guys are lying to me? Not even in this instance. Because if you can't see it now, I don't know if you can ever see it. I'm going to show you one more time the interior of this car, okay? Because I think this is a powerful image. Renee Nicole Good was 37 years old. The ICE agent stopped a doctor on the scene from giving her aid. They blocked the road so the EMTs arrived on foot. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem called her a domestic terrorist before she was in the ambulance, before they could officially pronounce her dead, basically. Do you think this person was a fucking domestic terrorist? If you cannot realize that this is a perfect distillation of how if someone is killed by the state, they will always find reason. They will always find a justification. They will always call them a terrorist. If you cannot even empathize and identify a person that is more likely to be your neighbor, your mother, your cousin, your sister, a loved one, if you can't even recognize the humanity of a 37-year-old lady, a kind-hearted person with plushy toys in her glove compartment, and you reject what you can see with your own two eyes, and you just go, nope, that person is a fucking villain. Why? Because the government told me so. I don't think you can ever see the truth ever again. This was a woman protecting her community. She was going out of her way to stand up for her neighbors and people she didn't know. People like this are the best of us, and that's why they want to kill people like her. Exactly. You don't have to agree with my worldview on anything. That's not even the argument that I'm making here, okay? You don't have to agree with me on the fact that, you know, these immigrants are actually some of the best people that we have in American society. You might think that's libtard shit, okay? You might go, nah, I don't believe you. They're scary, whatever. I'm not even going to argue on that point right now. I think you're wrong, but I'm not even arguing on that point right now. I am trying to find common humanity in this moment. If you cannot find common humanity here with something that is so transparently fucking blaringly obvious, just it's grating how unjustifiable this instance was. And if you cannot fucking see that, then you might be fucking lost. Something that you can see with your own two eyes, you are rejecting. Ultimately, what the state is creating here is a permission structure where if you happen to be around an ICE agent under any circumstance, whether you're retreating, whether they just had a bad day, whether they were in fear for their lives, even if they have their fucking phone out filming you in the process, if they kill you, you deserved it. That's it. This is a precedent-setting moment. Do you understand? And some of you that still try to defend this situation, are unironically writing off you're writing off your own death sentence. Okay? She almost killed an ICE agent. In my opinion, my loved ones wouldn't be in such a dumb situation, Law. Brother, if there are more people, we will see in the upcoming months, if there are enough people that have this exact same attitude, or if we finally put an end to this. If we don't put an end to this, you will find out that it's not about being in this situation, that any number of people, any number of your loved ones or yourself could be in the situation, because the situation is not about the intent of the person, the intent of the victim here. The situation is just, are you around an ICE agent who's having a bad day or not? At that point, it just becomes a game of probability. If we don't have any rules, if we don't have any laws, if we don't have any process that we follow here, if we do not punish those who engage in unjustifiable acts such as this one, it's utter madness, it's complete chaos. And anytime you are around a cop or an ICE agent, you're signing off on your death sentence. That's it. Why is this guy here when Daddy is live? I don't know. R.I.P. Bozo, L. I think these guys just want to feel, they want to be seen. That's what it is. I think that they're basically desperate for a crumb of attention, and they know I'll give it to them because I'm stupid enough to dignify them with a response. I'm stupid enough to think that they're like real human beings that can be reasoned with. And I'm obviously not going to give up on people. As you know, it's probably one of my worst qualities. I'm going to continue endlessly advocating for truth. I'm going to try to get people to understand, to recognize right from wrong, no matter what the situation is. And if I didn't do this for the last decade, the last 10 years or so, I wouldn't have a community of like-minded individuals who have actually reached a level of empathy. Stop being so naive. You're feeding into their trolling. It doesn't matter. For every single person that comes in here that want to troll, there are always going to be people that are maybe in the margins. I know that for a fact, so I'm going to keep doing it.
Fringe to engage in doxing, to try to make it impossible for them to enforce the law, and in some cases actually to engage in acts of domestic terrorism against our law enforcement officers. When you talk about different plans, different protocols, different policies, I forget exactly how you asked the question. Here's the simple fact. What we're going to do is make it easier for the American People's Administration to enforce the American People's law. And that means that Democrats have to stop rallying the mob against legitimate law enforcement operations. And that means that
this wasn't even a legitimate law enforcement operation. This was an illegitimate law enforcement operation, by the way.
We are going to get tougher, and that's what this AAG position is about. We're going to get tougher at the people who are defrauding the United States by inciting violence against our law enforcement.
Look, see, for every person that yells at me about, like, why are you fucking covering Asmongold or whatever, there are people like this. I was an Asmongold watcher in college. He mentioned you, and the rest was history. Been a sub for 3 years now. Joined the DSA and all. Keep talking, friend. I came over from Asmon months ago and woke up. You're doing God's work. Okay? Many of you don't realize that you were in a similar predicament before. Maybe it was 5 years ago. Maybe it was 10 years ago when you were watching Ben Shapiro or Jordan Peterson. Asmongold is just a new name, a new person that is advocating for the same exact vicious commentary that justifies all this stuff. Okay? That's it. People come and go. Okay? We have had ordained villains in this community for the last decade. You know? It's not new. I have to continue to hope that people have an open mind and can be charitable, especially in important moments like this, where they can actually see right from wrong. This is an opportunity for a lot of people to go, you know what? Fuck. I thought this guy was awful, but it turns out like he's kind of being reasonable here. The other side is being not so common sense based, okay? I come in peace from Asmashot. He lost it in the last couple of months, and now you're making sense. Never thought I'd be here. Yeah. You have to understand, this is the point. You were one of my main eye-openers to see Peterson and Elon and Shapiro for the grifting psychos they are back in like 2018. Exactly. There are so many people in this community that came from that kind of background that thought, you know, that the world was a certain way, and that these guys like Ben Shapiro and whatnot were actually telling them the truth. When in fact, all they were doing is basically telling you like, no, the systems that you are experiencing, the cruelty that you're seeing, you know, the struggles that you go through in your day-to-day, whether it be trying to make rent, whether it be trying to pay for groceries, all of that stuff is actually good because the alternatives are scary. And everyone that tells you that there is a better future possible, that we can have more equitable outcomes, they're lying to you. They're communists, they're scary, they're radicals, they're dangerous, they're terrorists. And now they're trying to do that with this. Anyone who says, hey, I don't want fucking masked public servants with no accountability murdering people in the fucking street in broad daylight is a terrorist, is not a sustainable narrative for an administration. It's not a sustainable narrative for nation building. It's going to be fucking pure chaos. It's mind-boggling. A state that calls a 37-year-old woman in her own neighborhood shot and killed in her Honda Pilot. A terrorist will call you a terrorist with much, much greater ease, okay? Like, this is not even along racialized boundaries at this point. Like, it's moved up. The American government has always leaned into racialized narratives. White supremacy is a very powerful weapon to galvanize people, to get people to associate themselves with, like, a black victim that always deserves it, right? Like, they always deserve it because they're scary, all this stuff. Same with undocumented people, same with brown people, same with victims of colonial violence overseas. But when that violence comes to your doorstep and the victim is someone even you can identify with, and they're still doing the same thing, they're still hitting the same lines, and you're still finding yourself duped by this fucking government narrative, it might be over for you. Wake up!
Officers. That's one of the things that we're going to do. We've already started that work at the Department of Justice, but we're going to keep on doing it, and this new AAG position is going to kick that into high gear.
Vice President Vance, you just suggested that this woman who was killed, Renee Good, is part of a broader left-wing network. Who do you think is behind this broader left-wing network?
Well, it's one of the things we're going to have to figure out, but here's the way that I put it. When somebody throws a brick at an ICE agent, or somebody tries...
First of all, even in those circumstances, it's not justifiable to fucking assassinate someone, for the record. And I know you might disagree with me on that, but that's not even what happened. That's not even what happened. Why are you making up different things? It's because they cannot justify the situation with the facts that are presented. And that's the reason why they have to dive into hypotheticals. Well, what if she had what if she had a nuclear weapon that she was about to fucking explode? And we've done this song and dance over and over again with Israel for the last fucking 2 years. So obviously people who have been in this community for the last 2 years have already heard me argue against these fucking talking points over and over again. Oh, well, what if she had a dangerous weapon? What if she had an AR-15 pointed in the direction of these beautiful law enforcement officers? Okay, what if?
To run over an ICE agent, who paid for the brick? And who told protesters to show up and engage in violent activity against our law enforcement officers? You see, just with this most recent terrible incident in Minneapolis, you see friends of this woman's or other people who are eyewitnesses saying basically that she was there to engage in obstruction of a legitimate law enforcement operation. How did she get there? How did she learn about this? There's an entire network, and frankly, some of the media are participating in it, that is trying to incite violence against our law enforcement officers. It's ridiculous, it's preposterous, and part of our investigatory work is getting to the bottom of it. Who's funding it? Who's supporting it? Who's cheerleading it? And of course, if there's a legal act.
It also doesn't make sense, right? If she's a fucking terrorist, then why is this a terrible incident? If she's a domestic terrorist, look, address the inconsistencies, even in the argumentation here. She's a violent terrorist that is a part of a violent terrorist network. So why is it a terrible incident that took place? If you killed a violent, gruesome terrorist, why are you sitting here and offering fake sympathy? Why is that the case? Shouldn't you be celebrating it? If anything, people like Asmongold who are celebrating it are at least more morally consistent here. I mean, obviously they're immoral and they're monstrous, but technically they're more logically consistent, right? At least they're celebrating the death of a 37-year-old woman, the execution of a 37-year-old woman by saying, well, she's a terrorist, right? So even that doesn't make sense. When you fell an enemy of the state, do you sit there and cry tears? No, you celebrate, right? So why aren't you celebrating in this circumstance? Perhaps it's because you realize that you're fucking lying.
Activity related to that, we're going to get to the bottom of that and prosecute it where we can.
Mr. Vice President, thank you for taking questions today. Is there a risk with you describing her?
I came from Asman and I thought you were a terrorist empathizer. Yeah, maybe you now realize that they call everybody a terrorist. Okay? It's a post-mortem association that ends up justifying the act. One day they will call you a terrorist too, after they kill you or your loved ones. That's it. Why do you get so many viewers? You're boring as fuck. Because unfortunately, common sense is not so fucking common, especially in this current media landscape where literally the dumbest positions are blasted in the fucking orbit by some of the dumbest people you've ever encountered. And therefore, a lot of people actually breathe a sigh of fresh air when they encounter someone who goes, yeah, this stuff is crazy, actually. So perhaps that's the reason why a lot of people come in here. Maybe not because I'm the most entertaining person. It's not supposed to be entertaining, okay? This is supposed to be a moment of a moment for people to go, holy fuck, there are actually normal humans out here on the internet.
Is talking about very specific facts of these events. When an investigation is just beginning, are you preempting a thorough investigation by drawing such conclusions? And have you received any information beyond the videos we've seen publicly about this individual, her specific acts, that has informed your point of view?
Well, first of all, the Department of Justice is going to investigate this. The Department of Homeland Security is already investigating this. But the simple fact is, what you see is what you get in this case. You have a woman who is trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. Nobody debates that. You have a...
That's bullshit. It's not a legitimate law enforcement operation. You're just saying that nobody debates that because you don't want to debate that, because it would undermine everything that you're trying to do.
Who, you know, is not a terrorist, not an extremist. That was just a mom who loved her kids, loved her spouse, who...
Yeah, that's who they're calling a terrorist, by the way. A domestic extremist, a domestic terrorist. Anyone and everyone that looks at the situation and says, nah, she's a terrorist, you will justify if the government kills your family, okay? At that point, you will literally turn around and say, oh, well, you know, maybe my mom deserved it too. That's it. That's it. It's crazy. That means you have signed off on state-sanctioned murder as long as you are in the vicinity of a cop, okay? If you're in the vicinity of a cop, if you're in the vicinity of an ICE agent, and they just shoot and kill you in broad daylight, and everyone can fucking see it with their own two eyes, it is unjustifiable, cold-blooded murder, you'll still find a way to reason it. You'll still find a way to game it out. It's mind-boggling to me. Anyway, we already covered the New York Times piece on this. Let's move on.
Flaring in Minneapolis after an ICE agent shot and killed 37-year-old mother of three, Renee Good. Hundreds of people gathered last night to remember her.
Just forget she had a vehicle headed at him, but yes, unjustifiable. She had a vehicle headed at him? Brother, how many times do we have to cover the fucking piece over and over again? This is not a reasonable assassination. This is not like a justifiable act of state violence. You can try to put it into scarier terms to the best of your ability, but you can see the footage. You cannot deny the footage. You cannot deny the eyewitness testimony. It's completely ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous, but it's fine. These guys are now retreating. This means that this is a recognition of retreat, okay? You freaked out over a guy coming up to you and memeing you, but a vehicle means nothing in that situation. I freaked out at a guy coming up to me and memeing at me. I don't know if you realize this, but I personally handled that situation in a very reasonable manner where I said, hey, man, I hope you have a good day. Notice how I didn't pull out a fucking weapon and execute him on the spot because I'm not a psychopath. Freaked out. Words mean shit. You know that, right? But I guess it doesn't for you. Like, I am trying to have a conversation and reason with someone who cannot even fucking recognize what they're seeing with their own two eyes. This is what I mean. You are unfortunately so biased that you cannot even see what everyone else is seeing. And this is the point we're at now. This is why I say we are no longer in an environment where there is consensus reality. Okay? Don't believe your lying eyes. Both parties were in the wrong in my honest opinion. Exactly. You're saying that because you recognize that there is one party that is in the wrong and one party that is being wronged, but you can't actually fucking retreat fully. It is genuinely liberating to just take a fucking step back and realize maybe I got this wrong initially. It's okay. No one will remember. As a matter of fact, people will cherish you for coming to terms with reality. And slowly but surely, maybe you'll find yourself among reasonable company rather than consistently finding yourself in the dumbest side of every fucking argument over and over again, okay? This is good. I want to see the silver lining here. The silver lining here, okay, is that this person at least recognizes that he can't say that he's happy that ICE, killed a domestic terrorist. He knows that he can't get away with saying that. So he's trying to retreat to a more reasonable, more moderate position of like, well, both parties were in the wrong. A guy who recognizes that today may recognize that this was completely unacceptable tomorrow. So I'll take it. Once again, stop discarding people by saying, oh, they're simply trolling. I know it sounds fucking insane to do this in this moment, but you never know.
Shooting was caught on camera, and Alex Perez is on the scene there in Minneapolis with the latest on the killing that has put that city on edge. Good morning, Alex.
Hey, good morning, Robin. Take a look behind me here. You can see neighbors have barricaded the
What is this? Show the doctored clip? There's a doctored clip out there?
block where the woman was killed. She was a U.S. citizen, and local officials insist she did not have to be killed.
Overnight, Minneapolis on edge. After an ICE agent shot and killed a woman, this morning the investigation underway. The horrific incident caught on cell phone videos. About 9:30 Wednesday morning, 37-year-old Renee Good in the driver's seat of this maroon SUV appearing.
Oh, show the doctor clip from Dublin. This will help Asmongold fans see they get misled. Oh yeah, it's irrelevant. That stuff is it's irrelevant. Yeah, the original Ireland heckler was some fucking scared
motherfucker
little,
has never been speechless in all his life. Yeah, dumbass. I wasn't speechless here either. 3.5 thousand likes. Brother, it's muted. Think critically. I responded to the person. I said, nice to meet you. He responded back. They edited the clip. These people are so stupid. But they had to literally edit it as though he like got one on me and I was like devastated by it or some shit. Like they fucking muted it.
Hey, free Kaya. Free Kaya.
And then they start playing music.
Hey, free Kaya. Free Kaya. Nice to meet you, man.
Why would anybody do that? Why would you go to this length? Why would you go to this extent to? Yeah, the original clip was the person who did it, by the way, because the original clip that went around at that point was actually from like the muted clip that went around was from the person who actually came up to me, and they realized that it didn't look good that I said, hey, nice to meet you, and he said, yeah, you too, and we went about our cordial ways. So he literally fucking muted that part of the interaction. And then that's the one that was posted on LSF. That's the one that Asmongold ran with. And I guess at that point you have to ask yourself why, like, the clip itself, even with the mute, is a nothing burger, right? How have you been so primed into believing that this was like a serious event? Like this was so serious. You know, you keep trying to say everyone is on your side in an attempt to get people to join the larger opinion. Clearly, that's not the case. You cannot just recklessly drive away / through law enforcement when they're attempting to apprehend you. How is this even a conversation? It's a conversation not only because everyone is on my side or whatever. The reason why I talk about how the overwhelming majority opinion on this is that this is completely unjustifiable is because I want to snap people out of the stupor that they find themselves in. Because if you're just extremely online and you're in these like extremely online right-wing communities, you oftentimes think that the reality is entirely different than what it actually is. The majority opinion in this doesn't even matter. What should matter is what you can see with your own two eyes and the assessment that you make on your own. If the assessment that you're making on your own in this circumstance is that like this person was like genuinely trying to recklessly drive away and that justifies murder, then you're in the wrong. So even in the most negative interpretation of the event that we can all see with our own two eyes, which is literally just a 37-year-old mom who is trying to wave the ICE agents away and then merge into the lane, but then gets contradictory commands in that moment. And unless it goes against Hasan's opinion, brother, again, this is a coward's way of arguing. You don't have any argument. So you just go, oh, you just don't like people that disagree with you. That's not what it is. Just listen to my words, okay? When did I say justified murder? Why are you making such leaps? Because you're trying to justify it. What are you talking about? What is this? Why did you bring this up then? You cannot just recklessly drive away / through law enforcement when they're attempting to apprehend you. How's the conversation? Why did you bring this up? So you think this is an unjustifiable instance. So you do agree with me. So I guess you do have the majority opinion. You're just basically fucking arguing against me for no real reason, right? Is that what it is? What would you have done if you were the ICE agent? I can't tell you what I would have done if I was an ICE agent. If I ever found myself waking up one morning and I'm a part of the Gestapo, I can't tell you what I would do to myself. So I'm not going to say that because I don't want to get fucking TOS'd here. But in a similar situation, what should have happened is trying to communicate with the person, like understand if they're leaving, then that's great. That's fine. Wave them off. Let them leave the scene. Okay. Without immediately one person telling him to leave and then the other person trying to like open the fucking door. And I certainly would not circle around the car with my fucking phone in one hand, filming the process, and the other pull out my weapon and start fucking shooting as the person is very clearly trying to drive off. And it's not even my assessment. It's actually the law enforcement procedure. That what that person was doing was in violation of the actual training for all levels of law enforcement. You are not supposed to shoot into a car because then the car can turn into a literal deadly weapon in that circumstance. Would you drive away if you were stopped by 4 ICE officers? In that situation, I absolutely could have found myself in the exact same circumstance. Okay? The real question is, if your mom was scared and confused in that exact same situation, would you justify her death? Okay? Let me turn this on you. If your mom was in that car, scared, on the side of the road, trying to pull out, listening to the commands that ICE agents were making, waving them off, and then moving forward, okay? Moving forward, and the state killed her in the same way that they did for Renee Good, would you defend it? Would you defend it? Would you say it's good? Would you say it's appropriate? My mom, yes, but not the average person. I think we've seen the limitation of conservative thinking here. Yeah, if it was my mom, it would be bad, but someone else's mom, then it's good. Got it. Okay. This is at the heart of how conservatives operate. It's like, oh, it's not a problem until it happens to me. That's the whole point. We are trying to educate you step by step, slowly but surely, into realizing that that person was someone else's mom, okay? Because your mom is an average person to someone else.
To block the road. This disturbing video shows the vehicle reverse as an agent grabs a door. The SUV then appears to move forward. The agent near the front of the vehicle fires multiple rounds, including through the windshield. Moments later, the SUV crashes into a parked car.
It was horrible. I mean, she crashed her car into a parked car in front of me.
Can I go check a pulse? No!
A person identifying himself as a doctor, heard asking if he can help, was denied by ICE agents who said medics were on the way.
We have our own medics.
Where are they?
DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, who has deployed 2,000 federal officers to Minnesota, says the shooting was justified and argues the agent feared for his life.
She then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle, and she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over. This appears as an attempt to kill or to cause bodily harm to agents, an act of domestic terrorism.
But state officials and the mayor of Minneapolis dispute the account from the feds and say the woman posed no threat.
Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is what I can tell you is the narrative that this was just done in self-defense is a garbage narrative.
Demonstrators taking to the streets after the shooting. Some confronting ICE agents throwing snowballs, agents responding with pepper spray and tear gas. That tense ordeal happening only about a mile from where a former Minneapolis police officer was convicted of murdering George Floyd in May of 2020, which ignited nationwide protests against police brutality. Many in this community now angry and demanding change.
Federal agents coming into our city, provoking our citizens, coming after people that mostly aren't even illegal immigrants. They're coming after U.S. citizens.
Just opened Asmund Fold for a second, and he's back to saying she tried to run him over. I know. He folded yesterday, and today he's back at it again because he doesn't think his audience is smart enough. That's it. He is disrespecting his own audience. He knows to a certain degree that there will always be plenty of people that are coming in to hear the dumbest position possible, the justification for the MAGA cult to make themselves feel comfortable with what took place, okay? And that's what's going on here. It doesn't even matter. After literally admitting that she wasn't trying to hit him yesterday after talking to me in a back and forth, me chatting in his chat to try to get him to show basically to everyone that even when you chat in his chat, he will quickly fold on his priors because he doesn't have any like real conviction at all. But he'll turn around the next day and go back on his statements. And it happens basically every single day. There is a reason why he does not want to have a real conversation on Discord. This is the reason. He doesn't want anyone to hold him to account.
And overnight, a community mourning, thousands gathering at a memorial for Renee Good.
And Minneapolis public schools have canceled classes today and tomorrow out of an abundance of caution. They say this is at least the third ICE-involved shooting since increased enforcement began. George?
Alex. Yeah, this was yesterday. A great piece of advice for protesters to comply with law enforcement and avoid trying to run them over with your car. I know this sound might difficult, but it might save your life. You know, after saying like fuck around and find out. Show the video, slow motion, and walk step by step. Show the wheels turning to the right. If someone was trying to kill the agents, their wheels would turn left, not right.
Their wheels would have turned to the left or the right. I don't think that she was trying to kill the agent. I think that she didn't care whether she hurt the agent in the process of her escaping.
Oh, so you don't think she was trying to kill the agent? Because that's not what you were saying earlier.
This is the video. Is that it? Let me see if I found it. We'll show it.
Show the video, slow motion. Yeah. Asmund Fold. Every single time. Every single time. I mean, he backtracked on Greenland too. And then he'll backtrack again. He'll double down after backtracking. I don't know what it is that people read this as like totally separate than me doing this to Ben Shapiro, by the way. I genuinely don't know what it is, but there is something about like, I think maybe it's like the level of commentary and the lack of seriousness that the commentator takes himself as. Like they don't take himself, like Asmund doesn't take himself as seriously as like Ben Shapiro does. And I guess that's the reason why a lot of people don't understand why like contesting these talking points is equally as important.
Express, thanks. Now, we just got a statement from the BCA regarding the investigation of ICE's fatal shooting in Minneapolis. Here is the statement from the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, Superintendent Drew Evans. Quote, on January 7th.
People in our community just generally think they're above Twitch streamers. I know. I think that's probably what it is, where they're like, why are you talking about this? Well, if Ben Shapiro had this level of audience, I'd be talking about Ben Shapiro more frequently as well. And the reason for that is not like to farm clout. The reason for that is because of the damage. Okay? If Asmongold had 50,000 people and he was actually a sane person and was talking about how wrong this was, I would never fucking contest his positions. I'd be like, great, that's awesome. That's it. It's the damage. It is the damage that he does by basically creating a sense of community around these incredibly harmful and incredibly dangerous right-wing positions that are so fucking stupid. It's not even as if it's just like, if you can't see the harm in this, at least see it as just being wrong all the time and educating people in the wrong way all the time, deluding them, causing them to be dumber and dumber and dumber.
The Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension was notified that U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement personnel were involved in a shooting in Minneapolis that resulted in a woman's death. That morning, after consultation with the Hennepin County Attorney's Office, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and the FBI, it was decided that the BCA Force Investigations Unit would conduct a joint investigation with the FBI. The BCA responded promptly to the scene and began coordinating investigative work in good faith. Later that afternoon, the FBI informed the BCA that the U.S. Attorney's Office had reversed course. The investigation would now be led solely by the FBI, and the BCA would no longer have access to the case materials, scene evidence, or investigative interviews necessary to complete a thorough and independent investigation. Without complete access to the evidence, witnesses, and information collected, we cannot meet the investigative standards that Minnesota law and the public demands. As a result, the BCA has reluctantly withdrawn from the investigation. The BCA Forced Investigations Unit was designed to ensure consistency, accountability, and public confidence, none of which can be achieved without full cooperation and jurisdictional clarity. The BCA Force Investigations Unit was created in 2020 by the legislature to provide an independent, consistent, and trusted mechanism for investigating use of force incidents involving law enforcement officers. This unit is the result of years of scrutiny, public engagement, and bipartisan legislative action.
Yeah, also the audacity of J.D. Vance to close out his White House press briefing asking the press to take down the temperature in the Minnesota fatal shooting. Okay. On Wednesday, the administration deemed the 37-year-old victim a domestic terrorist before she even had been identified and before an investigation took place. And then he has the fucking, then he has the audacity to say, oh, we got to turn down the temperature. Personally, my problem with the Asmongold debate is that he feels genuinely so snake-like. Whenever you went into his chat, he would just do his best to make you look like you have no idea what you're talking about and getting cheap owns. I don't know how to fix that, but that's my opinion on Asmon coverage. If you can't comprehend that there were no cheap owns to be had in that situation, then, you know, some of those people are just lost, right? I'll still try to pull them to, you know, a reasonable position to the best of my ability. But what cheap owns? Like, just because he's trying doesn't mean that there were any fucking actual cheap owns there. Especially considering that at the first sign of fucking pushback, he turned around and literally, even when I'm not even actually debating him on even grounds, okay? When I'm typing in his chat, he still got fucking owned, and he had to fold on his initial position that this person was like dangerous and trying to fucking kill ICE agents. When I'm doing like single finger typing in his fucking chat because I'm a goddamn boomer. This is what happens every single time. It's like there is a situation where he just comes out of the gate swinging with a ridiculous fucking narrative, and then and he farms outrage. And then as soon as someone actually comes in and says, this is wrong, here's why, he backs away. It's a good thing that his community genuinely wants him to debate you. Yeah, eventually he'll have to cave and give in to his community.
Action following the Deadly Force Encounters Working Group. Minnesotans made it clear.
I want to see more from the J.D. Vance, J.D. Vance commentary. But I wanted to show you another thing. Okay, this is another reason why you can't find yourself in the fucking in the throes of like right-wing commentary, because this is how you come across.
When we come.
Here it is. Trump supporter has a total mask off moment. The storm is here. No one can stop what's coming. We executed one of you yesterday.
The storm is here. When we come, one, we go all. No one can stop what is coming. Get here, guys. We need you in Minnesota. These people are fucking terrorists.
Patriots, get out here. We need the backup. And all you liberal commie motherfuckers, keep your hands to yourself or you're gonna get hurt today, all right? We executed one of you yesterday. You understand that? We executed one of you yesterday. Don't get hurt. Don't get hurt.
Like, he didn't do shit. You didn't do shit. You're a fucking loser. This administration doesn't care about you, and you will you will be crushed under the weight of this machine. Okay? But that's it. He's simply an agitator. He wants, just like all of the Asmongold fans are doing here, they're not a part of this movement. Okay? They're not a part of this machine at all. They're simply cogs. And they think as long as they actually defend the boot that's crushing others, what they have perceived as like ideological opponents, because they've been propagandized into thinking that their fucking neighbors are their enemy, that they'll be fine. They won't be fine. Okay? It's that simple. It's that simple. And in the real world, when you actually go out and you're no longer like getting base boosted by Twitter under the guise of anonymity with all these other fucking accounts that are like, botting your shit, saying like you're actually smart king for saying stuff like this. When you're in the real world, when you're around all these other people, you look like a fucking loser. You look like a complete psychopath, right? This is why you rarely see the average Twitter user outside. This is what they look and sound like. They're not real. They're not the fucking majority.
Don't give them the press. You're just talking to white supremacists. You guys keep playing stupid games. Do not give them attention. You guys keep playing stupid games. You're gonna keep getting.
Yes, they look unhinged, but there's at least 10% of the country that believes the same thing as this guy. Another 20% or so who might not directly agree, but don't feel like this guy's a problem. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Out of sheer curiosity, why do you still use Twitter? It's fucking dog shit, but I think it needs to be. It's still, unfortunately, a place, another environment where you have to fight these battles. You don't have to do it yourself, but it doesn't matter. I believe this is where he clicked away from the J.D. Vance presser.
Is there a risk with you describing her as a deranged leftist, talking about very specific facts of these events, when an investigation is just beginning? Are you preempting a thorough investigation by drawing such conclusions? And have you received any information beyond the videos we've seen publicly about this individual, her specific acts, that has informed your point of view?
Well, first of all, the Department of Justice is going to investigate this. The Department of Homeland Security is already investigating this. But the simple fact is, what you see is what you get in this case. You have a woman who is trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. Nobody debates that. You have a woman who...
Bullshit. It wasn't a legitimate law enforcement operation to begin with, and there is no evidence that she was trying to obstruct it anyway. But again, the state can say that. They will say that every time. And the reason why they're saying it is because they need to justify it. And the reason why they need to justify it is because the next time this happens, they have to justify it again. Because they want your takeaway to be, don't be anywhere near an ICE agent. Okay? And if you are accidentally near an ICE agent and they want to detain you, or they decide, like, illegally, for the record, because an ICE agent does not have legal grounds to detain you as an American citizen, for the record. It is a gray area that they abuse all the fucking time. Just remember that. It is a legal gray area. An ICE agent actually does not have the legal right to detain you if you are an American citizen. You know that, right? They don't have it. They don't have it at all. They can, however, serve a judicial warrant or execute a judicial warrant if they have a suspicion that there is someone who is an immigrant who is engaged in who has engaged in like a criminal act or something. They can't just like do these dragnets though. Okay, they can't.
Aimed her car at a law enforcement officer and pressed on the accelerator. Nobody debates that. I can believe that her death is a tragedy while also recognizing that it's a tragedy of her own making and a tragedy of the far left who has marshaled an entire movement, a lunatic fringe against our law enforcement officers. I think what is clearly happening here, and it's going to keep on happening unless the Democrats wake up and say, you know what, you don't have to agree with our immigration policies. You don't have to agree with what the president or the vice president believe about immigration enforcement. But why don't...
It's not a gray area. The gray area is that they can detain immigrants. But how do you... Yeah, exactly. That's why I said it's a gray area. The gray area is that they can detain immigrants. But how do they know if you're an immigrant or an American citizen without seeing your ID when they don't have reasonable ground to actually detain you if you're an American citizen? That's why I said it's a gray area. How do you know whether someone is a citizen or not without detaining them? That's the problem with all of this. Exactly. That's it. That's what I mean when I say it is a fucking gray area, okay? Because technically, ICE has no jurisdiction over you if you are an American citizen on U.S. soil. The only area where they might have some jurisdiction over you is a border crossing, and that's it. Customs and Border Patrol has jurisdiction over you as an American citizen, but they literally cannot stop you from entering the country as well. That's also illegal. They need some kind of probable cause or some kind of reason to be able to stop you from entering the country. It's actually unconstitutional for them to stop you from entering the country. Okay? A lot of this stuff in the immigration side is in a legal gray area. This is precisely the reason why Donald Trump loves using immigration enforcement as a righteous cause to do whatever kind of fucking action, whatever kind of activity he wants to do. It's all unconstitutional technically, but without the Supreme Court actually holding them to account, without the Democrats actually making a big fuss about it, he can get away with doing whatever the fuck he wants to. And that's it. That's where we're at.
Why don't you take this to the ballot box? Why don't you vote? Why don't you organize? Instead, what some of them are doing is encouraging people to get violent with our law enforcement officials. It's disgraceful and it's got to stop.
Just to follow up on that question, and again, thank you for taking questions, Mr. Vice President. There's clearly a lot of emotion in Minnesota, across the country, over this incident. You're calling Renee Good a deranged leftist. There's been heated rhetoric that we've also heard from officials. What responsibility do you and the president have to diffuse some of the tension that we are seeing play out in Minnesota, bring down the temperature as this investigation is unfolding?
What we have a responsibility to do is to protect the people who are enforcing the law and protect the country writ large. Whether you're Democrat or Republican, you deserve to have the people's laws enforced in the United States of America. Now, again, I'm not happy that this woman lost her life. I'm not happy that this woman was there at a protest violating the law by interfering with a law enforcement action. I think that we can all recognize that the best way to turn down the temperature is to tell people to take their concerns about immigration policy to the ballot box. Stop assaulting and stop inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's the best way to take down the temperature. And we're not going to give in to terrorism on this. And that's exactly what's happening. People trying to antagonize, to commit acts of violence. They throw bricks at them. Sometimes they shoot at them. Sometimes they dox them. Sometimes they go to their place of residence and harass their families. This is classic terrorism. And we cannot say that when a far left fringe is inciting violence against our brave law enforcement officials, that we're no longer going to enforce the law. That's rewarding the very people who are engaged in this garbage. The actual reward that they just got is a new assistant attorney general who is going to prosecute and investigate this stuff even more aggressively than before. Yeah.
Thanks for taking my question. So the head of Minnesota's investigations agency says that the U.S. Attorney's Office has essentially cut off the state investigations agency's access to the investigation. What is the precedent for that, and why shouldn't the Minnesota officials on the ground have access and evidence to work on this investigation?
First of all, I wish the state officials in Minnesota would investigate why you have so many people who are using their vehicles and other means to actually interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation. The precedent here is very simple. You have a federal law enforcement official engaging in federal law enforcement action. That's a federal issue. That guy is protected by absolute immunity. He was doing his job. The idea that Tim Walz and a bunch of radicals in Minneapolis are going to go after and make this guy's life miserable because he was doing the job.
Oh no, the murderer, his life is going to be miserable, dude. After the poor little baby did a fucking murder. No, dude, what? The poor baby did a fucking murder and now is getting absolute immunity and also unlimited defense from a partisan perspective from the worst administration. Holy fuck. Don't hurt his feelings, though. Like, do you understand the way that these guys communicate? It's like, touch a fucking hair on the head of someone that we have decided is a good guy, okay? Someone on our side, no matter how evil they might be, no matter how evil their actions might be, and that's the unlimited crime. You can never even call out the crime itself. We will make it a crime to even call out a crime that our guys commit.
That he was asked to do is preposterous. The unprecedented thing is the idea that a local official can actually prosecute a federal official with absolute immunity. I've never seen anything like that. It would get tossed out by a judge. So what I'd like Minnesota to focus on is the real issue, that they're encouraging people. Minneapolis.
I need you to understand, this is the vice president, and one of his federal law enforcement agents killed a tax-paying citizen, okay? Renee Good is an American citizen. You, as the vice president, need to place her rights, her dignity, her life above the actions of your law enforcement, your federal law enforcement agencies. Just because you've decided that she's a leftist and a dangerous radical does not mean that you can behave this way. What the fuck are we doing? So ICE can just knock down doors, decide whoever the fuck is a leftist terrorist and kill them or detain them, throw them in fucking prison, and you go, hey, hold on, you can't do that. They kill you. And then the government will say, nope, sorry, sucks to suck. You were a fucking dangerous commie. How can you not comprehend that this is unimaginable violence? I mean, look, guys, as much as I shit on the Democrats and as much as I shit on Kamala Harris, and there's plenty to criticize them over, they would not do this, okay? They would not do this at all. It's not even a fucking question. Sure, on foreign policy, we can have a different conversation, but this is completely unfettered and unrestricted fascism. We are moving in the direction of unfettered and unrestricted fascism. Now, of course, the Democrats in this situation are not actually locking in and doing what needs to be done here. They're not actually trying to present a serious response to the horrifying super violence that's coming, okay? And for that, I obviously am constantly frustrated, but Jesus fucking Christ, dude, this is completely ridiculous. I mean, it's getting to a point where like other Republican administrations wouldn't do this either, and I fucking despise them.
Officials are encouraging people to commit violence against ICE officials. It's ridiculous. It's got to stop. Go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you. You said earlier that there's a left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and make it impossible for ICE officers to do their job. You told my colleague just now that there's an investigation going on into that network.
Yep.
So if everything that you say is true, how does being part of that network justify being shot?
Well, being part of the network doesn't justify being shot, but ramming an ICE officer with your car, that's what justifies being shot. It's not a good thing, by the way, but when you force somebody to engage in self-defense, it's almost a preposterous question. I'm not saying that funding some of this stuff...
Wait, hold on. Again, it doesn't make sense. If she's a terrorist, if she's a part of a terror network, like, why don't you think it's a justifiable kill? I just don't get it. I don't understand. It doesn't make sense. That's a good question. It's like, I thought you said this was like, she's basically a domestic ISIS, you know? Oh, well, she was trying to ram into the guy. That's what we're calling terrorism now? Like, it doesn't even make sense. So is it actually an unfortunate mishap? Or is it actually a dangerous terrorist that was executed? Which is it? Because if it's an unfortunate mishap, you can't call her a dangerous terrorist. If she's a dangerous terrorist, it's not an unfortunate mishap. It's actually a good thing that you decided to kill, one of your agents decided to kill a dangerous terrorist. So which is it? It doesn't make any sense. Like, it doesn't make sense even within the like their own personal logical confines. Like, they are not consistent even on this, even in their own internal logic they're trying to present here. None of it makes sense at all, right?
Justifies capital punishment? Nobody would suggest that. The reason this woman is dead is because she tried to ram somebody with her car, and that guy acted in self-defense. That is why she lost her life.
So she's not a domestic terrorist, so it's an unfortunate mishap. Or is it a domestic terrorist who was executed?
And that is the tragedy. Now,
of course, it goes beyond the inherent hypocrisy in the lack of rationale and lack of logic even in the argument that they're presenting, because every aspect of this is a lie. Because when you actually see the footage, you realize immediately how this is a lie. You see that there was no reason for her to be shot and killed. There was no reason for the gun to be pulled out even, okay? That there was no justifiable action that the ICE agent took there. None whatsoever. And that's the reason why they have to give this like inconsistent narrative. They have to present it as though this is totally appropriate. This is a terrorist, but also at the same time, it's an unfortunate mishap. That's what it is. They're throwing shit at the wall to see what fucking sticks. And clearly, there are still people out there that are willing to entertain this lie. There are still people out there who are like begging for a consistent fucking position so they can defend it unconditionally.
Other violations of the law and other penalties that are associated with those violations of the law. For example, if you are funding violence against our law enforcement officers, I'm not a prosecutor. My guess is that's not the sort of thing that earns capital punishment.
Yes, this was an inevitable outcome that many, including yourself, warned about this shit happening. Exactly. And heed my warning now, okay? Heed my warning now. It's going to get worse if we do not make this administration understand that they do not have any popular mandate whatsoever, that they're unimaginably popular due to the economy, due to all of this state repression that they are stamping out, partially due to the fact that there is no popular mandate here, okay? If we do not take it to the streets, if we do not protest, if we do not show this administration that this is completely unacceptable and that it is unpopular and that they have to stop, we're fucked. It will only get worse because we are expanding on the permission here. We are allowing this administration to basically continue doing this. We are letting them go unpunished. We are letting them do this without any pushback whatsoever. We are obeying in advance. We are allowing them to expand the permission structure of who gets to be an ordained enemy of the state, oftentimes post-mortem, but sometimes even before that happens, sometimes before the assassination takes place.
But it should sure as hell earn you a few years in prison if you're funding the effort to try to assault our law enforcement officers. What is, I'm sorry guys, what's going on here? You guys are meant to report the truth. How have you let yourself become agents of propaganda of a radical fringe that's making it harder for us to enforce our laws? You just asked me a question that presumed that the reason why this woman died is because she was engaged in legitimate protest. She tried to run somebody over with her car.
She didn't. She didn't do that. And the evidence does not. The thing that people can see with their own two eyes is that she actually didn't do that at all. And that's the reason why they have to lie and say she tried to do that. That's the reason why they have to lie and say she was a domestic terrorist, while simultaneously taking the inconsistent position that it's actually unfortunate that it happened at all.
And the guy defended himself when that happened. Next question.
The investigation is still ongoing.
I said next question.
Mr. Vice President, I mean, you presumably watched the video yourself. There's not the slightest doubt in your mind, having viewed it, that the victim, you still believe that she deliberately tried to ram him despite seeing this video?
Look, I don't know what is in a person's heart or in a person's head, and obviously we're not going to get the chance to ask this woman what was going on. What I am certain of is that she violated the law. What I'm certain of is that that officer had every reason to think that he was under very serious threat for injury or in fact, his life. What I'm certain of is that she accelerated in a way where she ran into the guy. I don't know what was in her heart and what was in her head, but I know that she violated the law, and I know that officer was acting in self-defense. It raises an interesting point, though. Look, if people want to say that we should have a legitimate debate about, you know, what was she really doing, right? Was she panicking when she drove into this officer, or was she actually trying to ram him? That's a reason.
I mean, how can I fucking call out Asmonfold when the motherfucking vice president is literally doing the exact same thing? Like, the vice president gets called out live in front of the fucking press pool and very quickly backs away from the initial position that this is a terrorist who is dangerously trying to kill people. These guys do not have, keep in mind that Chatter was banned by Twitch because of these same statements. Yeah, I know. Like, think about that. That's the VP. They command unimaginable power over your lives. And this is the best they have. This is the way they can argue on the situation. Yeah, Mott and Bailey all the way. The so-called free thinkers of the world, the independent thinkers of the world, running around and eating government propaganda and just like literally constantly engaging in a cycle of reasserting government propaganda. It's fucking crazy.
Conversation. What's not reasonable is for so many of you to plaster all over the media that this was an innocent woman and that the ICE agent committed murder, which is what many of you have said explicitly and some of you have said implicitly. That's what I have an objection.
They're both referring to malicious intent. You are deliberately misinterpreting them. Yes, except there has been no investigation and you're applying malicious intent, especially in a situation when the only readily available evidence that we have so far from eyewitness testimony and also people that have personal accounts of the victim here
And also the evidence that is readily available in broad daylight suggests that there was no intent that they are trying to claim there was. There was no malicious intent. They don't have the evidence. Normal people can see that they don't have the evidence. And that's precisely the reason why they have to add on additional things like, oh, the fucking agent almost died, right? That's what Trump said. Trump claimed, Trump had the audacity to claim that the agent almost died and he was in the hospital and he was like tremendously fucking victimized here in this situation. J.D. Vance and Kristi Noem claimed that this was a far left domestic terrorist. You know, her wheels only turned after she hit him with a car. That's not true. And we saw that that's not true. What is true, however, in the piece by piece, photo by photo analysis, frame by frame analysis, that the car had already cleared the fucking ICE agent by the time he fired the first shot. Unfortunately for you, that actually destroys the argument. Both of the ICE agent's feet can be seen in the frame by frame photo analysis. When the first shot is being fired, both of the ICE agent's feet are totally on the side of the car. And that's precisely the reason why they didn't actually get harmed at all. That's precisely the reason why J.D. Vance just said, I can't tell you what was in her head and her heart, but I can tell you with certainty that she had the intent of murdering that agent. And that agent had fear in his head and heart. He, on the one hand, says, like, it's always the same shit. It's the enemy is both weak and strong. That's the narrative that they're presenting. And it's so inconsistent that it is immediately inconsistent, and you can immediately see it in the fucking footage. But they are still somehow capable of getting people on board with their narrative. They can literally tell you that the sky is not blue and you'll believe it. They're not even trying hard enough to justify this. They didn't even come out of the gate swinging with a consistent narrative to maybe lean into a gray area. They didn't say, oh, it's an unfortunate situation, but, you know, tensions got hot and hopefully justice will be served. What they did instead was claim that she was a fucking terrorist and that she totally deserved it. And then they turned around and said, okay, we don't know if she wanted to kill the agent, but like, you know, she's still a terrorist and actually did want to kill the agent. How do you not realize that this inconsistency in this moment is only done to fucking make you confused and to make you still find a way to reason out why what took place and to defend the administration's ridiculous arguments?
The idea that this was not justified is absurd, and I think everybody knows it.
It's a dark realization, but if there were any actual reality to the accusations against Renee Good, purposely letting her bleed out in the car wouldn't have happened. They let her die because they knew if she survived, she would contradict whatever story the admin made up.
In their heart. Yeah.
Mr. Vice President, following up
in the green jacket.
Taking down the temperature, it seems like political violence is ratcheting up and riots could be around the corner. What steps does the administration have planned?
Yeah, conservatives cannot admit this, okay? They cannot admit this. They cannot openly claim that the first shot was fired when the cop was already cleared and the second and third shot were fired from behind, okay? And you can see it with the impact site on the fucking windshield as well, all right? I don't understand it. It's not even a cop. It's an ICE agent, but still, yes, it is just like, I hate to do the fucking soy thing, but it is crazy that, like, they don't even have the fucking... They don't even dignify us with like a consistent lie or a consistent narrative here. They're just basically fucking throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks. And apparently it is sticking. Like, it's crazy.
They have no shame, do they? They don't even bother to lie badly anymore. I suppose that's the final humiliation.
Obviously, it doesn't make any sense because if she was truly trying to kill him, he would have died, okay? Especially after he shot her dead, because she would have just literally fucking drove into him. At that point, when she's shot, she has no control over the vehicle. Hasan, I understand you, but it won't bring her back from the dead. And in 2 months, everyone's going to forget about all this shit. That's the sad part. Chatter. That's up to us. Okay? That is entirely up to us. Yes, if we allow this to go away unpunished, if we allow this to happen, then yes, you're right, it will happen. But you can't just fucking say, oh, you know, this is going to happen, so it should happen, okay?
Try to unite America. Average people on both political sides are so tired of fighting with each other, and I think all the journalists in this room could agree with me. that we don't want to be part of the problem. Do you
I
have any?
appreciate that.
Do you have any words to Unite America?
You know, I know you don't want to be a part of the problem, and I think that's true of a lot of you. I'm not sure it's true for everybody, because the reporting over this has been one of the biggest scandals I've ever seen in media. I've never seen a case so misrepresented and misreported when you have a guy who is defending himself and is now being treated as some sort of federal assassin by so many of the people in this room.
Because he is. Because that's precisely what happened.
But first of all, let me say about crime. You mentioned violence. One of the things we're proudest about is that you saw violent crime over the last year drop by 20%. Why is that drop by 20%? Is it because we're attacking our law enforcement officers, or is it because we in the administration are...
Or because it was already following trend lines. It was already following the same exact trend lines it was following for year over year in the Biden administration as well. But only now do you come to that recognition. It's the same principle behind claiming that they are responsible for overdose deaths going down, even though it actually happened under the Biden administration. This is not a defense of the Biden administration before you get at me for that. This is just a defense of the truth. Okay? For all of its faults and failures, there are still good people that work in the government, and they're trying to do their very best. And those people do actually end up succeeding in certain instances, like the mass availability of Narcan was a major factor in the reality that overdose deaths went down for the first time ever in 2024. Okay? And that trend is seemingly going to continue following along that exact same trend line. Same goes for murders. Okay? Crime was going down. Crime was already going down. And I said this for years and years and years. Crime was going down under Biden. Crime was going down under Biden as well. But now that Trump is president, crime is going down. We saved it. We saved the fucking world. When crime was going down under Biden, they lied and said crime was going up. And the media also played a role in this as well. They whipped up hysteria. Part of the reason why they whipped up hysteria was because they wanted to justify higher police budgets. They wanted to justify over-policing. And they got away with it. They kept lying to the population. They made people fucking lose their minds. And then by the tail end of the Biden administration, when it was very obvious that crime was already going down, and it was trending downwards regardless, they turned around and wrote articles about how why do people believe that there is crime happening when evidence points to the fact that it's not happening? People seemingly think crime is happening everywhere else but their own neighborhoods. What does this mean? Yeah, it's because you guys in the media played a role in it.
Empowering our law enforcement officers to enforce the law. I think that's one of the ways you take down the temperature, is you make people feel more secure and safe in their person and property. That's why we care so much about protecting our law enforcement, because it
What the fuck? I feel like I'm taking pills. Has everyone forgotten George Floyd? There was shit just like this, how he had drugs in his system and suffered a heart attack, not the man leaning on his neck factoring in. Exactly. No, exactly. That's precisely what they said during George Floyd as well. And they never stopped propagandizing about that. And they kept saying, no, he had drugs in his system. He had a heart attack. It wasn't the fact that, Derek Chauvin actually leaned on his neck, even though he went to fucking prison for it. He was found guilty. Candace Owens, for example, played a major role, never let go of that talking point, and consistently kept hammering it over and over again until people basically just gave in and were like, maybe this is right. I don't know. It's crazy.
To the benefit of the entire national community. I think that we can absolutely talk about the ways in which, we can lower the temperature by discussing differences in a reasonable and rational way. Again, I'm happy to talk with any congressional Democrat or any of you about our immigration policy, about why I think it's necessary, about why I think it's in the best interest of the country, about why the President of the United States was elected to actually enforce the border for the first time in at least 4 years. So here's the problem. That's not the debate so many people are having. They are actively covering for people who are committing acts of violence against federal law enforcement. It is preposterous. The way to take down the temperature is to stop it. Have your debates about policy. Attack me. Attack the President of the United States. Don't attack our law enforcement officers. They are trying to do the job the American people demanded that they do. They are not policy actors. They are enforcing the law. They should be treated with a modicum of dignity and respect. And the fact that they're not is why incidents like yesterday happened. The one final point I'll make about this is, look, there's a part of me that feels very, very sad for this woman, not just because she lost her life, but because I think she is a victim of left-wing ideology. What young mother shows up and decides they're going to throw their...
Bro, you can't do that. You can't say I'm sorry. The amount of people that will go along with this, like, well, what was she doing? Was she asking for it? What was she wearing? What was her background? On a 37-year-old mother is not going to have the same impact as doing this to a black teenager in a white supremacist country. These guys literally are trying to Michael Brown it. They are trying to say, oh, she was no angel. I don't think they understand that they shouldn't be able to get away with doing this to Michael Brown or numerous other victims of police violence when they're black teenagers either. But at least in that circumstance, white supremacist attitudes and a lack of interest and fear that people have, tribalistic fear that people have towards black people being presented as dangerous and whatnot, factor into this argument and cause people to look the other way. Yeah, the thug had Skittles and a hoodie. What else was he supposed to do? Like, shouldn't work for Trayvon Martin, but it does in the eyes of many Americans who are at least fearful of a black teenager, okay? They are trying to super predator and thugify a 37-year-old white woman. I feel like I'm going insane. Like, it's fucking nuts. Sure, there will be people that will go, oh, was she left-wing? Okay, she's a thug too. She's a radical too. But I don't think that's going to work in general. I don't think this is normie poison, okay? Of course, it's only normie poison if you're speaking completely irrationally. What do you mean? Oh, I think you mistook. Yeah, you're talking about okay, never mind. He's referencing J.D. Vance. Sorry. He's responding to J.D. Vance. My point is, you can't get away with doing this. You shouldn't be able to get away with doing this to Michael Brown or Trayvon Martin or numerous other victims of unjustifiable police violence and police brutality. But you definitely can't. Like, every time you try to do this to a different victim, a white woman, a mother, okay, you lose people on your side. You're going to lose people who go, that person reminds me of my mom. That person reminds me of my cousin. That person reminds me of my kind neighbor who baked cookies for me. Get the fuck out of here, okay? Take the race out of it for once, Hasan. Sorry, brother. We live in a racialized world. I'm going to factor that in this circumstance. After Sandy Hook, we thought this would be the end. Surely something will change. This will be the beginning of the end for us. I'm afraid I agree with you, Nice Bathroom. I think, like, Sandy Hook, when, like, white children were slaughtered in a kindergarten and Americans said, we got to keep our guns. That's more important than, like, children getting slaughtered. That only got worse. What does that spell for ICE assassinations? What does that spell? If post Sandy Hook, school shootings only got worse because people were like, whatever, we still need to keep our guns. What does that say? What does that say to you? That a white woman can be assassinated in broad daylight and the government will justify it and nothing will change. If it trends in the same direction as school shootings, we're fucked. Okay? We're already fucked with the school shootings. Hasan, do you think this will become a regular occurrence? Yes, 100%. That's the whole point of why this administration is doing this kind of propaganda, because they know this is going to be a regular occurrence. So they're trying to feed people the appropriate talking points to the best of their ability. That's it.
Car in front of ICE officers who are enforcing legitimate law. You've got to be a little brainwashed to get to that point to where you're willing not just to protest, that's fine, not peacefully protest, but throw your vehicle in front of legitimate law enforcement officers and drive your car into them. To get to that point, you have to be, I think, radicalized in a very, very sad way. I certainly wish that she hadn't got there. I know there's an ICE officer right now who very much wishes he was not put in the position where he had to fire a gun to defend his own life.
Oh, no, the poor ICE officer, bro. Why is nobody thinking about the poor ICE officer, dude? What the fuck? Shit. God. You're talking about the consequences of having liberals as the front-facing vanguard of the working class instead of actual socialists. Yeah, we can't go to the countryside and rally the masses, but that doesn't change that the Dems as the vanguard have let things slip to this point where the fascists run the narrative. I mean, 100%. This is something that I recognize as well, something that I rail against all the goddamn time. Oh, no, poor Jonathan Ross, dude. Poor Jonathan Ross. Star Tribune identifies ICE agent who fatally shot woman in Minneapolis. His name is Jonathan Ross, by the way, that fucking piece of shit. Jonathan Ross was dragged in a separate incident last year by a fleeing driver, according to court reports. Poor Jonathan Ross, dude. And they'll use this previous incident to justify his actions on this one, not realizing that he was wrong in the first incident to be in front of the fucking car to begin with, and he was certainly in the wrong in this second incident. Because what are we doing at that point? If we are going to say it's appropriate, we're going to say that if an ICE agent gets in front of you, if an ICE agent gets in front of your fucking car, okay, if it's even in the front side of your car, it's a death sentence. It's over. It's a fucking death sentence every time. They can just shoot you and that's it. They can just shoot you and the government will call you a fucking terrorist. If you are ever in the vicinity of an ICE agent, and by the way, they don't even need to tell you that they're ICE agents. They can be masked. They don't even have to be fucking properly certified. As we know, there are plenty of instances where people have lied about being ICE agents to try and kidnap people and rape them and shit, you know, because that's the new environment that we're existing in. If someone with a fucking gun comes up to you and then even claims that they're ICE or doesn't even have to say that they're ICE and they shoot and kill you, if they're an ICE agent, the government will turn around and say that was a justifiable murder. Sorry, sucks to suck. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, this is pretty much it. Why did she freak out? All she had to do was comply. Like, people cannot see themselves. Weirdly enough, a lot of people just simply cannot see themselves in the shoes of the fucking victim here. And it's crazy because you are much more likely to be in that situation as the victim. She could have been any of us as Tabitha Chow, not me. I would never try to run over law enforcement officers. Interesting admission, though. You are very gross looking, and that's why you don't have a husband or children like you obviously desperately want. True facts stated. The other thing I wanted to show you is this. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Noam says the shooter was previously dragged by a car in June. If it was June 17, 2025, Roberto Carlos Munoz, this wasn't the person, right? This wasn't actually the person. We now know it was a different person. But my point over it still stands. So I said, so I guess the ICE meta is coming close enough to the hood of a stopped vehicle from the side and you get a legal kill. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy that now you could just do that. You could just stand next to the fucking car and shoot someone and it's a legal kill. It's allowed. Which, by the way, the state's very own rules around this sort of thing make it illegal. It's illegal. You're not supposed to fire into a fucking moving vehicle. Anyway, Bellingcat did some analysis on this. Okay, while they might be a little sus at times when it comes to foreign policy related things, who knows if they're actually CIA or not. But on domestic incidents such as this one, they still do reliable work. I found this Bellingcat analysis particularly interesting as well. The officer who fired shots walks in front of the car and actually pauses there rather than to clear the hood. You can see the victim backing up to make a K-turn to move to drive away, not aim at the officer. They did a frame-by-frame analysis on Bellingcat as well. Here it is. Because there's no body cams, could I just put 4 people around a car and start shooting, saying the car was on, so they clearly want to run us over? There are so many people filming all around ICE agents, and this is precisely the reason why they should keep doing that, for the record. But that is hold on. That is the reason why he can't get away with what he did here. Okay, because there were so many different camera angles, so many different people filming, and not only that, but in this circumstance, Jonathan Ross himself was also, and you can see it here, Jonathan Ross himself was also filming. He filmed himself, and you can see it right here in this frame. Look, this is Jonathan Ross. What he has in his hands is a phone. He is filming the protesters. He's filming the protesters. So he not only had a phone in his hand, when he pulled out his gun, he didn't even take his fucking, he didn't even drop his phone or anything, clearly indicating that he was not in fear of his life whatsoever. Okay? Now, even if he deleted it, I'm sure law enforcement can extract that footage. I don't think you can like reliably delete it permanently from the hard drive. Just want to point that out. I know that law enforcement will protect other law enforcement in this circumstance, but you can't actually truly delete something like that from your phone with ease. But of course, like I said, law enforcement oftentimes protects other law enforcement, so who knows if they'll actually do this. Okay? The other thing that I wanted to mention once again, and I'm going to show this to you one more time, he was not only not scared for his life, he was filming with his other hand. By the way, he was filming the neighborhood watch before walking around the car. All phones have a setting in it. It stays deleted in the deleted folder for 30 days. Yeah. Unless you physically delete it. I know. Unless you physically delete it from your drive. Like, you want to tell me these people want you to look at this footage. These people want you to look at this footage and act as though this person was sincerely in fear of his life. Okay? This guy who had a fucking phone in his hand On one hand, he had a phone in his hand, and then on the other, he took his gun out and fucking started blasting. After the car had cleared him, they want you to believe that he was afraid. He didn't even drop his phone. He did not get injured at all. They want you to believe that he had reason to actually fucking shoot and kill this person. It's mind-boggling to me. It's completely unacceptable. I cannot believe that this is like a legitimate argument that people are trying to present. The reason why I keep going on this point, and once again, I'm going to show you this again. Shot one is fired. Look at his feet. Shot one is fired by the time he is cleared. Okay? He is cleared from the fucking hood of the car. Look at both of his feet. Look at both of his feet. Shot one is fired by the time both of his fucking feet are away from the direction of the car. Shot two is fired when the car has already passed him. Shot three is fired, again, long after the car has passed them. The first bullet entry point is the side of the front windshield. And then the second and third bullets enter from the open window. I cannot believe it. There is no, shot one is fucking intent to murder too. Shot one shows the vehicle making contact with the officer. Brother, you are out of your mind. This is not a justification for what he did. Like, he's the one leaning into the car. What are you talking about? And not only that, but even on the separate angle, the car doesn't actually fucking hit the person. But the reason why people are fucking showing the second pixelated angle from afar is because they want to present it as though this person actually hit the cop. The cop is moving away from the vehicle while leaning in the direction of the vehicle. He's literally moving away from the vehicle. That's why the vehicle doesn't hit him. That's why the vehicle doesn't actually fucking end up running him over. We know that she didn't run him over because he fucking walks away unscathed. You can see his two legs cleared the car. He's leaning forward to shoot her even, and the people are still gaslighting themselves in this process. I don't know how you do that. Stop idiots from calling this self-defense. I wish we could, but I don't think we can. Like, look at this. Look, he's leaning over to the hood of the car. First shot fires. First shot is fired. Look. He's leaning over to the hood of the car here, okay? But the wheels are already turning. And when the first shot is fired, you can clearly see his fucking feet have cleared the car. You would not be able to see his feet from this angle if he was in front of the car. And I don't even know how to explain this, but he would not be able to walk. It's an assassination in broad fucking daylight. It's like if she wasn't in a car and instead he was leaning into a person that was walking down the street, and then you claim, well, guess what? He made contact with the person. He made contact with the victim in the process of fucking leaning in to get a fucking clearer kill here, to directly shoot them in the head. And that assassination is still just cause. There's still just cause in that assassination because guess what? He fucking established contact. Sorry. Stop even attempting to justify it. It lends credence to the theory it's not obviously murder. I am not saying that at all. And I think I will continue trying to explain to people and try to reason with them, even if they come across as unreasonable, because I do think that there are probably still people who are maybe in the fucking margins here. And I'm doing it for them.
What we've done is actually gotten 2.5 million illegal aliens out without any of the really big marquee things that we've been working on. That was just simple willpower and the President of the United States coming in and saying this is done. I think we're going to see those deportation numbers ramp up as we get more and more people online, working for ICE, going door to door and making sure that if you're an illegal alien, you've got to get out of this country. And if you want to come back, apply through the proper channel. What we've done is actually gotten
door to door, by the way. Yeah. Broken foot of the Minnesota shooter. What's he doing with his phone? Yeah, look how broken his foot is, dude. Look at how hardcore. Look at how hardcore he was harmed here. It's fucking crazy. Totally relaxed. No, Kaya. No, lady. No, little lady. Go. No, don't go over there. Either in or out. All right, get out of here. She's like, I don't want to lay in the bed. And I don't want to even like lay on the couch outside. I want to sit next to you and chew on the fucking electric cables. Put yourself in the driver's seat and point at that hole. Then tell me that officer was in any kind of danger. Yeah. Yeah, also, Jonathan Ross appears to have served in the Iraq War based on the photos of him reviewed by The Intercept and lives in Minnesota. And there you have it. This is what we talk about when we say fascism is colonialism turned inwards, okay? Fascism is the imperial boomerang. You send these guys overseas and you get them you train them to become killers. You train them to do apprehensions. You train them to kill people over and over again. And then you bring them back here. They don't have any job prospects or anything like that. And they join ICE and they have that exact same muscle memory. And they end up killing American citizens on American streets. You said that word so much it has no meaning. No, the reason why you have to say that is because the word does have meaning, but you don't want it to apply in this circumstance because you kind of agree with it. But you still recognize that the word has weight to it. You've been trained into thinking that fascism is wrong, but you simultaneously want this version of fascism to be normalized. One day, if there ever comes a day when people are proud fascists, you will openly wear that banner. It's just that you can't openly say it right now, so you have to cope and go, oh, you just used it so much it has no meaning. What can an administration do for you to recognize that this is not dissimilar to what has taken place in the past, a fascist administration in the past? I'm from the UK, mate. Okay, so I'm confused as to what this has to do with anything, mate. What I simply don't understand is you're from the United Kingdom. And yet here you are in my chat LARPing as though you are a fucking MAGA hog in the United States of America. This doesn't make any sense to me. What doesn't make any sense to me is that you guys don't even have the same kind of violent incidents because you don't have the same level of gun violence that takes place. Back in the day, at least, English people had the dignity to look at American gun violence and American police brutality and go, yeah, that's really fucked up. That's pretty unacceptable, actually. Nowadays, with the hog universality setting in, with fascism becoming more of a global phenomena with like their own version under the banner of MAGA, UK hogs have decided to present themselves as MAGA hogs for some weird reason. Have some fucking respect, dude. I mean, you see Keir Starmer sucking Donald Trump's asshole on a daily fucking basis, and that doesn't even frustrate you a little bit? Where's your fucking sovereignty? Where is your dignity? You've lost your national dignity, not because there are brown people coming into your fucking island. You've lost your national dignity because you are a vassal state relegated to servile status, and you have to sit there and present yourself like you're a right-winger in the United States of America in the chat of American content creators. You disgust me. American hogs disgust me, but god damn, you disgust me way further. Let's take a look. I love playing this game. You the goat. They feel safe to threaten or call for violence. 6 feet under. The dog zapper is chatting shit. Dame, did you just show it to the loo? Straight to jail. UK is the same for some reason. Start shooting some motherfuckers. Not punch, zap the dog. Round them up. Now we just have paid cunts. They feel safe to threaten and call for violence. I'm not saying I'm right-wing. You're calling me it. Brother, you just fucking complained about people threatening to call for violence while you literally said straight to jail, round them up, 6 feet under, start shooting some motherfuckers. So pot kettle, bitch, you're the pot and the kettle here. What are you fucking saying? No wonder you get so fucking ass mad when you hear someone say, like, this is fascism through and through. Also, this level of obsession that you're in other people's chats, still fucking talking shit about me. God damn, dude. How do you not realize you have lost your humanity? You don't have any fucking, you have no goal or no purpose in this life, okay? Nothing. Nothing whatsoever.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. What's your message, following up on that, what's your message to the leaders in Minnesota, the governor of Minnesota, the mayor of Minneapolis, to calm down the situation on the ground, on the streets? What's your message also to those protesters who saw that video in a completely different way?
Excuse he wants to debate you, brother. My chat already eats my ass when I fucking talk to Asmongold. If you think I'm going to waste time talking to fucking XQC when he can't even justify his positions to his own juicer audience, you're out of your fucking mind. There have been a million times where I've debated XQC. This is what I mean. It's not content, okay? This is what you guys don't understand. It's not content. You're like, talk to XQC, it'll be funny. We're talking about a fucking woman that was murdered that the government is actually justifying. The reason why I want to talk to Asmongold is not because of content, you fucking morons. The reason I want to talk to Asmongold is because he is doing propaganda to an actual fucking audience of right-wingers. XQC can't even get his own fucking juicers to agree with him. Fuck. Are you scared XQC is going to destroy you by doing the worm? Yes, exactly. That's what I'm afraid of. XQC needs to do his fucking laps, get his licks in, become like an established fucking right-wing propagandist in the same fucking weight as Asmongold for me to actually take him seriously, okay? Otherwise, it is just for content. Otherwise, it's just for the ha-has and the laughs, okay? Get the fuck out of here.
Well, first of all, I think if you watch every angle of that video, there is one angle where if you squint, you can maybe tell yourself that it's not clear what happened. But when you look at all angles of that video, it is very clear.
Please, Hasan, cure his brain rot. Save us, bro. He's lost it. I don't think you understand. The conversation that we're gonna fucking the conversation that's gonna take place is not gonna actually cure his fucking brain rot. Okay? It's not. He's doing it for fucking content. That's the only reason why he does it. And Asmongold does it for content too, but at least he has a fucking base of like solid right-wing support. XQC's audience fucking despises when he's like running around crafting this fucking narrative. I'll have XQC be there to moderate the debate if he actually ever fucking gets Asmongold to come to terms. How about that? I tried talking to XQC for fucking years and years over gambling, over all this shit, and he just basically spent the rest of the time yelling about me anytime he could, trying to fucking farm outrage anytime he could.
That her vehicle went right for the guy. She actually collided with him. And then that's, of course, when he fired.
Can you explain why the location of the bullet hole in the windshield shows the officer wasn't in danger? I'm genuinely asking. Is it because it's on the side? Yes, dude. Yes. When you literally fucking look at where the entry point of the first bullet hole is, alongside his foot positioning, if that is an entry point for the first bullet hole, with this feet positioning, you understand that he was not in imminent danger at all. It directly contradicts the narrative that he was in fear for his life. It's the angle. It's the angle of the fucking bullet hole. You see that, right? Like, this is the angle that he shot her from. You understand that, right? This is the angle that he shot her from. His fucking toes are literally outside of the fucking outside of the range of motion of the wheels. If he was dead on in front of her, it would still be unjustifiable, mind you. It would still be unjustifiable if he was dead ass straight up in front of her and shot her, but the bullet entry hole would be a little bit fucking closer, at least to the middle, especially at that distance. The bullet holes on the far side of the windshield, the 2 additional shots fired entered via the side window. There's no way the ICE agent was in front of the car and at risk of being hit. It blows my mind that people are still trying to do that. He's leaning into the car to try to fucking get into better range to assassinate this person. And there's still motherfuckers who are doing this. Where was he when the gas pedal was pressed all the way in, though? The gas pedal was never pressed all the way in until she was dead. She was slowly moving away. And then she was shot and killed because she was shot in the fucking head and shot in the chest 2 times. And then the gas pedal was fucking put to the metal after she was killed. That's also part of the reason why you don't do this. That's also part of the reason why you don't actually fucking, there is rules that dictate that you're not supposed to fucking shoot into a person, a suspect that's in a vehicle, because then it can actually cause much greater harm. There are people walking on the other side of the sidewalk. They could have fucking died in this situation as well. That ICE agent is liable for infinitely more violence, infinitely more bloodshed in that situation. That's why it's a part of the fucking rule book. It also blows my mind because, like, you're fucking Canadian. You used to be a little bit more reasonable about this kind of shit. You used to talk about how American police are insane. What the fuck happened? In any case, once again, get Asmongold to fucking talk, and, you know, you can be a part of that conversation as well. I cannot believe XQC has gone from being pro Black Lives Matter, talking about, like, police brutality and how ridiculous it is, especially in the United States of America, to literally defending it. Like, how the fuck did the gambling rot your brain this hard? Jesus Christ. I cannot believe that he is trying to fucking entertain the debate just for the sake of content. Like, please, please take this shit a little bit seriously. He's literally a minority in Canada getting special treatment. They speak 2 languages. The U.S. used to have French speakers too, and we made them give up their language. So funny. I mean, that's irrelevant to this conversation. Let's be real. XQC is about to fucking advocate for Canada to be the 51st state. Like, he is talking like, he's talking not like the Lion of Laval that he once was, but instead an Albertan cuck. Okay? He's talking like he's from Alberta, demanding that America take over Canada, like the Albertan hogs. How the fuck did this happen? Such a sad state of affairs.
That's obvious, okay? So what I'd say to the protesters is, by all means, protest peacefully, but make this about ideas. Make this about disagreement with our policy. Don't use your protest as a justification or an...
Make this about ideas, like the idea that we lied and fucking claimed this woman as a fucking domestic terrorist in order to justify this unlawful execution in broad daylight. You know, just debate us on the ideas. Why can't you debate us on the ideas? I don't know, bitch, because you're fucking killing people and then justifying it. It's not a simple disagreement. You're killing American citizens, tax-paying American citizens, and as the goddamn vice president, you're justifying the murder of tax-paying American citizens. It's no longer about ideas at that point. We've moved way past the point of ideas.
Encouragement for people to go and incite violence and participate in violence against our law enforcement officials. To the people on the ground in Minneapolis, meaning the local officials in Minneapolis from Tim Walz on down, I'd say, look, why can't you just disagree with a given piece of immigration policy without turning law enforcement into the enemy? And think about, for example, a criminal law where a police officer goes and arrests somebody because they violated a criminal law. If you're mad about that, go and protest the politician who passed that law. Don't attack the police officer who's just doing their job. We had a wide open border under Joe Biden. I happen to think it's a good thing the President of the United States has closed it down. If you think that's a bad idea...
What's insane is the right loves to explain the left is being brainwashed, but cannot fathom that the same force acts on them. They can never explain why external influences have no effect on them. Yeah, because they are actually fucking brainwashed. That's the difference. This tweet hammers 2 specific points. You can't use deadly force to stop someone fleeing. You are not allowed to stand in front of the car. Yes. Generally, ICE policy says deadly use of force is only warranted if the subject poses an imminent threat of serious injury and or death. Flight of a vehicle doesn't typically constitute deadly force. ICE officers are trained to approach a vehicle by forming what is known as a tactical L to avoid being in front of the vehicle and to prevent injury. He didn't follow the proper protocol. Not only did he not follow the proper protocol here, but this also creates a very dangerous precedent. I need you to understand. That means ICE agents, if you're ever in your car and someone, whether they tell you they're an ICE agent or not, a masked guy with a fucking gun could walk up to you and shoot you. And if he's a fucking ICE agent, then sorry, you're a terrorist now. And that's a legal kill. Sucks to fucking suck. Poggerstein, you're the same as Asman, debate him, lol. I don't think I'll be able to convince any of you guys that I'm explaining myself over and over again, but I don't think I'll be able to convince you. If Asmongold was not a person with a serious fucking audience of 50,000 right-wingers, I would never entertain debating an unwashed, uneducated charlatan either, okay? XQC needs to make it out of the little leagues first, which is his own audience, before he can actually fucking come here. And I already said it. If he wants to have a conversation with me, he needs to go and fucking grab Asmongold, and then we can have a 2v1 if he wants to. Not even a 1v1. I'm saying 2v1. Okay, I'll debate both of them at the same time. There you go. Let's do it. Maybe that'll give Asmongold a sense of comfort if he has another person. I'll fucking dual wield that shit. I don't give a fuck. What are you, crazy? XQC's got normies more important than right-wingers? Brother, I don't think you understand. Because XQC has normies, it's not relevant to the conversation because his own fucking audience is eating his ass alive. That's precisely the reason why I'll let the juicers do the talking anyway. Because anytime he tries to do this like Asmongold style farming the right shit, he gets eaten alive by his own community. Because his own juicers are like, shut the fuck up. You're stupid. You don't know what you're talking about. Why are you doing this like fucking right-wing outrage farming, dumbass? Yeah, he can't even convince his own audience. I'm not doing fucking debates because I want to do content. I don't think you guys understand. I'm doing it because I want to make sure that people at least hear a different perspective. Okay? People hear a different perspective in a right-wing echo chamber. So yeah, if XQ wants, he can bring Asmongold to the fucking fold, and then I'll talk about him. I'll talk to him. Bring Asmongold. Let's do it 2v1. Julius Kim, criminal defense attorney. I've conducted law enforcement trainings in my capacity as a former prosecutor. A law enforcement officer must have reasonable fear of death or great bodily harm to use force. The problem is so many ICE agents out there are not thinking reasonably because they have been jacked up by the rhetoric of the president, the director of Homeland Security, politicians. I mean, these are like political statements, okay? It's just indefensible in general. It's just indefensible. But yeah, I'm going to be honest. I don't like Hasan as a person, but I do think he has better political takes than these uneducated brain dead creatures like Asmongold or XCC. Brother, I mean, this is literally what I studied. I don't know why you don't like me as a person. You might have just been fucking duped into believing that I'm a bad human being, but this is not only what I studied, this is what I did for years and years. This is not just like quote unquote content for me. This is something that I believe in. That's why I work with activists, organizers, do fundraisers, elect mayors, you know, help elect mayors. Like, it's not a fucking comparison. This is not like fucking farming TikTok aura edits or some shit. This is my whole life. Go to events, go to protests. It's not content. It might come across as content to you from the outside, but I do have a stake in this. I don't think that's deniable. I think that's undeniable.
Criticize this administration for a policy decision. Don't attack our people for enforcing the law, because I guarantee...
Because you're a Nepo kid in a millionaire mansion? Yeah, I'm the fucking millionaire in this situation, just so you understand, right? Like, you say Nepo kid, but I'm taking care of my family because I'm fortunate enough, because I have you, the viewers. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers. All of your favorite content creators farm max ads. You know that, right? They get max contracts, farm max ads, get as many fucking sponsorships as they can without ever considering you or what that might do to you or what that might do to others. I don't do any of that shit, and you still come in here and you try to say, oh, I'm hypocrisy baiting. You just want every rich person to turn around and say, things are good. Things are good, actually. And the one time someone doesn't say that, it bricks your fucking brain. You go, why don't you just shut the fuck up and say everything is good? That's it. Yeah, your uncle wasn't wealthy. Lamau, nice whataboutism. Wait, he's not. The fuck? And he still isn't. And he wasn't back then either. The nepotism comes from me, which is something I readily admit, going to work for my uncle's 26-person fucking YouTube channel, which I think at this point, you know, we can say I've moved past, right? I mean, I love him, and I will always be forever eternally grateful, but like, what are we talking about? The only thing you do when you bring up, you know, jank in this situation is reveal how old you are.
You go to ICE, there are black people and white people, there are Democrats and Republicans, they are patriotic Americans who are trying to enforce the law. Attack me, lay off of our ICE agents. Yeah, in the blue, all the way, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice President. You've called on Tim Walz to resign. Can you lay out the case as to why he should step down?
Well, look, I think Tim Walz should resign because it's very clear.
Attack me, not my big, beautiful, murderous ICE agent.
Clear either that he knew about the fraud in Minneapolis, he knew about the welfare fraud, or at the very least he looked the other way. I mean, this is not like Lex Luthor, right? This is not movie villain fraud. This is the lowest IQ possible fraud. This is, we're going to take we're going to take the absence of kids and set up a daycare center where there are no children, and we're going to call our early childhood education center the Quality Leering Center. By the way, if you can't spell learning, maybe you shouldn't be in early childhood education. But people got rich off of this. We know that there were schools who either had no enrollment or at least they overstated their enrollment. Tim Walz, either it was unbelievable incompetence or he was in on the fraud. That's one of the things we're going to get to the bottom of. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Can you explain the difference between this Associate Attorney General and a special counsel? And do you envision this being a permanent position or having more of a limited scope?
Well, it's going to be permanent until we get to the bottom of what's going on.
Can anyone in this chat, like all the old heads, I have a question for you guys. Can you guys find my Daniel Shaver video from the Young Turks? I've been looking for it on the side because I want to show you guys this, but I can't find it. And Google is not being helpful at all because Google search has become even more ass than it was in the past. Because I want to show you guys a video that I did way back in the day. Back when even under the Obama administration, when people were not pro BLM at all, it's here. I found it. Thank you, Custom Gang. That's just, you know, thank you for linking my Twitch stream back to me. Is this the one?
A jury in Arizona.
No, this is the Young Turks' coverage on Daniel Shaver, not my coverage on Daniel Shaver when I was at the Young Turks.
So I think it's going to last for at least the remainder of the administration. What's different about it from a special counsel is, if you remember, the Jack Smith case where the special counsel was found unconstitutional, one of the big issues there is that that person was not an appointed person, completely aside from all the other issues that the person was a
This is 33-year-old Robert Johnson. He's unarmed, he's nonviolent, he's on a cell phone making a call as these four...
What is this? This is why people hate cops? Is this is not Daniel Shaver. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Oh, this is after the incident. This is not, pretty sure this is the guy that killed Daniel Shaver, but I don't think this is about that incident, but this is Eric Garner. It's a different instance of police brutality. But once again, I've been doing this for fucking years and years, okay? For years and years. From 2018. Literally 8 fucking years ago, dude. Insanely tiny head, bro. This is another one. This is the Daniel Shaver incident. Also from March 2018. All right, here. This might be the one. I don't know if I can show you this footage, though.
Wearing a hoodie after all. So was Stephon Clark asking for it when he was terrified trying to get into his grandmother's house? Did he deserve to be shot 20 times? Will anyone be held accountable for this extrajudicial killing? But because of the fact that police rarely ever get held accountable, this isn't just a race issue either. Daniel Shaver wasn't executed for the color of his skin. He was murdered by a bad cop who literally carved his intentions into the side of his personal AR-15 he executed Daniel Shaver with. That cop got away with murder, but where were all the All Lives Matter folks?
It wasn't graphic. Luckily, it wasn't graphic. It wasn't
Nowhere
graphic.
to be found, I guess, because maybe they only really existed to silence black people. You know who did speak up about Shaver? Black Lives Matter, because they understand that incompetent and racist police...
Censored version, Hasan versus Destiny, the rap battle featuring Destiny. I think that deserves a perma. Normally that's the first perma. That's the first perma I've hit this year. That's crazy. We are 8 days in, and there have been a fuck ton of people in this chat that have been trying to trigger me, trying to piss me off, saying dumb shit, and I haven't permanently banned a single one of them. But I think that warrants it. Like, we're trying to have a fucking serious conversation, and you want to put like an AI rap battle video in front of me? Really, dude? Like, it would have been, I wouldn't have permanently banned you if you poop sock me, which doesn't mean you should poop sock me, for the record.
Policing is a problem that needs to be fixed at its core. They understand that if a white man's killer can get away with it, a black man is at even greater risk. Because policing in this country is just plain broken. The training is worse, and the higher-ups will do anything to protect their own. 9,000 civilians executed in the hands of the police since 9/11. Is that okay with you? Is it okay that this system is set up so that inexperienced cops are encouraged to assume a shoot first, ask questions later attitude when they run up on people? No, Stephon is not okay because you killed him. This is the fate Stephon met on the afternoon of March 19th, 3 days ago. The police were looking for a break-in suspect who potentially had a crowbar. They found Stephon. Was he the right suspect? We still don't know. But even if he did break a window, even if he had a crowbar, tell me, was it okay for the cops to be the judge, jury, and executioner all at once and shoot him 20 times in his grandmother's backyard? In the past, we didn't have the kind of evidence of police brutality that we do today, although black people have been shouting about it to white people's mostly deaf ears for 150 years. But now that the rest of us know and can no longer ignore the systemic problem with policing in America, the pressing question we all have to ask ourselves is, what are we going to do to stop it? I'm Hasan.
More coverage of Daniel Shaver. The reason why I'm talking about Daniel Shaver right now is because Daniel Shaver was a white guy in Arizona, okay? He's a white guy in Arizona. And just like what happened with the ICE incident yesterday with Renee Good, Daniel Shaver was given conflicting, was giving contradicting and conflicting commands when he was told in that hotel hallway to get on his knees, to fucking and yeah, here is another video. Like I said, this is from I'm talking about it again.
Overseeing other cops' behavior. And this isn't an issue that only hurts black people either. either. Since white people comprise a greater overall percentage of the population, more white people are killed at the hands of the police than any other ethnicity. Take another high-profile case, Daniel Shaver in Mesa, Arizona, who was brutally executed by Philip Brailsford in a hotel hallway for failing to comply. Daniel was crawling, crying, and begging not to be killed. Those were his final words.
He says, "Please do not shoot me." And then the guy goes, "Please listen to my instructions." And he says, "Okay, I'm trying to." Like he says, he goes, hands up in the air, don't talk, listen. And he says, "I'm trying to." And he says, crawl towards me, after telling him to put his hands up in the fucking air. Yeah, this is the cop that had "you're fucked" etched on the side of his gun, by the way. He was using his own personal weapon. They tortured him and killed him. Did this cop get charged? No. Not only did he not get charged, he also was able to successfully sue the state for PTSD. He still to this day gets money from the state, from the Arizona state, because he was able to qualify for PTSD for murdering Daniel Shaver. Also got rehired and got a pension, full pension. Then he moved to the Philippines. Odds of him working for ICE now, I think he no longer has to work for ICE. He's got a pension and PTSD.
Brailsford was not only acquitted of murder, but he is now retired from the force with a tax-free pension worth $31,000 a year for life. A settlement reached because he claimed that he was suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder due to the shooting where he mercilessly executed an unarmed, crying, begging drunk man with his assault rifle, which had the etching "You're inscribed on the dust cover. Just remember that asymmetry of power and worth the next time someone tries to tell you about the thin blue line. Remember that the NYPD claimed Garner died because of asthma and not the choking, but heart attacks for cops are common and considered line of duty deaths. So when you hear numbers like 66 police officers were killed in the line of duty in 2019, remember that that includes 8 heart attacks, 1 friendly fire death, 1 accident, 10 automobile crashes, 1 instance of an officer drowning. As a matter of fact, only 27 of those deaths are actually gunfire deaths. The thin blue lies, and this asymmetry of worth is built into the system and oftentimes legitimized by the media. There is very little accountability, and this must change.
In the year 2020, when people started noticing after the George Floyd assassination that this was a completely untenable situation, it was completely fucked. The reason why so many people came to me was because I had already been covering police brutality and police violence for years at that point. We are now 6 years removed from 2020 and only mere blocks away from where George Floyd was assassinated by Derek Chauvin in broad daylight. An ICE agent has killed Renee Good. Only blocks away. It's now 2026, and people are still tuning in to see how little things have changed. This is also part of the reason why I always say, when I always laugh when people try to say that like my point of view has changed or something, or like I've changed in general. My worldview has not changed. Back then I was making like 40 grand a year, by the way. Okay? You dumb fucks. Back then I was making 40 grand a year. My attitude didn't change. Maybe you're just looking for an inconsistency, and because you can't find one, you just invent one. You've become more outwardly anti-imperialist for sure. That's also not true. That's also not true. That's not true at all. You can go back and listen to my coverage from back then, 10 years ago, and you will hear the exact same shit. I've always been with it, okay? That's why I fucking laugh it off. Ya adam Türk amına koyayım doğuştan anti-emperyalist, bu Amerikalılar nasıl kafada ya? Aynen. It's so funny. That's a good thing if it's true. True imperialism is wrong. No, I'm saying it's not true because I was more outwardly anti-imperialist back then as well. Where's the dog? Woof woof. I'm zapping her off stream. Anyway, brother, you've changed. You got a nice salt and pepper. You got a nice salt and pepper beard. Yeah, that's the only thing that happened. I aged. It's been almost a fucking guy defending murder. Same guy defending murder in fucking Asmongold's chat comes in here and goes, "Where's your dog? Woof woof." Bitch, you don't even care about human beings. Why the fuck would we assume that you even give a shit about dogs, dude? Like, what the fuck? Motherfucker goes into Roach Man's chat
Asmonfol's chat gets bored of like saying fuck around and find out based, fuck around and find out based, to come in here and be like, where's your dog? Living a better life than you ever will. I hope you understand that. I hope that actually hurts your feelings a little bit. I'm gonna be honest, that my dog Kaya will live a life of luxury and have more worth in this life than you ever will. Think about that, dude. Fuck you. Keep fucking crying, bitch. Asmine Camp. Oh, Kyle Kalinski's on the Asmine camp. I support ICE. Okay, one day they'll fucking shoot and kill your mom in the same way, but don't worry. We'll actually defend your mom, even if you turn around and say, it was all right that she died. She should have obeyed. She should have complied. Now that there is a little bit more light in the type of shit that Asmongold gets up to, there will hopefully be a little bit of stigma with associating with him as proudly and as loudly as people have. Because remember, a lot of this stuff is vibes based, right? And when the vibes are fucked and people actually start realizing that it's actually, gross and annoying to associate yourself with someone like Asmongold, to openly state that you are getting your information from a guy like that, inevitably people will move away from the vibes over there. You think people have no shame? No, 100%. Trust me. The only reason why that didn't work for someone like myself is because, like, people don't come here for the vibes. There are some who come here for the vibes initially, but they stay because there's a consistent worldview that I'm presenting over and over again. There's a positive vision that I have for the future that they identify with slowly but surely. Maybe they enter for the first time because the vibes are good, or maybe they did a long time ago, or maybe because they want to hear what I have to say and then they actually agree with me. But they stick around because they go, you know what? This guy actually does, this guy knows what he's talking about. Over there is just vibes. And if you're there for just vibes, because the reactionary doesn't have a consistent worldview, the reactionary's worldview changes, okay? It changes with culture, with attitude. Whichever way the attitude shift, the reactionary has to reorient his perspective. The most ideologically consistent reactionary is an outward fascist. And even then, with the likes of Nicolas Fuentes, you're seeing him deliver inconsistent positions now that he actually has an opportunity to be in the in-group, to be a part of the Republican media class. So that's the reason why most of these grifters are reactionaries. They grift to the right. There's not really any sort of money you can make grifting to the left. That's why most people slide to the right in general. Having said that, that is the reason why Andrew Tate has lost a tremendous amount of his audience as well. Because if everything is built around vibes, hype, aura moments for you, the moment that you lose your hype, the moment that you lose your aura, okay, is the moment that no one will defend you. That's what happened to Andrew Tate too. It became openly unfashionable to defend him. He had the world and he lost it all. And then he got his ass beat. And now everyone keeps posting how he got his fucking ass beat. Neocons have always gotten off on being calculated hypocrites because they think it's a manifestation of their special will to power, that regular Trumps are too weak and ashamed to be hypocrites. Helps that billionaires pay them to be selectively hypocritical. Yes, leftists who celebrate Charlie's murder should be canceled, says Matt Walsh. Right here says, this lesbian agitator gave her life to protect 68 IQ Somali scammers who couldn't give less of a shit about her, the most disgraceful and humiliating end a person could possibly meet. He's just trying to get a rise out of people by saying, like, I love this. And he got 47,000 likes. But remember, this is Twitter. This is Twitter. It's not fucking real life. You can't forget that. The moment that you think Twitter is real life, or the moment that you think things that you hear on Twitter are actually reminiscent of the things that you hear in real life, is a moment where you've lost. Is a moment where Elon Musk has actually accomplished his goal. Anyway, here's Emily Heller, an eyewitness who is now speaking out to set the record straight about Renee Good.
I came out onto my front porch.
I got to pee real quick.
There was a woman who was a protester. She was blocking traffic with her car. She was parked perpendicularly. So the like convoy, there was probably 6 or 7 ICE vehicles. So she had blocked the traffic so they couldn't get through. And and ICE was screaming at her to move, move, move. And then they got really aggressive and went over to her driver's side door and tried to open her door. And then she obviously got spooked and started to reverse. And then an officer approached her and leaned across, like got in front of her vehicle, and then leaned across the hood of her car and shot her point blank in the face. It was 3 or 4 shots. And then her foot just went all the way down on the gas, and she tried to escape, and then hit a telephone pole and crashed into some cars. There was only, I feel like there were only like 10 protesters or so. And then, but there were a lot of ICE agents. There were, like I said, like 6 or 7 vehicles, and they all had multiple officers in them. So it was dispersed, but it was extremely chaotic. It didn't seem like the ICE agents knew what they were doing. There was no plan. There was no, they didn't have a plan. They just, they seemed totally unprepared. You could clearly see her slumped over in the car. This neighbor was yelling, "I'm a physician. Can I take vitals? Can I get a heartbeat? Like, can I please come administer CPR?" And they were saying, "No, get back. We don't care." And they said they had medics on their way, which took about 15 minutes of her just sitting there. I mean, I assume deceased that whole time, but no life-saving measures were even attempted.
The Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security and the President both characterized this as an attack, a domestic terrorist attack, a ramming attack, an attempt to kill or run over ICE agents. You were there and you saw it. What do you think of that characterization?
That's the only reason why I'm here. I don't think I have the best words right now. I'd prefer to not do this, but I knew after witnessing it that this would be misconstrued into self-defense, which it absolutely is not. This was totally preventable and absolutely unnecessary.
When the agents get out, you can hear her say, "I'm pulling out." Oh my God, she does. Look right here. Is that her? I didn't even fucking, I mean, she's already waving at them too. She's either saying go around or I'm pulling out. I can't tell. I think she might be saying go around. Zoomed in on her, waving them by. Yeah. Posted this on the Asmongold subreddit. They did not like it. I don't watch Hasan. I don't know his content. If this breaks the rules, delete. I'm curious what this sub's reaction is. Video shows her signaling the cars to pass by. It looks like she's trying to turn left. She's in the middle of the road because she can't back up due to people behind her. They're saying she's an agitator. If you watch the full clip, there's already multiple agents on the scene, none engaging her. That is until the truck stops and rushes to her car to try to drag her out. So why nobody engaged this agitator prior to the truck? I guess we aren't supposed to be asking common sense questions, especially not an Asmongold sub. I'm not questioning the shooting because I don't think because it should even have gotten that far. This is what I mean when I say there are people out there who have like clear conscience, you know, like because this is such a obvious fucking instance of unacceptable fucking violence. Man carrying thing, new vid, 1 minute, relevant. Basically, the two types of the apolitical person.
Let's not get into politics. Thank God I didn't want to venture into any political topics with you. I'm with you there. There's just really no point getting into it with you. You know, we're having a pleasant enough conversation, and I basically don't engage with politics. You don't engage? Yeah, I'm just like, you know, let's find something we can all agree on, you know. I don't like talking about it with friends. I hear you. I'm neither left nor right. I'm just, you know, common sense. I love common sense. Common sense. I like to think for myself, you know, none of the bullshit on social media or the news. Oh, yeah. You know, it's just designed to make you angry. Oh, yeah. What else? Discourse. I love when we have respectful discourse. Yeah, I am exactly like you. Okay. I'm basically apolitical. I love this country. I love freedom. Yeah. I love the Constitution. I love law enforcement. I love common sense. Round up all these illegals, too. Pisses me off when people criticize the president. Like, give him a shot, right? We should be rooting for him to succeed. What? What's wrong? I think we should change the subject. What? We're just two apolitical bros chilling together? You're not apolitical. Bullshit. Of course I am. Look, I can tell that you're not. It's fine.
The problem is the first type 1 of apolitical is also not really apolitical because, once again, silence in the face of injustice is siding with the oppressor.
And type 2 apolitical person is very clearly lying about being apolitical. But the reality of the matter is type 1 never actually realizes that type 2 is not apolitical and a right-wing person. This is the problem. I hate to do it to them, but there's a lot of people in type 1 that think they're type 1 and think the type 2 guys are common sense.
Look, I can tell that you're not.
By the way, I love man carrying thing. He's HasanAbi head. Make no mistake. I'm just saying the difference between type 1 and type 2 is type 2 knows that they are a repulsive little freak and they're hiding their fucking true point of view. Type 1 is basically not as right-wing as type 2 is, but is perfectly fine with listening to type 2.
It's fine.
Well, then neither are you.
Of course I'm not. I was just saying that to be polite.
Wait. So we have ideological differences?
Yes, I'm afraid we do. And everyone does, even when we don't consciously realize it.
I'm actually apolitical. I think about politics maybe like twice a year.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. I don't like politics as long as the people I like are in power. The two types of men whom happen to be carrying things. I'm not apolitical. I'm just willingly ignorant. Please educate people about the imperial boomerang. Educate the idiots who don't understand the point of your recent tweets and are pretending that drawing a connection to the Israeli occupying force in the West Bank is an unrelated discussion, an unrelated obsession. Yeah. I did see that. I did see a lot of people, specifically Israel dick riders, and also my former podcast co-host that fucking has lost his damn mind a long time ago, has been talking about how me bringing up the Israeli occupational forces yesterday was actually totally unrelated and also totally ridiculous. He also criticizes Israel, by the way. Remember, that's the funniest thing. Noah Sampson had a point on it, and I think that is enough. Because I said United States of Israel to the Homeland Security tweet talking about how today ICE officers in Minneapolis were conducting targeted operations when rioters began blocking ICE officers, and it was an act of domestic terrorism. And I said United States of Israel because I think everybody understands what I meant there. I was talking about this is exactly what Israel does when they kill people in the West Bank and claim that they're terrorists, right? And he, of course, was like, this is the most everything is Israel's fault tweet of all time, being, I think, purposely ignorant, I guess. Did Israel also make you electrocute your dog, Hassan? He did unironically call it an Israeli smear campaign. I did not do that. I said that all of the pro-Israel people were using it to smear me, which is the truth. If you still look at my replies, most often the people that are still pushing the Hassan, you electrocute your dog shit on Twitter are pro-Israel accounts and right-wingers, as I correctly pointed to. I think bro's afraid his cash cow is dying up. I don't even know where that's coming from. I don't give a shit. This is not, this is not my sole purpose here. I think it's just pure projection. Noah Sam says, what's this dumbass about? Justifying the execution of civilians by labeling them as terrorists is one of the most spiritually Israeli things you can do. And that's pretty much it. That's it. It's not even like worth responding to, but damn, he made a lot of stories about you on this topic, but zero on Asmongold. I wonder why. But yes, as far as Imperial Boomerang goes, I think it's initially Amy Cesar, and then Foucault has talked about it as well. But the concept is what happens over there inevitably comes over here, okay? What happens over there, as far as imperialism goes, will inevitably, the weapons that we turn on others, okay, that are under the boot, that are colonial subjects, will eventually turn on the interior, okay? It will always come back. This is why I routinely talk about and even wrote about in a fucking New York Times opinion editorial piece in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination, this exact same notion. This is something that I've talked about quite a bit, especially post-global war on terror. We became endlessly more militant, endlessly more violent, and that violence, of course, came back to the home front. I'm not alone in this, of course. Everyone with a fucking working brain understood exactly what I'm talking about, and yeah, here is what my statement was. She has no idea she's been the most famous dog on the internet for the past 2 days because of a coordinated far-right pro-Israel slander campaign. I was right, by the way. Forever vindicated, for the record. I was. Ethan Klein is actually proving it by being the pro-Israel side of the smear campaign. And yes, we have now found out that it is a total Imperial Boomerang moment because Jonathan Ross was an Iraq veteran.
I do want to show you something else, though. The cruelty is the purpose. And there is something interesting here, too. Ari Cohn, who is a First Amendment and defamation lawyer for FIRE, had his enough is enough moment. He said, these people do not deserve your grace, nor a place in decent society. You don't need a political power or legal authority to impose accountability. Make them unwelcome. And that's because ICE agents were at the fucking memorial for Renee Good, and they were knocking over the candles.
You fucking punk? That's what you're gonna fucking do?
What?
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 What? Do you know what
Back
the fuck
up.
is that is for?
Back up.
What is that for?
Back up.
What is that for?
Back up.
What is
You will find something very interesting taking place here, by the way.
that for?
Back up.
You're gonna push me? What is that for?
Back up.
What was that
I don't
for?
give a fuck.
You don't give a fuck about
Back
her?
up. Bro.
This is why we're here.
Back up.
This is why we're here.
Back up.
What's her name? Renee Good?
Back up.
And you fucking, that's a memorial to her. That's a memorial to her.
What the fuck is this? Why is a guy waving a Trump flag? Is this a normal Trump flag or is it a fuck Trump flag? Because when I saw this, I was like, plot twist. What the fuck is that? And I assume it's a fuck Trump flag, right? Because there's 0% chance a dude who is rocking a Trump flag is going to be walking up to Department of Homeland Security ICE agents and be like, fuck you, dude. Sacktown, you never know. In a drug rug, too. Even though, you know, that does make sense. I could totally see a dude in Sacramento in a drug rug with a Trump flag now being like, honestly, I love Trump, but this was fucked up. Dude, American politics is a sea of contradiction, okay? You need to understand. A lot of times we try to make sense of the utterly senseless, okay? And trying to, it's the fucking meme. It's like we showed we trained this chimpanzee to understand the median voter and he killed himself, okay? It's a fuck Trump flag, by the way. I know, I'm memeing. Let me meme. Let me fucking meme, okay? No, this guy's a fuck Trump flag. I've seen it before. He's a good guy. Yeah, it's a fuck Trump flag. It's a fuck Trump flag, yes.
Not good. You're a fucking coward.
Fuck you guys.
You're a
You
piece
guys
of
are
shit.
Nazis.
You fucking proud
Shame
of
on
yourself?
you guys.
Yeah, it is a fuck Trump flag. You should write a second opinion piece, get vindicated where it started, refer to the first one and say, this is what you were talking about. That would be cool. You know they would take it. What, the New York Times? Since then, there's also been a fucking blockade on the New York Times by writers that have written for the New York Times. So I don't think I'll be writing an op-ed anytime soon. So it's pretty funny. Someone was like, Hasan is a CIA agent because he wrote for the New York Times when there was when there was an embargo on the New York Times. And it's like, first of all, I wrote that before the fucking embargo. Suck my dick. Okay. And secondly, again, you don't have to agree with every single fucking thing that people are presenting. That one, I'm like, no, it wasn't it was a boycott. It was a boycott for writers. Same trajectory as Chomsky. Yup, I know. America, he's not Hitler. Europe, listen, we know a thing or two about Hitler. I mean, I don't know. I'm not holding my breath on Europeans having a consistent position on this. I'll be honest. I do think he is the modern version of Adolf Hitler, for sure. I just don't know if the Europeans are mad at him for the right reasons, at least from what I've seen. At least from what I've seen from European leadership thus far. European leadership thus far and their criticisms on Donald Trump's behavior has left a lot to desire. It's just, Hasan, how often do you get pegged? Ask your mom. Nepo baby Hasan, super leftist base guy, just put the fries in the bag. Hasan, how often do you get pegged? Your mom pegs me all the time after I'm done having sex with her, and it's awesome. But if you wanted to know, you could just ask her. Yes, she tickles my prostate. She hits that fucking G-spot so good, and it's an incredible experience. Your dad sits around and watches in the cuck chair as he masturbates. Think about that. I'm your father now, by the way. We're in a fucking polycule, baby. I'm your father now. I'm your stepfather. Well, not the stepfather, but the father that stepped up. Cornball, you got to see these logs. Motherfuckers calling Trump Hitler while he helps the most Jew-populated place in the world. Make that make sense. And I'm not sticking around to hear your brain-dead response. Is that guy pro-Hitler and anti-Semitic? Like, what's going on? The way he threw this out here, the way he threw that out is I can't even tell if he's like defending Trump
because he's pro-Israel, or if he's criticizing Trump because he's anti-Semitic and he thinks, you know, he supports Israel quite a bit. Guy who's mad at Trump because he's not Hitlerian enough. It could be the case. There are people like that. That's literally, he could be a pro-Israel Trumper or mad because Trump is not killing Jews. I don't even know anymore. That's why people go like, oh, the painter, we got to bring back the painter man. You know what I mean? That's like all over the fucking internet. So when I hear shit like that, I'm like, I can't tell if you're like, you know, pro-Hitler or anti-Hitler. Can you explain that to me? Can you give me your consistent position, please? Ex-Groiper chatter. Bro is definitely Groiper. Mad Trump isn't Hitlerian enough. The new line is that you fell off because December subs were at a low since 2020. Fifth most subscribed person on Twitch, by the way. Pure cope. Yeah, I like that people say, Hasan, you're fucking farming this shit, or you're farming that shit. You're grifting off of like all this stuff. And then they get mad at me for, you know, not running ads. And then when I don't run ads, people don't choose to subscribe, which is perfectly fine with me. You know what I mean? It's fucking crazy. Listen, guys, I tell you this all the time. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, and for you, the viewers. If you don't want to subscribe, you don't have to. But if you want to support this broadcast, if you want to support this stream, then please subscribe. Your subscriptions allow me to maintain my editorial independence. You can gift subs to others as well. Subscriptions don't allow you to avoid ads any longer because I don't run any ads on purpose now that my contract with Twitch is up. But subscriptions will give you access to emotes that you can use all around the platform. And they will give you access to clip stuff if you would choose to do so. They also allow you to rewind the broadcast. But that's it. If you don't subscribe, you don't have to. Maybe if you want to flex on the haters that keep saying that I'm actually losing relevance or whatever, you can subscribe to show them wrong if you want, but that's it. Now you'll be able to rewind. Yeah, oh yeah, before I forget, PBS, if you want to hear tomorrow's news today. I like that one. Sub count watching is a new low from the haters. Yeah, it is pretty funny though, because I almost have like 50K subs again, so I don't know what the fuck they're complaining about. I guess maybe they say that because they can't talk about like viewership. They can't say that I bought. Well, some of them do, but honest people, even if they hate me, will be open about it. They're like, Hasan has never bought it. His viewership has been fairly consistent. They can't say that I'm like losing relevance. They can't say that I'm like no longer as impactful in the realm of like adult politics, not just like this drama shit online. So they just have to lean into something. And I guess they found, I don't even know, is my subscription count worse than it was before? I wasn't even aware of this, but thank you for bringing this to my attention. I will continue to farm subscriptions. Please subscribe to me to make my haters upset. If you would like, you don't have to, but you can if you would like to. You have other revenue streams, right? Not really. Most of my revenue, like the overwhelming majority of my revenue, comes from voluntary subscriptions. Like merchandise is not a primary driver of revenue. I don't farm that shit at all. I use union made, American made manufacturing, so there is not really a profit margin there. YouTube, on the other hand, almost instantly goes back to the editors as well, like most of it. So that's not a major revenue driver either. Plus, on top of that, I allow people to make their own. I allow people to make their own money off of my content as well. So I've released my IP. So I don't even like go after and DMCA people who just like put my videos out there from the stream. So there's really nothing. I guess like the second place that I get the most revenue is probably Fear And, which is a cooperatively owned corporation. So that is equal say, equal pay, distributed between all of the hosts and the producer, March. So yeah, there's not really, you know, there are definitely always a fuck ton. There's always a fuck ton more opportunity to generate revenue. But the reason why I don't really care for it necessarily is because, like, the fuck am I supposed to do? It's not like I do anything different, you know? Yeah, for the most part, it goes back to travel, production, things of that nature, you know? I forgot to give Brennan my D&D shirt, the Dungeons of Democracy shirt. God damn it. But yeah, I'm eternally grateful. Never enough HasanAbi Clippers. Exactly. We need more. We need more. Do they pay you for the profiles they do of you? No, of course not. That's not how that works. Nobody pays anybody for profiles. I mean, I guess you can hire like a PR team or something, but I don't do that. Isn't sponsors the main source of revenue for content creators? Not really. I mean, it depends. Content creators have different revenue streams. A lot of content creators will farm subs and also the pump ads. I will tell you that like ever since I stopped running ads, it's approximately a third of my revenue. And I wasn't even running that many ads to begin with. So I suspect that for a lot of other content creators, like when they run a lot of ads, and I was only doing 3 minutes, which was the minimum necessary for my contract. I suspect that for a lot of content creators, probably like almost half of their revenue comes from running ads. I don't do that either. Merch makes a lot of money for other content creators as well. The funniest new hater meta is saying you ran the most ads on the platform back when you still did it based purely on the word ads in the chat. That's not a new meta. That's the old hater meta. They used to lie about that. And I think that doesn't actually work because a lot of people realized that I was actually running way less ads than anybody else. My contract minimum was 1 minute, and then they upped it to 3 minutes. I always argued. I always got the literal minimum amount necessary. And now that I don't have a contract, I don't run any ads. So I don't know why they would even say that, especially when there is no other equivalent content creator of my size that doesn't run any fucking ads whatsoever. Are you kidding me? That's a fuck ton of money. That's life-changing money for the average person. Now, I'm not saying, oh, be grateful or whatever. Obviously, it's just, this is my decision. This is my decision. And I choose not to run these ads because I don't want to fucking impact your viewership experience in general. I will, of course, never get like a fraction of the charitability that most people would get if they operated in a similar capacity, because there's been a lot of fucking hate farming that has gone on for a very long time. All right, never mind. Moving on from this dumb shit. Let's look at Isaiah Izzy Breen. It can be so easy to be moderate liberal sometimes. You get to be for something until the moment it becomes impossible to pretend it isn't deeply evil, and then you get to discover how evil it is over and over again. John Favreau, I'm quite comfortable morally and politically with the position that them presidential candidates shouldn't let voters believe that they want to defund the police, abolish ICE, decriminalize border crossings, or provide transition surgeries for undocumented immigrants in prison. Now, look, I like the Pod Johns, but this is definitely one of those fucking moments. Like, Pod Johns are far, far more progressive than the average commentary person. Let's be fucking real. Okay, they are. They've been doing a lot of work beefing up the Bernie Crat wing of the party. They have been. Fair is fair. But they are also very libbed up in other moments. What is this? Do you think this is another psyop, especially that it takes place on 33rd Street? I don't know what you mean by this. Shut the fuck up. No, he's people will get mad at me regardless, but I'm looking at a broader fucking... Listen, I am looking at a broader field here. Their audience is entirely different than mine, okay? Their audience is entirely different than mine. And if they are playing even a little bit of a role, if they're playing even a marginal role in radicalizing wine moms, and they certainly have, especially with their coverage on Israel and stuff like that, even if they weren't there when they should have, post-election has been an entirely different ball game for these guys, okay? And if they're moving people closer in my direction, closer to understanding the way that these systems are operating, as literal fucking former Obama speechwriters, like, I'm gonna take it. This is super parasocial, but do any of your non-political friends actually care about your fucking country has gone on full fascist now? Like, even in private, they can't all be burying their heads in the sand. They do. They get scared. A lot of them watch. They're aware of everything that's going on. I can't speak for them. I don't know. It's just the reason why a lot of people don't speak out is because, like, there is an environment of fear that has been created. It is very successful. There are people who are afraid to say, one, they're afraid to say the wrong things, and two, they are afraid to say anything at all because they might lose their audience, but more importantly than that, they'll get fucking harassed endlessly, you know? And plenty of them speak out. It's just not to the same frequency or the same intensity that they once did. That's it. This, for the record, I do think that they should. Weren't we just saying that earlier that neutral apolitical people are complicit? No, I think they should. Yes, I agree. I think they should. I wish they would. I wish they fucking would. and it won't get there until it's like 2020, until it gets to like 2020 levels of peak woke. You won't see, like, you're already seeing the tide shift. Look, I'll give you one example. Okay, Ludwig literally went from refusing to openly fundraise on a stream for a pro-Palestine charity in like right after October 7 and quietly donating $10,000 to literally fundraising for tens of thousands, if not almost $100,000 publicly for the PCRF 2 years after the fact. No, not my friend, coworker. Okay, coworker wig. And that's one of those instances where it's like someone has a decent conscience and a decent head on his shoulders and a decent understanding of the situation, but they're truly terrified of the fucking public pressure that they might receive. I expect people to do more, obviously, but that's, I think, a great, colleague and coworker. Oh, eyvallah babacığım, sağ ol. Hayır, sen de. Teşekkür ederim. Yeah, it's no longer, it used to be Kiss a Homie. Me and Ludwig kissing used to be called Kiss a Homie on the stream. It's now called Kiss a Coworker. I think ultimately a lot of people are, it's not even, some people care about the bag. Some people are worried about that. But then also other people are worried about the fucking harassment that they receive from people like people who are in like Asmongold's audience, for example. That's like an environment of fear that exists.
We believe in states' rights. We believe the federal government needs to stay out of this. We believe that the situation has gotten worse and less safe because of their presence.
Baba,
and I will just say there were two incidents yesterday I saw after this that just tore at my soul. I saw an individual at the scene identify themselves as medical personnel, a physician, and asked to provide aid, and an ICE agent said, "I do not care." That lack of humanity was chilling to me. And after this incident happened, and after the tensions rose, ICE agents entered a Minnesota school, causing disruptions at that school. I can't say this strongly enough as governor, as a parent, as a teacher.
Thank you.
To our elected representatives, Democrats and Republicans, I beg you, I implore you to tell them to stay out of our schools. This tragedy will be magnified 100-fold if this fight moves into the hallways of our public schools amongst our youth. And they're watching us. They're watching us now, how we respond. So I've got a few simple asks.
That's literally the point. They want to do that, for the record. You can beg all day, but there's got to be more to it. The Democrats, the National Party, it needs to start demanding not just accountability, but but serious considerations into the funding vehicles for ICE, even though many of them actually voted for it. I know this is a time for unity amongst the base, and it's a time for unity amongst the liberals. But if you're asking a question, okay, because I haven't really talked too much about the responsibility of the Democrats and how we got here, there is a lot of shit that they did wrong, whether it be the Lake and Riley Act or taking a fucking anti-immigrant, anti-migrant position in the election cycle leading up to the fucking election, because they were truly fearful that everyone in America had become a fucking psychopathic right-winger. Okay? And I was there every step of the way fucking yelling. There are a lot of Democrats even right now that still take a right-wing position on ICE, that they take a position on ICE that's not like we must demand accountability, but instead it's like, oh, these are just guys doing their jobs. It's actually fucking ridiculous. So what they could be doing in this situation is not only demand accountability, but the National Democratic Party could actually try to freeze funding to ICE by way of Congress, or at least attempt to do so by making this a larger argument. Tim Walz, as governor, could try to direct the National Guard to protect the citizens. They could demand that the local police actually protect the citizens against ICE. There are things that they can always do. Radical things that might actually even push for a constitutional crisis, but the point that we're at demands it.
The professionals handle this on Minnesota soil, this investigation. De-escalate this situation by removing yourselves from this situation with these 2,000 agents that were put here. And above all else, stay out of our schools. I'd like to ask you to care, but that might be a step too far for some people. But I know Minnesotans care. So we'll protest peacefully. We will win in courts. We will certainly win in the defense of our democracy. because the American people see what's happening here. But the way that we don't win and the way that we lose, if this turns towards violence and allows them to escalate. It cannot happen. So I ask the grass top leaders out there, the faith leaders, the folks who are on the streets, and in many times the true leaders are not the elected officials. They're the folks on the ground. I beg you, implore you, follow those words of the leaders we've had. I had the privilege of serving with John Lewis, and John talked about good trouble. I'm not telling you not to find good trouble, but I asked John many times, I said, John, I don't know if I'd have your self-restraint. Didn't you want to lash out? He said, yes, daily. But he said, I wanted to win this. I wanted to do what right, and I wanted justice to prevail. And to do that, I knew the only way was to not lash out, to not give in to that. So to each and every one of you, we're not going to win this through violence. We're going to win it through justice. We're going to win it through compassion. We're going to win it through Minnesota Nice. And we're.
So here's the problem. He would be right if the politicians were doing something. He'd be right. But the reason why people see that there are no options here is because of their inability to push for change, their lack of interest in changing anything is the reason. You're the governor, man. What are we fucking doing? You got no power here at all, really? You should have done everything in your power to make sure that that fucking piece of shit did not leave the state after assassinating one of your constituents. Like, what are we doing? Demanding that people don't lash out and making it out to be like they are the... Dude, come on. This is what we got. The entire Minnesota school district is canceled school day tomorrow because ICE is attacking students and staff. Where the fuck is... Please tell me there's a video that's not sideways, dude. Come on, please. People would be fine with peaceful civil disobedience if peaceful civil disobedience accompanied changes. Okay? If it does not, if the politicians don't actually do shit, then people recognize that they've run out of options. So yeah, nobody wants chaos. Nobody wants violence. Okay? Nobody wants chaos. Nobody wants violence. Nobody wants to see it. But it becomes an inevitability when you make peaceful resistance impossible, when you refuse to listen to the demands. You have to give people confidence that you got their fucking back, dude. Yeah, here is Border Patrol pepper spraying kids and pushing them into the snow at the local high school. First, they sent plainclothes white guys to terrorize daycares, targeting Somali and working class children. Now they're sending goons to terrorize schools.
Oh, shit. These bitch ass niggas, bro. That was a grenade.
The problem is, none of these politicians are with it, dude. They're not. None of these politicians are fucking for it. They're not about that lifestyle at all. Let's be fucking real. I ain't seeing no politicians out there on the streets. I don't see them organizing. I don't see them putting their body on the line. I don't see that ever. I never, ever, ever see that. And that shit pisses me off.
You guys gotta go.
It's ridiculous, man. If you don't do anything, of course people are gonna fucking... If people are left alone and they fear that there is no one coming to save them, they're gonna take matters in their own hands. And if you sit here and fucking complain about violence that might break out, when violence already broke out and you're doing nothing for restitution, then yeah, what the fuck's your expectation?
Center of this investigation, of course, will be that video that we've all seen of the shooting, which has surfaced from multiple different angles.
Yeah, but even the video evidence is causing opposing views from the community members, political leaders, and even experts. And this morning, we're joined live by Minneapolis-based civil rights attorney Andy Noel. Andy, thank you so much for joining us this morning. So what were your initial thoughts when you saw these videos?
Initial thoughts were, once again, Minneapolis is unfortunately ground zero for another needless death of a citizen at the hands of law enforcement. This time, of course, it involved a federal actor versus a local actor. From the video that's available, I see a disproportionate use of force by the officer. I see an obvious overreaction to whatever was presented to him at the time. And I see already some framing from the federal authorities that doesn't match up with the video.
As a civil rights attorney, can you conclude that Renee Good's civil rights were violated by ICE?
Well, in my opinion, from what we have to go on now, which is solely the videos that we've all had available to us, My opinion on that is yes, that her rights were violated. The punishment for blocking traffic, if that's in fact what she was doing at some point, is not getting shot 3 times in the face. The fact of the matter is that officers have to act in an objectively reasonable manner. They have to focus on the facts that are presented to them at the time of the shooting, not what's in the back of their mind from a shift 2 or 3 days earlier. And from what I've seen from the video, this was not a reasonable use of force. This was an overreaction, and in fact, an escalation.
By the way, this is a civil rights lawyer, for the record, before chat yells at him. And he's using the most like restrained language to describe the situation, but he's a fucking civil rights lawyer. Like he's offering the correct analysis here. So he's using lawyer speak, but he's basically saying this is not, with the evidence that's readily available to us, it's a fucking, this is open and shut.
By the authorities that were on the ground there.
And we understand those officers came out of an unmarked truck. And we do know that they likely have body camera footage that we have yet to see. So they didn't have a warrant for her arrest. What is their legal, what can they do? They approached her vehicle, started shouting at her, pulling on the handle. They didn't have a warrant to enter her car. So was that illegal on their behalf?
Well, it's hard to conclude on that right now, but what I can tell you is that the beginning of that video seems to indicate that there's another unmarked vehicle that Miss Good waves by. In other words, lets that vehicle drive by her vehicle and proceed on its way. It certainly appears from the video also that she waves by the Titan pickup truck that the officer exits out of and confronts her in the vehicle. So, I think if they're approaching her vehicle to make an arrest, the video doesn't really support that in my view, because the officer who approaches the driver's side of her vehicle has his hands out, his arms empty. He's not in a pose where he's expecting to confront some type of threat or to make an arrest of a dangerous suspect. My sense is, from watching the video, that he's approaching the vehicle because he was annoyed at what this individual was doing at some point prior to when the video starts.
Yep.
In terms of moving forward here, if the federal government goes through the investigation process and they decide not to file charges, can the state step in and file charges on their own? How does that work in terms of the
Hassan, why did you say that anyone who riots is a Fed? That's obviously wrong. People are getting killed. 1, I didn't say that. And 2, it's because I'm not a fucking crusty anarchist. And 3, because there are state agitators. I have 10 years of protest coverage under my fucking belt and commentary under my fucking belt. I'm not doing the classic liberal shit where I'm saying that property rights are more important than human rights or some shit. Okay? The reason why every fucking crusty ass anarchist got mad at me on Twitter, no disrespect, including some I do know and respect, is because I said maintain protest discipline. Okay? That's it. I said what I've said in the past as well. There are concepts such as agent provocateurs. Am I wrong? Is this not real? It is real. This doesn't mean that you should fucking go out and shoot people. Okay? That's the state's assessment. People are cop jacketing and fed jacketing people. Okay, then don't behave like a fucking fed or a cop. Okay? I hate this this is cop jacketing or fed jacketing as well. We can have a reasonable conversation about certain types of actions and certain types of behavior, right? It initially started with this. There's an undercover federal officer who's burning the flag, by the way. This occurs at every protest to make them look bad. It's very well documented. So, first of all, I don't give a fuck about people burning the flag. Make no mistake. Okay? Now, I don't give a shit about that at all. But if you think that people who immediately go to burn flags at protests like this aren't actually doing it so that they can snap photos to be like, see how unpatriotic these people are. Let's be real. It was a fucking agitator. So what do you do in this situation? Do you not call it out? I still don't give a shit about flag burning. Horrible take. Riots work. Annoyed at someone. Simply shoot. Join ICE. Riots work. Riots work. Riots work. You could respect us by not calling us crusty. Oh my God. Anarchists, stop. No more talking. No more talking now. Go watch Asmon Gold if you want to see a streamer who doesn't shower, okay? I have endless respect for you for all the direct action and mutual aid you engage with, but I can't stand when we're having a more nuanced conversation about the fact that, one, none of this justifies police brutality and state repression, and it's ultimately irrelevant and inconsequential and insignificant. Having said that, there are certainly fucking people who do it. There are agent provocateurs. They're famously in Minneapolis. I don't even have to have a conversation about this, by the way, because Minneapolis already experienced this with the umbrella guy. And I covered it back then. And people didn't yell at me back then for some reason, but they're yelling at me now. There was an umbrella guy who went to the fucking Jiffy Lube. It was a very famous incident. There was an umbrella guy who went to the Jiffy Lube, and he was a fucking agent. Okay? He was straight up, or not the Jiffy Lube, the AutoZone. And he was straight up a fucking federal agent.
On the screen, there's that flag you were talking about being burned here. What kind of things are they shouting? The crowd that's out there, I know they're obviously not happy ICE is there. They've been talking about that. What are they saying? You know, what's the energy like where you are right now?
So that's one reason why I'm not getting too close, so I can hear all of you, because it is loud.
Yeah, they confronted the guy.
Why would you run off? That's weird, to burn a flag and run off.
I don't even know if this guy's a fucking undercover Fed. I think he might be just a crusty. I think he might be a crusty. I can't tell if he's a Fed or just a crusty. But the umbrella guy was a fucking Fed. Yeah. The suspicious white male was seen breaking windows to the first burned down store in an attempt to turn the protest into a riot in Minneapolis. There have been speculations that he's an undercover cop by the name of Jacob Peterson. I can't remember what his name was, but
Part of that shit.
that motherfucker was a Fed. 100%. I think it came out that he was literally a white supremacist. Straight up a fucking activated white supremacist. And there were plenty of instances with like Boogaloo Boys as well. Who was Umbrella Man who smashed windows before the first fire in 2020 in the Minneapolis protest? What's the latest on identity of the masked man caught on video? They still have yet to find him. 2 people in Portland just got shot by ICE. Wait, what? Man who helped ignite George Floyd riots identified as white supremacist by the police, but there's still not enough answers on who this fucking guy is, I don't think. Problem with Fed jacking is that so many people in 2020 just wound up ratting people out to the cops who weren't Feds. Just saying, exercise discipline.
Doesn't make sense. That's not a protest.
Why are you running? Why are you not back there at the protest? We got everybody riled up. You came here to do what? You a boogaloo boy? An accelerationist? What are you doing here? Where's your car? Where you from? Why are you here?
Now, media will turn this around into like the first fire that ignited the fucking police station burning down. These are 2 entirely separate things, okay? And I say this as someone who doesn't give a shit about property damage of any sort. People yell at me all the fucking time, and they make a very big deal about it because they're like, what do you mean property damage is the worst thing that could ever happen? And then they retreat back to, what about small businesses? Because they also realize that like when people do this shit at like a Walmart or whatever, they kind of come across as stupid. Property damage at the end of the day only matters to the people that it impacts, okay? The people that work there, if the place goes out of business, even though those places have insurance anyway, or if it's a small business, then like, you know, you might actually harm a family or something. So it's bad. It's bad in that regard, but it's still nowhere near as bad as state violence or state-sanctioned murder. Having said that, you know, we can have a little bit of nuance in this discussion, no? Like the reason why this person is actually breaking those windows is so that people in this chaotic environment actually go in there, and then it gives cops the opportunity to say that they're protecting the businesses and they're actually engaging in like fucking, they're actually stopping theft. It actually opens up a lot of those comrades into significant legal repercussions. That's the reason why this guy's a fucking Fed. And if you still don't understand this after many, many years of protest coverage, I don't know what to tell you, okay? You can sit there and say, well, is this justifiable that the cops are engaging in this? Or we can talk about the efficacy of protest turning into riots. But the reality of the matter is the whole purpose of this, and the reason why I say it's a fucking Fed or an agent provocateur, is because, and I see them, we've seen them in different protests as well. Like the reason why they are there is to create chaos. Sometimes it's to throw shit directly in the vicinity of the cops to give the cops any sort of like justification, even though they don't really need that justification any longer. And people do throw stuff at the cops themselves. But that's the whole point. That's the whole reason as to why guys like that will sit inside of the fucking protest to start shit. Yeah, like the skateboard guy in Los Angeles. Like, but that was a tracker. That's different. And I saw with my own 2 eyes a plainclothes officer with fucking bear mace literally in the crowd in the Los Angeles protests outside of the federal building, bear maced the shit out of the fucking media press pool that was running away from the initially sanctioned press pool area that they were shooting at. Cops and federal cops were shooting at the fucking press pool, and they trapped all of the media, all the journalists and all the media across the bridge. And then a fucking plainclothes officer straight up had bear mace, and he was spraying the fuck out of all of the journalists. They do stuff like that. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. I've seen many different variants of this. Okay? But you have to understand, in a lot of these instances, maintaining discipline is good because the reason for why he's breaking those windows is so that people go inside. And once people go inside, it gives cops the definite go ahead to protect property. And it gives them the opportunity to charge you with more than just like, I don't know, being a nuisance or whatever. It hits you with additional charges because you walked into a fucking empty, or you walked into an actual fucking broken auto zone. Okay? That's the reason why they do it. So don't be a fucking moron and don't get trapped into doing shit is my point. That's it. Having said that, at the end of the day, it's not the end of the world, okay? It's not like that fucking significant, and I don't give a shit ultimately, but it's important to understand why these guys do this kind of stuff and to maintain discipline when you're protesting. Yes, there was a plainclothes cop spraying mace from a modified fire extinguisher at the journalist. We saw it live. You are correct. There will be feds. Yep. Yeah, it is literal Eddington shit.
Yeah, we know. We remember George Floyd, so we know you guys are around.
Hey, fuck your flag burning, dude. That was fucked up.
Yeah.
That was not cool.
Yeah.
Not happy. He doesn't even know.
Why would you run off? Why would you run off? That's weird to burn a flag and run off. That doesn't make sense. That's not a protest.
Why are you not back there at the protest where you got everybody riled up? You came here to do what?
The funniest thing is, like, I don't even agree with the lady saying that's not a protest. It objectively is protest. It is a constitutionally protected version of protest. Like, it is straightforwardly a First Amendment protected protest. It's a lawful act. And also, anyone that gets up in their fucking fifis about it is silly. But unfortunately, many people do. Do I personally care about it? No, I don't. But it's still important to take note of people like that. Why they do shit like that. Because if their goals are not earnest, like actually protesting, and if their goals is just to agitate, then they might actually put people at harm's way. Okay? Why do you guys call these guys crusty? Because sometimes it is actually fucking anarchists, like, who think they're doing the right thing. And, you know, I have a lot of respect for them. They do go outside. But, you know, sometimes it is people who are sincerely behaving like that.
The filing of charges and the investigation roles here.
Yes, Jason, the state can step in, and my understanding is that the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, which is the state agency, is also doing an investigation of this shooting. So there will be an examination of the video. There will be attempts to talk to the officers who were at the scene and the shooter. There will be an examination of witnesses who were at the scene, and probably there will be more video that comes out.
Uh-oh. Police are responding to an incident in Southeast Portland. This is an OHSU Adventist Health Medical Office. ICE agents are here. Unclear what happened. Breaking an incident similar to what occurred in Minnesota occurred today in Portland metro area. Shooting by federal officer of someone opposing them. Details to follow. Portland City Council has taken a recess upon receiving this news. The incident occurred in East Portland. 2 victims, Spanish speaking only. Don't know for sure if they were protesting or a target of enforcement. Kyle Rittenhouse was first to tweet it. Breaking news. 2 people just got shot. 2 people just shot by ICE in Portland. Looks like Portland, Oregon is jumping on the FAFO train kicked off on Portland Avenue in Minneapolis.
Apologize, but we actually need to recess the meeting immediately. I would like us to get back to this question. We will have more information for counselors in just a minute and for everybody in the room, but we do need to take a brief recess. We will be back as soon as we can.
Fuck. No, he wasn't. Okay, Megaphonics. Okay, he's breaking news slop posting. I got it. Calm down. What is this? Let's talk the truth about Ross and his rap sheet. Nobody's reporting on that. Who's Ross and his rap sheet? This is your chatter of the year? Yes, what is this guy spamming? Oh, Jonathan Ross? We did talk about it already. We talked about the ICE Nazi already. I thought this guy was like genuinely spamming about like Aiden Ross or something. I'm sorry, chatter. Oh, I saw this. Can someone tell me how Asma goes at the very top of Twitch at the moment? Honestly, it's hatred, vitriol, racism, and misinformation. How do so many people watch this every day? This is why. Genuine takes and actually funny and relatable. Let's compare him to Hasan, who time and time again gets called out for lying to his audience and declared that he's a propagandist. Yeah, he has the wildest takes, but those are his own. Hasan's takes are obviously biased. Yeah, I know. Guys, I know we can't really get him on anything, so why don't we just like make up a bunch of shit and go along with it?
I'm not sure that there is going to be body cam video from the ICE agents because I don't know that they're wearing it. That's an interesting question, one that everyone would like answered. It would be odd if they have their body cameras on while at the same time trying to conceal their identity in some ways by wearing the masks. But if there's body cam video, then it should be capturing the events prior to what we've seen so far, and that will be very valuable in making a charging decision from a state perspective.
How long will it, I think so many protesters, so many people want to know with the officer that killed Renee Good, how long does it take for charges, if there will be charges, to come forward?
That's an open question, and I think,
I've never understood the you lying us to us thing. Can you explain? I promise I'm not an Nazi. I can't. Because when you ask these people, they will just come up with like a million different things, and it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. He's definitely botting. I have friends that always say that. Ask them what they mean, and then I can maybe correct the record. He's botting. He's always 10K above you no matter what. If you care about the viewers that much, you have 10K, he has 20K. You have 30, he has 40. You have 40, he has 50. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I didn't think Asmongold was botting until for the one weekend that they actually took out the bots, and he literally dropped below me on the leaderboard. Like I never thought that he was botting. I was genuinely and sincerely sad about the state of affairs as far as like how many people were right wing on the platform that I've spent so many years like trying to educate people on. And then when I saw the 1 week where all the bots were eliminated, and I wish Twitch would do that again, but the 1 week where the bots were eliminated, he actually dropped like 20K, and then everyone was actually calling him out too. Everyone at that point was calling him out, saying like, oh dude, you're one of the people that was like botting, what the fuck? And I never even suspected him. Of botting. I was, like I said, I was like genuinely sad that I thought this kind of commentary was getting a lot of people. But it then made me realize, like, even if he is fucking botting, even if he's fucking botting on Twitch, he's not.
You want to know?
Like, I don't think he's botting on YouTube, and his YouTube is popping. You know, Asman has like 7 to 8K subs with 50K watchers, and when Twitch took the bots away, he had less viewers than you. It was so bad that he refused to stream until they brought the bots back. Definitely botting. Yeah, there are a lot of people who bot, and I didn't realize this, but apparently a lot of fucking top content creators bot. Like, low key, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Trainwrecks was kind of right. And I didn't know for the longest fucking time, maybe because I'm always in my own goddamn corner and I wasn't aware of this, but like apparently a lot of fucking people bought, which is strange. Here's my Go Jesse Ventura.
Something, I'll give you.
Wait, this is a full statement?
Did it make you feel better to have that conversation, or what would you say?
Yeah, quote, play this.
We're a third world country now. You want to know why?
This is my GOAT, by the way. Jesse Ventura is the king. He is a legend, and I wish he was still governor.
I'm an expert. I've been to him. I spent 17 months in Southeast Asia while the draft dodger was playing golf, right? You know how I know we're
I'm going to be honest with you. This is the only motherfucker I will ever let posture like this with his military background. And I think you will find many other people in the same boat. The only person who is allowed to say this, because he has spent his entire life railing against American imperialism. That's number one. And directly shitting on veterans, like directly. Chris Kyle being the most famous example of this. Okay.
He knows exactly what he did. He knows how fucked up it was. He is one of the best examples of a person who just did his service, knew that it was fucked up, and then spent the rest of his life being like, this is fucked up. He got sued by Chris Kyle. Yeah. It was, no, he sued Chris Kyle. No, he sued Chris Kyle. And then Chris Kyle got killed by another veteran who was having like a PTSD snap-off moment. And literally, they came up to him and they were like, I can't believe you're still suing Chris Kyle. And he was like, I'm not suing Chris Kyle. He was like, I'm suing the Chris Kyle estate. And they were like, okay, you're suing his wife. Like, his wife is a widow now. It was Jesse Waters versus Jesse Ventura. And Jesse Ventura was like, well, he shouldn't have thought about lying about me before he lying about me in a book. Shame on him. Forever my goat.
Third world country? Because in third world countries, they have the military doing their police work in the cities when you walk around. I was in the Philippines the day Ferdinand Marcos declared martial law and went under dictatorship. We went from nobody to a guy with a machine gun on every corner. That's what happens in a dictatorship. In comes the military. That's what's happening here. And people better wake up to it. You want to read something? Then read your history of Germany and start comparing the tactics of what happened in 1930s Germany to what's happening here. Read history. You learn from history. Any time you have the loss of life that needlessly happens, that's tragedy. And what occurred yesterday did not have to happen. You want to know something?
God, I love him so much. He's gotten more libbed up as years have gone by. And he's always been a little kooky when it comes to, I think, like, it was vaccines. Like, there is some stuff that I don't fully subscribe to with Jesse Ventura. But the parts that matter, he's so good on that I don't give a fuck, okay? He is literally one of my... he's one of my favorite politicians in general. He's a fucking goddamn legend. He has always hated Hulk Hogan because Hulk Hogan was a union buster. I could dedicate an entire day to fucking Jesse Ventura and his life. What a life he has lived. I do think he believes in Atlantis. Like, it's fine. You got to let listen, every hot girl is allowed to believe in one crazy thing, okay? And if you're Jesse Ventura, you're allowed to believe in 10 crazy things. I am making this rule up. Philly DA Larry Krasner warns ICE agents in the wake of Minneapolis shooting. If any law enforcement agent, any ICE agent is going to come to Philly to commit crimes, that you can get the fuck out of here. I will charge you with those crimes. You will be arrested. You will stand trial. You will be convicted. That makes me excited. That makes me excited. This is why you need, like, sometimes, you know, I know it sounds oxymoronic to have, like, woke DAs, but low key, Larry Krasner is the method.
Enforcement agent, any ICE agent.
He's far from perfect, but as far as DAs goes, if you're rating it on a curve, like, I mean, he's got top marks.
Is going to come to Philly to commit crimes.
This is what I want to hear. This is what I wanted to hear from fucking Jacob Fry, by the way, in Minneapolis. This is what I wanted to hear from fucking Tim Waltz in Minnesota. What are we doing? What are we doing? You come into my fucking town and you fuck with my people, I will put your fucking bitch ass in prison. There's a rule of law here, okay? Take your fucking nasty ass back to Florida if you want to do whatever the fuck you want to do in a goddamn red state with red mayors and red governors who don't give a fuck about their people. This is Minnesomalia, bitch. That's what I wanted to hear. Go Birds. What the fuck are we doing? This is what you need to hear. This is actually what you need to hear from every fucking, like, well, the mayor did say get the fuck out. No, I know, but, like, get a fucking DA to actually say you're going to prosecute people. Get the police chief to come out and be like, my job first and foremost to protect the citizens of my hometown. And if there are outsiders coming here to start up trouble, we will punish them. We will hold them to account. I'm serious. This is the DA. So when he says this, there's a lot of power here.
Because if you do that here, I will charge you with those crimes. You will be arrested. You will stand trial. You will be convicted, whether it's in state or federal court. It's my office prosecuting it. That's how the law works. And you will do your time. because Donald Trump cannot pardon you for a state court conviction. Do you hear me, ICE agents? Do you hear
Bro, go Birds, go Birds, go Birds, go Birds, go
me,
Birds, go Philly.
National Guard? Do you hear me, military?
Oh my God, oh my God.
You're going to jail if you commit crimes in the city of Philadelphia. You will be accountable. The law applies to all of you. And I know that there are honest, decent, moral law enforcement officers out there by the bushel, including in ICE. This is not for you.
Boom. Bro was farming Aura and had to bring it back. He was doing Aura edits, dude. He was having me say, go Birds, over and over again. God damn it.
This is for any one of your colleagues who thinks they are above the law.
The Nick Fuentes fan would cut the clip at 1 minute to post on a liberal account. Yeah.
Conviction.
Yeah, this is like, yeah, this is where you would end it. Exactly at 1 minute. Exactly at 1 minute. With like fucking distortions, cap cut edits, zooming in and out, goes into B-roll, goes into, you're also against law enforcement? Buddy, this guy is a literal top cop. I'm over here talking about how much aura the goddamn Philadelphia district attorney has. Fuck you mean? What do I always say? I want cops to do their fucking jobs. Okay? I want cops to do their fucking jobs. Cops are in this country. I mean, ICE agents are even worse somehow, so it's like kind of crazy. But cops are some of the biggest babies in this goddamn nation as far as any job goes. They are constantly complaining. They constantly want respect. They never do their fucking jobs. There is no other industry with the exception of like CEOs. Okay, there's no other job, and CEO isn't a fucking job. Like it's where you get to in your place of business. It's not like a specific industry, but it's just like cops and landlords and CEOs are the only people in American society that just can constantly demand more and be the biggest babies of all time, and they never have to do their jobs. They never have to do whatever the fuck they have to do. It sucks. It's so goddamn annoying. FBI Portland's investigating an agent-involved shooting that happened at approximately 2:15 p.m. near the 10,000 block Main Street in Portland, involving Customs and Border Patrol agents in which 2 individuals were wounded. This remains an active and ongoing investigation led by the FBI. Please follow this thread for updates regarding this matter. Local news stream.
Police Bureau that scene happened.
So I guess this is it, huh?
Provided you a little ways away from.
I guess this is it. Like if you don't fucking push back, they're just gonna literally send ICE everywhere to just start murking people randomly, you know, as we called.
Urging calm. We'll come back to you guys, and we'll be here waiting and getting as much information as we can.
That's great,
in the meantime.
man. This seems to me like a normal way to operate.
The FBI has just released a tweet saying FBI Portland is investigating an agent-involved shooting that happened at approximately 2:15 near the 10,000 block of Main Street in Portland, involving Customs and Border Patrol agents in which 2 individuals were wounded. This remains an active and ongoing investigation led by the FBI. Follow this thread for updates regarding the matter.
And as you can see with Christina and Jen, Portland police have that scene locked down at 146th and Burnside. They tell us they also have officers at that original shooting scene near 100th and Southeast Main. The police chief, Bob Day, has released a statement saying we are still in the early stages of this incident. We understand the heightened emotion and tension many are feeling in the wake of the shooting in Minneapolis, but I am asking the community to remain calm as we work to learn more. You are taking a live look once again at that scene near 146th and Burnside. Jennifer Singh is there.
Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, again, we are at 148th and Burnside, again, the tail end of where the scene is closed off. I'll let you take another look. Again, this is closed off between 145th and 148th on East Burnside. The westbound lane, is closed off. And just to reiterate, this is not where we're told the shooting happened. This is where we're told the 2 people who were reportedly injured were found. Again, according to Portland police, just before 2:30, officers received information that a man had been calling for help in this area, and they responded, found a male and a female with apparent gunshot wounds. Again, police and officers on scene worked to give people medical aid during this incident before they were transferred to area hospitals. Again, their conditions right now are still unknown. And as you can tell, this is right at one of TriMet's MAX trains. That train is still running, as we have been seeing while we're out here. But again, we are still waiting on more information. Traffic is slow moving in all directions besides the closed lane. But again, neighbors here are urged to use caution in the area. So we will be sticking out here, of course, getting more information. Most of the neighbors are on the other side of where this is all blocked off. But this gives us a big view of what's going on here. Now, again, Deb, I will let you guys know that we still, again, do not have much information at this time. The FBI are investigating, and we'll be sure to keeping on top of things and letting you know as soon.
Am I misunderstanding this? Did ICE shoot these two people allegedly, and then they fucked off, and then the cops found them? Am I understanding this correctly, or are they misreporting the incident? I mean, it might be. They might be misreporting it. I like that we're looking at yet another instance where just ICE just shot people. This time potentially undocumented migrants, and you're going, see, we have trains, come visit, please. No, dude, I'm not going to fucking Portland. Well, I might actually end up having to go to Portland if this is, you know. Oh, it was Customs and Border Patrol, not ICE. Oh, sorry, my
Get some
bad.
people to that original shooting scene. Portland police have that scene locked down as well.
We want to go back to Christina Giardinelli. Christina?
Like, what are we supposed to do now? Like, are we just... Is it just a coin toss now when you see fucking ICE agents? Customs and Border Patrol, it's just a coin toss. Hey, guys, sorry. Hey, I know you value your life, but you might die, and then the government will call you a fucking terrorist, you know? They had to leave the scene of the crime, no shot. Otherwise, it would have been reported by DHS first.
We have heard that they've been transported to the hospital at this point. So we're just doing our due diligence, trying to check in with the Portland Police Bureau, who hopefully will give us a little bit more answers.
It sucks that the federal law enforcement that's supposed to be tasked with like figuring out if there was any wrongdoing is the FBI, and it's led by Kash Patel, and it's so obviously, so transparently a biased fucking law enforcement apparatus that I don't even know what to say. Like, what are you supposed to do in this situation? You have to catch him with the local police. I think right now, the way that I foresee this going is, unless it is local law enforcement that catches them in the act and arrests them, you are never going to get the FBI to do a serious fucking investigation into another arm of the federal law enforcement apparatus. It's just not happening. At most, you can expect them to be incompetent and then accidentally, I guess, do a due diligence based good investigation. But I don't think that Kash Patel is actually going to conduct a serious investigation into ICE, especially at a time when like Trump very clearly loves weaponizing the agencies. Would you say you're a hood vegan or a light skinned cheerleader? I don't even know what that, I don't know what any of those things mean. What? Probably hood vegan for me. Nice bathroom. I can't tell what this person is saying, but it kind of feels like it's black people's business. But it's most likely a white person that is doing this meme. Beta, but please explain. I don't know. It's either esoteric racism or it's some kind of fucking joke, but I don't get
At the
it.
scene that you're seeing right there on your screen, but that it was the first that
Is it Kanye West lyric and I hate myself for knowing that?
Yeah, that they got that call. We have a map. Can we put that back up? It gives a really good representation of where this happened. So the red dot on the left side of the screen is where this reported shooting took place at Southeast 102nd and Southeast Main. You can see this is all east of 205, so the very eastern portion of the city. That red dot on the right side along Burnside is where those two people who were shot went and called for help. Portland police responded to that scene. They say they applied first aid treatment before they figured out what happened. They have officers at both scenes. We're told the Portland Police Bureau's public information officer, which could maybe give us some more information, is headed to Adventist Health, which is right next to where that shooting took place.
We want to go back out to Tanvi Varma, who's at City Hall right now with a counselor at this moment.
So I'm with Councillor Green right now. Dunphy, I am so sorry. It's been a day. I'm with Councillor Dunphy right now. Can you please tell us a little bit about what your reaction is to the news?
I'm absolutely furious and heartbroken right now. I'm needing to stop what I'm doing here and rush out to my district because it was.
What is this? Asman thinks it's illegal to say his name. Why isn't this gay R-word banned? Everyone in the post calling for my arrest and wait, what? Banning for posting Jonathan Ross? They're claiming that I doxed them. Wait, what? Why would he get banned? It's not illegal to fucking He's a public servant, you fucking idiot. The fuck? Dude, what is this like constantly going, mods, mods, ban them. Demanding the mods ban someone for reporting the name of a public servant who killed a tax-paying American citizen. Incredible. Also, he was identified by the media first, exactly, after the media reported on it. Cry bully ass bitch. Karen Asmanfold. Mods! Is it a bannable offense to be from Naperville? Yes. I'm Brown. Take a day off. Naperville mention is a 1 day ban. Insta-locked. Insta-locked and insta-clocked, baby. You come in here, you try to talk to me about Naperville, you're getting banned 1 day. Is Nebraska banned? No, Nebraska's chill. I'll allow it. Nebraska can stay. The other N-word. Nuclear and Naperville. Oh, I said it. I'm being so bad. I'm being so bad for saying it. I don't want to say it, but they want me to say it. Naperville. Lots of white boys with the broccoli haircut. That's what they tell me. They're wearing this weird hair. They got this broccoli haircut. They talk about how they're from the south side of Chicago, but they're actually from Naperville. Can you believe it? They keep saying O-Block. There is no O-Block in Naperville. They're watching Lyrical Lemonade music videos. They're saying you ain't slide for Vaughn. Meanwhile, the only thing that's sliding is their Adidas slides that they wear with the white socks. Mods, people are getting more and more radical. What is this? Hasan's people can't go 1 day without talking about Asma, my bro, is weird. Brother, what's weird is how much you fucking stan another adult human being. You're talking about a 40-year-old balding fucking loser who doesn't take a shower, doesn't know what he's talking about, talks out of his goddamn ass, and you're standing him like you're on K-pop Twitter. Go stand Jungkook instead, bitch. The fuck are you doing in here? Go stand, I don't know, New Jeans or something, okay? Isn't New Jeans in trouble right now with Hybe or whatever? I don't know. Go stand Luna. Go stand Twice. Why the fuck are you standing smelly ass, greasy ass Asmanfold? Free New Jeans. The fuck? A lot of you need to get a little bullied, I think. You do. You need to get bullied. Some of you need to be put in the locker, in the proverbial locker on the internet, because it kind of feels like a lot of these goddamn losers got away with not getting fucking bullied in school because COVID hit, or at least they just never go outside anymore. So now they're like 35 and they just don't go outside at all. So they just don't realize that, this kind of behavior is smelly, is stinky behavior. You need to get a fucking swirly, big dog. You can't be an adult behaving like this. Can't be doing that. No. Yeah, there was apparently another shooting that took place in Portland.
When it comes to Portland police on scene of these types of situations. Now, according to Portland Police Chief Bob Day, he said, "We understand the heightened emotion and tension many are feeling in the wake of the shooting in Minneapolis, but I'm asking the community
Look
to
out, he will ban you for talking facts."
He also issued a reminder that
well, so far he hasn't banned me. He used to. He banned me before, but he hasn't yet.
Public safety and enforcing state laws. That's why Portland police are out here. There is a heavy presence. But just to reiterate, this is not where that shooting happened. This is where the
It's also pretty funny because I know Asmanfold. I know Asmanfold is talking about me usually because all of his fucking nastiest, smelliest fucking stands get in here. They come in here and go, "You're so easy to rage bait." Got him. Like as soon as Asmanfold starts talking about me, there's like at least a couple, like maybe 10 chat hoppers that come in here and aren't even ashamed. You should feel a sense of shame that you carry everywhere with you on a daily fucking basis, okay? Sitting in your fucking basement, haven't seen the sunlight in a goddamn week, no friends, no family, sitting around being like, "Oh my God, I can't wait to defend my daddy." If Asmonfold was willing to debate you while you were in his chat, why won't he do it with a video call with you and debate properly? I think we know why. You are easy to rage bait, and I'm a fan of yours. They don't feel shame. This is like Democrats trying to press the hypocrisy angle to the people that do not care. They will. The only reason why they don't right now is because they haven't gotten it. They haven't eaten that dick. There's no stink associated with being an open Asmonfold fan. But once that stink sets in, and it's already beginning to happen right now, he can act cool all day, be like, oh yeah, I'm the main character or whatever the fuck today. But every day, just like I said, when I told you, listen, today's the most popular day Israel will be. Tomorrow, Israel's going to get less popular. I'm calling it right now. Today is the most popular day Asmongold will ever be going forward. Okay? Tide shift is coming. And when it comes, we're going to stuff these losers in the lockers on the internet. Okay? That's it. And it'll happen. It'll happen. And you will see when it happens. And they'll quietly retreat.
It's time to move on and move forward where we have a just government. And with that,
okay, we are listening to Councillor Kamal at this moment. We want to go back to Christina Giardinelli, who, Christina, do you have a witness near you?
Yeah, I'm here with Jefferson, who says he saw the vehicle pull up into this neighborhood. I'm going to just talk to him here, have him talk to you guys and tell you exactly what he saw. Can you talk to us a little bit about what you saw as you were driving?
So I was stopped at the traffic light, and then I was behind him at the traffic light. So we came together. He was putting in this neighborhood, and then he was stopped on the road. So he was stopped and blocked the
blocking the road.
Yeah, the enter. So I peeped at him. He didn't move. So I scooted up and hit up next to him, and then I looked over his window. He was bleeding. So that when I tried to park so I can go try to talk to him, but he was he was all the way.
Went into the apartment.
Yeah, he was go over there.
Gotcha. Good. How are you feeling right now? That's a traumatic thing to witness.
It was very, I'll say, pretty bad. I feel bad for him. That's it.
Yeah. Well, thanks for talking to us. We appreciate it. So you just heard from one of the eyewitnesses. This is a similar story that I have been hearing multiple people describing, this vehicle kind of coming into these apartments, this person coming out wounded, and then of course police arriving and transporting both of those individuals in the vehicle to these regional hospitals. We'll continue to try and gather information. Again, one of the biggest questions we're hoping to get answers for you as soon as we can is the condition of those two individuals. For now, back to you guys.
Okay, Christina, thank you. In fact, we do want to go back out live to Adventist Health, which is in southeast Portland, very close to the scene. Shelby Slaughter is there live. Shelby?
Yeah. Hey, guys, we are being told right now that a PIO, that's a public information officer, just got on scene, so you're going to come with us. We are at the Adventist Health Portland. We're going to get any updates we can right now, and we'll take it live.
Okay.
We're live right now, just so you know. I didn't know if there was anything you could share with us.
We're not doing interviews right now because this is not our scene.
Got it.
We're assisting.
Okay.
But we did want to get the initial statement out.
Yeah,
so our press release has everything, and I'm not permitted right now to speak on it officially. But I just wanted to interface with you all, let you know there's a press conference coming sometime tonight. Somewhere probably downtown.
Okay. And will PBB be leading that, or who should we expect?
I don't think we'll be leading that. No.
Okay.
We'll be involved.
MCSO maybe?
FBI? I think it'll probably be city leadership.
Got it. Can I ask a clarifying question? Did the shooting happen here and then they drove back to the apartments?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate
it. The red tape you see over there, that's the primary crime scene.
Great. Okay.
Evil Northern Lion? Oh, come on, dude.
He's a public information officer.
Evil Northern Lion.
Here, and then they went to the apartment. We're going to get some more questions in.
Damn, their backpack is ass, by the way. They got no bit rate. I got better bit rate than they do.
That's in the press release. Yes.
Okay, that's clear, but okay.
One last
It's not crystal clear, I understand that, but you have something you can report.
Are you able to share the condition on the people who are in the hospital?
Were they taken to two different hospitals, or were they taken all here? I heard they may have been taken to...
Wait, was I effing too, or was it just the screen? Chat, is the apartments where they were found are approximately 2.5 miles away from the shooting scene. No FF. Oh, you were just stuttering for me. I had to pause and play a few times now. Wait, really? Okay, I can't tell if you guys are fucking around or if you're just like looking in and responding to the video or something. All right, Jesse Ventura. All right, let's keep going.
It's a tough answer. I think it will. It's not going to be days or weeks. I think it will be longer than that. There is, a time for these agencies to examine the evidence before they release everything to the public and make a charging decision. So I think we're probably looking at months as opposed to weeks. But I think the public pressure and outcry that's justifiably happening here is going to speed up that process and hopefully make it an efficient investigation. And hopefully the law enforcement officers who were at the scene and the shooter himself will cooperate with that investigation, just like they want citizens like you and I to cooperate with investigations when we're the target of a potential criminal charge.
Do you think the public pressure here and some of the things going on will lead to some sort of change in policies when it comes to ICE? Do you think something will come out of this?
Well, I sure hope so. I mean, if this officer acted consistent with his training, as has been said by the federal authorities, then we've got a major training problem. So I hope that's not true. We see the two other officers that were close to the vehicle. Neither one of those officers, in my view of the video, even draws their weapon.
Okay, so I can't tell if people are fucking around or not, but what's happening here? Like, is it just like a F from East Coast or something?
We're going to begin this hour, though, with that deadly shooting in Minneapolis where a woman was killed in her car by an ICE agent. The whole thing was caught on video. At first, she appears to try to back away, and then she moves forward before being shot. This is very difficult to watch. The woman has now been identified as 37-year-old RENEE Nicole Good. She was mother to a 6-year-old child. Her death has prompted protests nationwide over the mass deployment of federal agents to American cities. CBS Evening News anchor Tony DeCopel is in Minneapolis leading our coverage.
Oh.
Tony, it's good to see you again. I have to get used to saying
Double Cirque Tony. Double Cirque Tony's there. Thank God.
Evening News anchor. Glad to have you here. Sorry it's under these circumstances. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Gail, good morning. Glad to be back. I do wish you were under different circumstances. We can start with what we know for sure. RENEE Nicole Good was in her SUV when federal immigration officers surrounded that SUV, at one point attempting to open her door. She was then fatally shot when she tried to drive forward. We also know that sources tell CBS News she was an American citizen. Other questions, though, remain. CBS News Minnesota reporter Jonah Kaplan watched the video of the shooting with a retired ICE agent to try to answer some of those questions, talk about the tactics used. I'm looking forward to this piece, Jonah. Good morning.
Good morning, Tony.
Dude, I have no faith in CBS. Like, I'm just gonna tell you guys right now, I don't know what kind of fucking commentaries is gonna come from this guy, but because it's CBS News, I suspect that it'll be like unimaginably pro-administration. We shall see. We shall see what takes place here.
Whenever something like this happens, you always hear a lot of similar things from police. They're split-second decisions. They happen so quickly. We went frame by frame through 2 videos with a veteran of federal law enforcement, someone who was actually injured in a vehicular assault back in 2008. And according to him, when you look at these videos, he sees some red flags.
First thing, just out of the gate, man, like, I don't hear anybody identifying themselves. I don't hear anybody like, hey, police.
We went through video of Wednesday's deadly shooting frame by frame with retired ICE agent Eric Ballier.
You see 3 officers, 2 to the side, and then...
Bro, this old Nazi is doing the Fourth Reich the old-fashioned way, okay? What kind of fucking commentary is this, bro? This is like, hey... we brought a member of the Waffen-SS to show you how it's really done. Wow. You mean to tell me that this ICE agent is upset about the way that the new ICE agents are not doing ICE agent shit the right way? Damn, that's crazy.
One directly in front of the vehicle. Is that the right place they should be?
I don't understand the tactical or law enforcement advantage of having someone on foot in front of a moving, running, or occupied vehicle. You're almost inducing a shooting if that person decides to flee.
When the car accelerates, the officer in front of the car appears to fire 3 shots. killing the driver, 37-year-old Renee Good, and sending her vehicle careening into a parked car.
What's the training when it comes to someone fleeing in a vehicle?
Someone is fleeing, that is not a...
Bro came in being like, not my ice, not the ice I know. Brother, that is still ice. What is CBS News on right now? I mean, I did pre-watch this. I did tell you guys that they would do this. Like, at least he said, no, this is not the ice I know. This is not the SS I know. The SS I know used to do door knocking operations the right way. Okay. We could figure out whether there were Jews hiding under the floorboards from a mile away. These new guys, okay, the way they're terrorizing people, focusing on not only the Jews but the Roma people and the and the people with disabilities, I don't really like it. We need to go back to the old-fashioned way of doing ICE stuff, okay? Under the Obama administration, when we were doing it the right way, just going after the Jews, you know? Not my crystal knocked. Yeah, it's an embarrassment to the craft, really.
Justification for the use of deadly force. The threshold becomes, is your life in
Bro said, not in my name.
danger.
Valier also focused in on the direction of the car's wheels, which he says indicate Good may have been trying to turn away from the officer.
Why is there never any mention of the split-second decisions we have had to calculate for years when dealing with cops? Exactly. And now with ICE, not a cops, why do they always get grace for making split-second decisions? And they have guns. Remember, I mean, this is the same commentary that I did with fucking landscapers, right? When you look at the actual, like, fatality rate on the job fatality rate, cops are like barely cracking the top 20 in professions in the United States of America. Okay. Cops, not just ICE. I'm talking about cops. This is something that you would never know unless you were in the HasanAbi broadcast. I used to talk about it quite a bit when I was talking about police brutality. The number one is landscapers and roofers, right? And pizza delivery driver, like delivery drivers, landscapers, roofers, firefighters, far more dangerous. Okay. Vending machine delivery drivers. Like vending machine delivery people, like they have lumberjacks, tow truck drivers, electricians. They have far more difficult and far more dangerous jobs in general than cops do. Now, can you imagine if landscapers have the number one most dangerous job in the United States of America? It changes sometimes, but let's say it's still number one. I don't know if it still is. Can you imagine if we were just like, sorry, I know this landscaper, this landscaper got real pissed off and chopped your head off with a chainsaw, but can you really fucking shit on him for it? Because like he does have the most dangerous job in America, literally, statistically speaking, he has the most dangerous job in America. Sorry. Like think about how insane that would be, right? Oh, this Uber delivery driver murdered someone, but can we just give him qualified immunity? Can you fucking blame him? He's an Uber driver. Lumberjacks have the highest fatality rate. Okay. It's just like, it's so stupid. The idea that like they get to kill people. They get to kill people. And then also on top of that, we have to like endlessly talk about how valid this kill was. Like, what are we doing? That's why I always used to say like, there's no other job in this goddamn country where you would just like be bad at your job to this degree. And when you're bad at your job, people die, right? Like you're killing people when you're bad at your fucking job, or they die, and you just get endlessly rewarded. You get Nordic style pension plans. It's the one working class job, because the other jobs where you can be like a fucking shit ass person and not do your job at all and still get paid and rewarded is like CEO or, you know, landlord, right? Those are not real jobs. But cops, they're still working class. They're just class traders, right? Because their job requires them to be servants of capital. So it's like why is it that as far as like being in the working class, cops are the only sector in the labor force that gets to have Nordic style existence? Like they are living in Norwegian social democracy. And on top of that, they don't do shit. And on top of that, they get to kill people. What the fuck? There's nothing like it. And ICE agents are even worse.
She's trying to get around that vehicle, is what it appears to me. She has the steering wheel turned to the right, and she's trying to get away.
You guys are criminals, what to do?
Valier acknowledges that agents regularly encounter demonstrators, which can heighten tensions, but he says it's law enforcement's job to de-escalate.
I hate to say it, but you have to tune out the noise. You have to focus on your...
Bowden Socialist updated the website. Bro, this is still ass. Are you fucking kidding me? Bro, this is still ass. You just moved images around. Oh my God. God, I fucking... Okay, listen. I love you guys, okay? Respect to the Bowden Socialists. They just put the ticker up here, bro. Oh my God, it got worse. You can't even read this stuff no more. Maybe don't talk to the New York Times about Zohran Mamdani. Well, it's an anti-fascist coalition for education on political economy. I like that you guys rep Zohran Mamdani when the school very clearly does not, by the way. Have you guys noticed that? Even though he's the fucking mayor now, I feel like at least now they can honestly... Look at how ass that website was yesterday. It's still ass. Oh, I love this, man. Oh, it's fucking dope. Here, I'll give you a like. I'm not... Here you go. Hit that shit with a like, dude. I genuinely like the design, bro. It's like they're running XP again. Yeah. Windows XP looking ass website. Not even. It's more like 98. What is this? He posted the wrong Jonathan Ross. The ICE agent was initially misidentified as Jonathan David Ross. What? That's not what he's fucking... That's not what he's demanding the guy get banned for. He's demanding the guy... You are professionally misunderstanding me, whoever the fuck this person is. Pre-JavaScript. Anyway. Oh, hold on. Let's get back to the CBS thing before we do the Portland news.
Secretary Christie, known for the Department of Homeland Security, continues to insist this was done in self-defense. But if you look at the policies that actually guide the Department of Homeland Security, Tony, there are two reasons why someone could fire into a car. One is if the driver has a weapon, and the second is if there's no other reasonable defensive measure to take, including getting out of the way.
Really fascinating analysis from that officer who's been in a situation like that before himself. Jonah, thank you very much.
Joining us now, retired Chief of the U.S. Capitol Police, Tom Manger, and former Commissioner of Public Safety for Minneapolis, Cedric Alexander, who's both are now MS now.
Yeah, all these cops are fucking getting their licks in, talking about this is not us, this is not us, this is not us. I told you yesterday that it was going to happen. Anyway, meanwhile, people are getting more and more pissed off at the immigration crackdown.
Grapple with the fact that you murdered a mother yesterday.
Going to talk about the Zohran news today. Why? What did he do? What did he do now? Did he betray the revolutionary cause? What did he do? What did he do? Free childcare? Don't you know that's actually illegal now? That's you mean Somali care? I'm sure they're fucking already hitting that line, right? There has to be someone who has immediately been like, oh, wow, they're trying to do free childcare in New York. Why? To do more fraud? I thought we weren't doing free childcare no more. That type of shit, you know? The officer did what he's taught to do. This is true. One problem is that they need better training, pseudo reform, which always means more dollars for LEAs, is it assumes agents are not trained to shoot people. Agents are trained not to shoot people. Examine their training materials, and they're very much are based on deliberately subjective and vague criteria. Reforming by ignoring the structural reasons police and feds are violent invariably means reforming by just handing them cash and overtime because it's assumed as a matter of incompetence rather than foundational to their social role. Thus, the post-2020 demand of GASP defund. Mamdani, Rizgat Hochul making fun of Nick Shirley. What did we learn about childcare across the country? Wait, what? Universal childcare is coming to New York. Amen. What did we just learn about childcare across the country? It's a great way to create fraud and launder money. Caution here. Caution here or what? You're going to come in and be fucking, I'm sorry to say this, but intellectually disabled in the streets of New York? Because I saw the fucking bits and pieces of his interview with, tier 1 operator Sean Ryan over here. And once again, this is Elon's favorite guy. Once again, I kept repeatedly telling you, this guy is medically stupid, okay? I'm trying my hardest to, like, dodge the fucking, like, ableism here, but it is so difficult for me to describe what I'm seeing without coming across as ableist because that boy ain't right. Like, what do you want me to say? He is a medically stupid person, okay? He is clinically stupid. Here, let's take a look.
They came after me. They came after my family. They doxed my entire family.
How did they come after you? Be specific.
Well, they tried to come after me.
Oh my God, Tier 1 operator is wearing the Leering Center hoodie too. Oh my God!
Be specific.
Well, they tried to come after me. They tried to debunk all my whole entire story. They then...
Who's they?
All the news.
Would you just get more
CNN,
specific? CNN, who within CNN?
CBS.
Who's the reporter?
I don't even know her name because she's irrelevant. Nobody knows who she is.
Oh my Lord, brother. This is the guy. This is the guy. Even Nick Shirley interviews feels like watching the slow kid in English class get called for popcorn reading. It looks like it physically hurts him to speak English. This dude would probably fail if you made him read an entire page of Harry Potter out loud. Oh my God, dude. It's like, no, Hasan, that comparison makes no sense. Let Krabby cook. The justification for police use of lethal force comes from the split-second risk that they could also be killed, not from any broader fatality statistics. Big dog, the entire point is that they're not actually getting fucking killed in a split second, as evidenced by the broader fatality statistics. What the hell are you talking about? You think I don't know what the justification for fucking allowance for lethal force is? Why don't other cops in other countries have that same allowance, you think? Perhaps it's because, one, there's better gun control in those countries, which we could have as well. And two, because being a cop is not as dangerous as people fucking claim it is. Okay? Why is chat flaming me? Because for like the third day in a row, you keep coming in here and going, actually, there's a brilliant reason for this thing that you might not have foreseen. And you're talking to someone who's been doing this for 14 fucking years, dude. 14 years or 15 years at this point. I've been doing this shit since 2013. You think I didn't fucking consider this talking point? Are you fucking stupid? Oh my God. It's not even 15. It's 16 years now. 2013 is when I started doing this. 2013. Like, motherfuckers who were shitting in their diapers are in my chat when I started doing political commentary telling me, you know, here's a talking point you might not have considered. No, bitch, I considered it. I considered it 12 years ago when you transitioned from goo goo gaga to mommy, I want binky. Okay? That's when I considered the talking point first. Jesus Christ. Or the numbers are going up. It's not 16. Fuck. Math is no longer my strong suit, even though I actually cooked. 13 years has been, not 16. Shut the fuck up. 25 years I've been doing this. 26 years. 27 years. Fuck you. My brain has been fried. Oh my God. It's crazy. It is actually crazy how bad my math skills are now. And what a lot of Americans don't realize is when I first came to the United States of America, the only reason why I got good SAT scores, good enough SAT scores to actually get like scholarships from all these fucking schools, including George Washington University, for $50,000 a semester. Okay. Which is a fact that my parents will never let me live down because I chose to go to the University of Miami instead. But the reason why I got good grades or good SAT scores was because I maxed out on my fucking math on the SAT without ever studying for it. Because in Turkey, the math that you learn in high school, like basic math that you learn in high school, goes up to Calc 2. And the only reason why I got a 2.9 in my first semester in Miami was because the only class I got an A+ in was Calc 1. I couldn't even believe that this is what they were teaching Americans and like how hard it was for Americans. Anyway, and now look at me. I can't even do basic arithmetic. I've forgotten. I've lost the fucking sauce. Every time Elon posts a guy like this, I search their account for Jew. If white men became a minority, we will be slaughtered. Remember, if non-whites openly hate white men, while white men hold a collective majority, then they will be 1,000 times more hostile and cruel. First of all, I'm sorry to say this to anyone who doesn't understand the history of like white supremacy, but that is physically, virtually, literally impossible. You cannot be crueler to the white man than the white man has been to black men, especially. Okay? That's not like, that is, you can be as cruel, maybe. It's not likely, right? It's not likely, but 400 years of colonial extraction, slavery, rape, pillage, genocide. There is just nothing you can do that is 1,000 times X that. At most, if role reversal took place, it would be unimaginably cruel and unjustifiable and unacceptable, just like chattel slavery was. But you can't do it 1,000 times worse. Like, what can you do that's 1,000 times worse than chattel slavery? There is nothing that you can do that is 1,000 times worse than chattel slavery, unless instead of 400 years of chattel slavery that black people endured, you can, I guess, enslave the whites for 400,000 years, which is fucking ridiculous. And that's precisely the reason why you can't do 1,000 times worse to white people what white people have done to black people. Okay? Just so people understand, you know, make no mistake. Jew Hollywood goy slop propaganda. Oh, dude. Oh, brother. By the way, I'm the anti-Semite. Make no mistake. I'm the anti-Semite, okay? I'm the anti-Semite. Just understand. Where is the... God damn it, I'm trying to find the video. Where is the Alex Jones video? Oh, here it is. Fuck. Average Anglo philosopher. If a white man has a Jew friend, he officially has a Jewish handler. Always happens. I'm an Anglo white philosopher in our times who writes about race and sex. It has only been Jew philosophers for 100 years. Half the red pill are Jews or mystery meat. This is why my published philosophy will dwarf the non-whites who do not have the power of perception. What does goy slop mean? It's my favorite term that I predicted will become mass adopted without people even realizing that it's like a fucking 4chan anti-Semitic term. What the fuck is mystery meat? Mystery meat, I suspect, is him saying like Jewish but hiding their Judaism or something. But yeah, goy slop is so stupid. Nazis who believe that like Jews control the media and everything believe that they are, as a mechanism of control, Jews have created what they call goy slop. Goy means goyim, non-Jew, okay, and and goy slop is the organized Jewry have designed things for goy, which are cattle, okay, to focus on instead of recognizing that like Jews control everything in the media and whatnot. Okay, so Big Bang Theory, okay, Big Bang Theory is goy slop, or sometimes depending on like what the groyper, the anti-Semites, like personal distaste for a particular thing is, they can call things goy slop. Like sports is goy slop for a lot of the nerdy non-jock anti-Semitic Nazis. So they'll say like, oh, sports is goy slop, keep enjoying your goy slop, bro. Yeah, this is 4chan conspiracy theory, to be clear. No, it's the 4chanification of, not a fucking 4chan conspiracy theory. This is the 4chanification of like a very classic version of anti-Semitism. The classic version of the anti-Semitism is like Jews control the media, Jews control, you know, higher learning, and they dominate they dominate society this way and degenerate you know, white society by importing like morally degenerate, morally perverse ideology and stuff like that. But I love the term because it's literally just like, it's a very funny way. Is Hassan Piker a Jew? I'm still flabbergasted how white people are considered Jewish. Is it a one-drop rule thing? Like you have Jewish ancestors generations ago, so because their contributions a century ago? What contributions? When someone is when someone is Jewish, is there like an automatic contribution? What are you even saying? No, I'm not Jewish. I'm Muslim. But Judaism is an ethno-religion, and it's matrilineal, as in it passes down through the maternal bloodlines. Although I do see a lot of people who are whose fathers are Jewish and the mother is like Catholic, oftentimes called cashew, and even then the children also still sometimes will say they're Jewish as well. So Goy slop is the term where slop that everyone uses now actually comes from? No, I don't think so. Unless one indulges in Khazar theory, Jews are not Turk and vice versa. Israeli race laws, aka the law of return, uses the 1/8 rule. I mean, yeah, it's all made up, obviously. But yeah, the reason why Israel has a very interesting attitude about who's Jewish and who's not Jewish is because they want to be white. Like, they want to maintain a white majority society, and there were too many fucking Mizrahis for them. So they just basically decided, oh, if you're Russian, you're Jewish now. Especially after the dissolution of the USSR, they were like, oh, you guys are Russian? Okay, well, that's kind of Jewish. They patched it, and they decided you can just be Jewish if you're from Russia. FYI, matrilineal Judaism is passé among the Jewish diaspora. Even conservative Judaism largely recognizes patrilineal descent. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was matrilineal was the OG way. Yeah, people are trying to say saying the word slob is actually anti-Semitic. Yeah, that's not going to work, I don't think. It was literally the Webster Dictionary word of the year. It's a good word, for the record. Slop is, I mean. Goy slop is funny, but slop is a good word. Elon boosting Asmongold in the algorithm again? Left-wing agitators threaten the lives of our immigration officials. This is directly inspired by Democrat politicians. A direct death threat at federal officials, and you pussy boys are tweeting about it. Go arrest them. What the fuck are y'all doing? The longer you let these animals run wild, the more violent and radical they will become. Elon Musk, true. I don't recommend doing a death threat to anybody, really, let alone a federal law enforcement officer, if we're being real. But it is pretty funny that this guy does it on a daily basis, okay, and then cries about it.
There's something really weird happening with the
Etymology nerd made a short about how slop derives
word
from
slop in gaming communities right now. Since last year, of course, the word slop has been widely used to describe low-quality, mass-produced content, especially when it's AI-generated. And I've been following this for a while. I was actually quoted in the first ever article to describe the phenomenon. But starting in about March, something else has also...
Yeah, oh, that's another thing. Yeah, they think that because, well, it's before Robert Maxwell as well, but they think that because Robert Maxwell had a 50-50 joint venture with McGraw-Hill, one of the major global education companies, that it's Jews running education, not a wealthy capitalist controlling information that future workers learn about. Yes. And also, Robert Maxwell was obviously a fucking hyper-Zionist too. Yeah, you tweeted a clip comp of him going insane every day. Yeah. Asmongold over here. Let's see. Let's take a look. Asmongold going on about people saying violent shit. Let's take a look at this 60-minute compilation that Disinformation Tracker put together.
Know that the way that I look at things is insane to most other people. I'm fully aware of this. I know this. And my argumentation and the way that I see things is just totally wrong in the eyes of most people. And the reason why, and that's the big reason why I have problems dealing with like other people a lot, is because my solutions to problems are oftentimes so extreme and so immoral and, you know, like inhumane that.
Hoping for an answer to this. I'm not trying to be anti-Semitic, but how is that not the case? I mean, you have half of all major media owned by pro-Israeli and Jewish elites. The Central Library of my university has floors exclusively reserved for Holocaust research and anti-Semitism history. It's their world. Two reasons. One, it's perfectly valid to do Holocaust and anti-Semitism history research because it's, you know, been fairly important in understanding how bigotry has been fomented, not just against Jews in general, but it's like a pretty solid approach to understanding how fascism works, how bigotry works in general. So that kind of stuff is totally normal. But the other side of the story is that, first of all, half of all media is not owned by Jewish elites, okay? If you were to say that there is a disproportionate, like proportionality wise, like there are more Jews per capita in positions of power in the media than there are any other group, I don't know the exact numbers, but what you fail to comprehend here is that there are a fuck ton more WASPs in positions of power, a fuck ton more Catholics in positions of power, and yet they're all pro-Israel just the same. So is that actually a byproduct of like the monolithic organized international Jewry, or is that more so a byproduct of the fact that Israel has been a reliable ally for American foreign policy and the American State Department to dominate a resource-rich region, and then simultaneously, and sometimes even by way of like Holocaust education as well, and certainly the pervasive ways in which Zionism has created a cycle of reinforcement that is designed to defend Israel unconditionally in the minds of a lot of Americans who otherwise would not give a fuck about Israel. And the answer is, I think the latter rather than the former. I don't think there is like a monolithic Jewry, just as there is no monolithic approach to the world amongst the Black American population or undocumented immigrants or Guatemalans or Venezuelans or whatever. Okay, so that's it. As you talk about, though, the outcome is the same, so it doesn't matter. No, I think it does matter. I think it absolutely matters, because how you arrive at a fucking conclusion matters the most. Because if you don't arrive at a conclusion through well-established, truth-based premises, okay, you end up getting swept away by idiotic conspiracy theories, and you end up having a totally false understanding of the world. So yes, it does matter. Not only is it dangerous, obviously, but because bigotry is dangerous. But even if I were to turn around and say that like there is no systematic discrimination that Jews face, at least right now, as they have throughout history, because they certainly have experienced it throughout history, from pogroms all the way to the Holocaust, to even like being systematically dispossessed or not allowed into certain spaces in the United States of America, as well as many of the other places in Western Europe and the like. Ultimately, it's in the simplest ways to explain it, it's just stupid. It's not correct, and it's a stupid way to analyze the world. And when you open up your mind to reactionary thinking like that, when you look for oversimplified answers to a complicated problem, you train your brain into taking shortcuts in a similar vein. And before you know it, you start assuming that, all WASPs are monolithic, all white people are monolithic, everyone is monolithic this, monolithic that. And it's a stupid way of thinking. And that's how you become a reactionary. Especially if you are a socialist, you should never cave to these nonsensical assumptions, regardless of whether it's like truly devastating or impactful or not. It doesn't matter. Okay? I'll give you one evidence of this. Obviously, if the organized Jewry or the international Jewry was organized and monolithic in their understanding of not only Israel, but just like whatever Nazis claim Jews are getting up to, right? You wouldn't need a multi-billion-dollar propaganda apparatus to make sure that young American Jews and young Jews in the Western world were brain broken into believing that Israel is the most important thing that they must defend unconditionally. And then also, it would be a 100% success rate regardless. But it's not. And that is like even young American Jews and their attitude towards Israel, their negative attitude towards Israel, especially now, is evidence of the reality that it is not monolithic. It can't be monolithic. It's just not the case in general. But that's what it is. Ideologies like anti-Semitism have a double effect: harm the otherized person, distraction from the material explanations. Exactly. Anti-Semitism has a negative effect even when no Jewish person is harmed. Same with all otherizing ideologies. Yes, you're corner cutting in your analysis, you're corner cutting in your assessment, and therefore you're distracting people away from the truth. That's why sometimes, simply put, people say anti-Semitism is the socialism of fools, because there is a close connection where you are so close. When you talk to some people sometimes when they're so close to understanding the fucking truth about the world, where they're like, man, these fucking elites, like these super wealthy bankers that control every aspect of our existence, like they're really dominating the world, right? Like they're doing all this stuff. And you feel like this other person is so close to having class consciousness, so close to recognizing exactly what's going on. And then they take a sidestep away and they go, yeah, Jews, right? That's it. Now you've lost that person. Now you've lost that person to a comfortable narrative that will be very difficult to untangle. But hasn't the major wave of anti-Semitic persecution been to defend Jewish people? Also, when I said half of all media, that's hyperbole. But it is true that Larry Ellison and Barry Weiss control two of the largest media sites in the U.S. Yes. But once again, you are not factoring in, I don't know, fucking Rupert Murdoch or numerous other people that are just as pro-Israel, if not more pro-Israel, that are not Jewish at all. So that must actually help you come to terms with exactly why people are pro-Israel. Is it because of Judaism? Is it because of Jews? Or is it because of a different purpose? Is there a different purpose for it? Like, why is Jeff Bezos so pro-Israel? Jeff Bezos used to be a WASP, I think, and now he's Dominican. He's gotten even further in proximity from being Jewish by becoming Dominican, okay? He got a Latina girlfriend and became Dominican. That's like literally the furthest you can be from being Jewish. And yet he is still very much pro-Israel. How did that happen? He's Mr. Worldwide now. He got hit with the Dominican ray. So why is he so pro-Israel? Perhaps it has nothing to do with Judaism, nothing to do with Judaism, and everything to do with financial gain. Dominican Jews exist, Hassan Lamau. Chatter, I'm joking, okay? And also, it's not like Jeff Bezos became Dominican either, okay? Both of those things I said are fucking jokes. You don't know that? He could be? Yeah. Well, we're 2 for 2 with billionaires getting hit with a Dominican ray, so maybe they know something that we don't know. Anyway, and as far as like the anti-Semitic persecution goes, okay, this is pretty funny. Yeah, of course, the wave of anti-Semitic persecution is been reported on to defend Jewish people. I think you meant to defend Israel, right? Like, you're trying to do an argument here, and I'm taking you seriously. I don't know why, because I feel like you're not doing a very good job of even like subtly Jew-pilling this audience if you are actually a groiper. Like, trust me, it's not working if that's what your goal is here. But if you're asking, but hasn't the major wave of anti-Semitic persecution been to defend Israel? Then yes. Okay. Yes, it has been. This is true. It has been. That is how anti-Semitism has been utilized and weaponized in this country in modern day. And that's part of the reason why I always say, like, if it wasn't even associated, if anti-Semitism could not be weaponized in a way to defend Zionism in this country, in a way to defend Israel in this country, or if Israel did not exist, do you really think that these fucking Anglos would give a shred of a fuck about Jews? Of course not. They would at most treat Jews in the same way that they do the Polish, you know, you're just white, who cares? It wouldn't. And if given the history of persecution, probably even worse, right? So yes, in some ways, the entire reason why it is sometimes seen as like the only type of bigotry that has any like institutional stigma associated with it or any sort of motion associated with it is because it can be very effectively and oftentimes is very effectively weaponized against those who criticize Israel. But this doesn't mean that this is not a real bigotry. Okay, two things can be the same, or two things can be true at the same time. I'm not going to play the Lenin clip again because then I have to read it. DHS put out a statement again. Oh my God. Here, let's see. This is about Portland. Let's take a look. At 2:19 PST, U.S. Border Patrol agents were conducting a targeted vehicle stop in Portland, Oregon. The passenger of the vehicle and target is a Venezuelan illegal alien affiliated with the transnational Trendaragua prostitution ring and involved in a recent shooting in Portland. The vehicle driver is believed to be a member of the vicious Venezuelan gang Trendaragua. When agents identified themselves as the vehicle occupants, the driver weaponized his vehicle and attempted to run. Now, the problem here is if I had any fucking trust for the Department of Homeland Security, if they were a credible institution, then you would take them a little bit seriously when they bring this up. Except we know that the government claims every Venezuelan is Trendaragua, and they lie all the fucking time. So I don't even know if this is correct. I don't know if anything that they're saying is correct. And this is a problem when this is a problem with losing faith in our institutions in general. This is quite literally the problem. Yeah, no, Nick Fuentes also recently admitted that our job is to make sure that normies who question Israel become ideologically captured by the right. Yep. I just think it's wrong to hate people just because they study earthquakes. That's a Felix Biederman bit. 100%. I feel like that's something that Felix Biederman would say. That's a twofer. It could be anti-seismic or it could be Quaker. It's a twofer. You could have either or. That's good. That's good. Anyway, yeah. Motherfuckers are hella mad about your provocateur tweet. Might want to clarify. No, it's fine. I don't really care. I already did earlier, but it doesn't matter. People are gonna get mad at me and say I'm fucking fed jacketing people or whatever. It's you know, I have perhaps the most amount of time spent on talking about how like the violence against people is far more consequential than, you know, violence against property, all this shit. People yell at me all the time. For years and years, they've been like, you're Mr. Riot, you're Mr. Pro Riot, you're Mr. Riots are the language of the unheard. Having said that, you know, you should be a little bit more careful. If you see something, say something, you know? There are two different types of people that you will encounter at protests that are a little sus. Number one is the anarchist, okay? The crustier, the better. But they have a scent cloud around them, so you know that they're not fucking feds, okay? They will most likely look homeless or could be homeless, and they will have a scent cloud around them. So when you see them, like, I don't know, lighting a flag on fire, which is not significant at all, who gives a shit? Like, that's just normal First Amendment protected speech. I don't even give a shit about that. But if you see them doing something like, I don't know, picking up stones or pieces of like exposed concrete from the side of a sidewalk or whatever, you can just be like, hey, big dog, let's not do that, right? Let's not do that today. You know, maybe not today. But if you see someone who may or may not look like they're wearing a vest, have like these athletic boots on, for example, right? And they have like a hammer or a one of those like pins that you can easily break glass with, and they're just boom, 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 hitting the windows of you know, like a local business or something. Don't go inside of that local business, okay? Don't go inside of that local business. That person is a fucking federal agent, okay? That's how you can tell. That's how you can distinguish between someone. Why is a vest sus? I'm saying, like, you can kind of see the outline of a vest that they're wearing from inside of their t-shirt. This, of course, doesn't mean that, like, property damage justifies state repression, okay? It doesn't, and I've been very clear on that, okay? Seriously, it's not a big deal. Need I remind you that that flag represents the freedoms you enjoy that millions of our men died for? The flag raised over Berlin, over the Confederacy, over Caracas. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, this is a good... Here you go. This is what I mean. It's like athletic boots. Boots that you can run in. Avoid guys like this. Yes. If you see a guy like this, avoid them at all costs. They're very clearly not press, and they're probably an undercover officer, and they're trying to film every protester in the face. Like, here, I'll give you another example, okay? Now, this is not a one-to-one because protests are chaotic situations. They can turn, oftentimes with the escalation of violence from the law enforcement, they can turn into a chaotic situation where people are running around. So there's not even like a one-to-one exact way to identify feds. And that's the reason why a lot of people are getting mad at me and saying like, oh, this is going to cause people to fed jacket one another or cop jacket one another. It's a term that means like you're falsely accusing of someone of being a cop. Some of the downsides of this also are people will then like random people that are participating in a protest will go to the actual cops to be like, this guy's doing some fuck shit. Obviously, you shouldn't talk to cops. Okay, you shouldn't do that regardless, because what the fuck's a cop gonna do when you out one of their undercover officers? Like, you're putting yourself in danger regardless. But having said that, that is one of the reasons why people say, oh, you're creating unnecessary tension. Because not every single person that's like throwing something in the direction of cops is going to be a fucking fed. Of course not. As a matter of fact, overwhelming majority of people that are throwing water bottles are not fucking feds, right? But yeah, you have armband to identify fellow undercover officers in the crowd, outline of a vest, cuffs, thin blue line, bracelet, little wire dangling, hanging off, cop boots, that sort of thing. But the point is, a lot of this stuff gets dealt with in environments like that. Oftentimes turn into an anarchist environment, and I don't mean that in like a I'm dunking on anarchist type of way. I mean that in a positive way, where there's a lot of mutual aid taking place, and people inside of this crowd are taking care of one another. It's actually a very interesting experience. Hello, lady. Did you just come back from a walk? Oh my god. So, there will be a lot of people offering aid, a lot of people looking out for one another. But what I was going to say is, like, also anarchists usually will tell you to not run, especially when, regular protesters will tell you to not run. Whereas if you see someone running, they might be a cop, especially if they have all of these markers. Anyway, current example, Standard issue police sunglasses, outline of bulletproof vest, thin blue line bracelet. That's a Gaza bracelet, you fucking asshole. Identifier for other cops, handcuffs in the back pocket. What are you doing? Down. Kaya, down. Looking at me all sassy. Yes, I know another shooting took place in Portland in the hands of Department of Homeland Security or Customs and Border Patrol. Read this excerpt from a poem written by RENEE Nicole Good Macklin, who was shot in ice by Minneapolis. You saw this lady get shot in the head and immediately identified with her murderer because he's a dumb pussy, so your first instinct was to find fail posts. Guys like you end up molesting their kids out of confusion and boredom when they're locked out of their Hulu account. Oh my God. That's crazy. This isn't going to work. Whoever's running CNN has told him to make the ICE killer look guilty. Brother, it's pretty hard not to make a very clearly guilty person look not guilty. So much so, you are a low-key hog. I am a low-key. I'm a high-key hog. I really think he's going to let Israel attack before the end of the month. Senior U.S. official to Fox. No change in the U.S. military posture in the Middle East in response to Tehran protests. CENTCOM watching closely the growing anti-regime protests in Tehran. The U.S. will be watching closely the Friday prayers tomorrow across Iran and how the regime responds. A squadron of F-15Es have deployed to the Middle East, but are part of a normal rotation, I am told. There's been no plus up of forces to the Middle East. Reminder, there's no U.S. aircraft carrier group in the Middle East right now. USS Ford remains in the Caribbean. Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't think there's no aircraft carrier group in the Middle East right now. How the fuck are they going to defend Israel, man? The carrier's called Israel? Okay, good luck. Let's say they go back to a tit for tat. Let's say Israel fucking strikes Iran, as people are suspecting, before the end of this month. In the absence of aircraft carriers or just like any carriers in the region whatsoever, it's going to be even more difficult to have contingency plans to defend Israel if Iran starts pummeling Israel again. And we know for a fact that they have not been able to. We know for a fact that they have not been able to re-up their Tamir interceptors in general. They've depleted not even their Tamir interceptors. They depleted their larger missile systems as well, which are even more important than the Iron Dome. The larger ones that were already having higher, like the THAADs, that were already having a higher rate of failure than predicted. So if that was the case, and Israel started striking Iran again, one, it would galvanize the Iranian population against the common enemy one more time. And two, Iran, I don't know, I feel like Iran would take a more aggressive posture towards Israel at a time when the American attention is shifted elsewhere, specifically to Venezuela. Yeah, Israel's fucked without a carrier group to defend it. Their Davis Sling is the best of their ballistic defense, and it failed miserably in June. Wouldn't Israel just let the protests play out before doing anything? I mean, who's to say that Israel isn't playing a role in the protests playing out right now? I've heard about the checkpoints being cleared in the West Bank, and I think that they're not true. I suspect that they're fake news, or at least that's what I've heard from people that are there. I think some of the checkpoints that were cleared because there were protests happening in Tel Aviv. The Haredi Jews were protesting once again in an effort not to get drafted. And then a bus driver fucking ran over a group of Haredi Jews that were protesting against conscription. And then we know that it was a bus driver that wasn't of Palestinian descent, let's be real. And we knew that because they didn't immediately call it a terror attack. Did you see some posts about some ICE agents being IDF, particularly in Chicago? Is this credible? Wait, what? I don't know about that. You are a horrible person trying to tell people it's okay to run down law enforcement? Yeah, definitely. I'm always saying those things, dude. You're right. Famously. That's funny, man. Hey, murder is bad, by the way. Drop the clip of me saying that it's okay right now. Drop the clip of me saying, Asmongold said, buddy. Destiny is such a crybaby. He's such a bitch, dude. Asmon, I bet you could kick his ass. I'm going to report as a potential threat to America with all his crazy talk. Keep in mind, we got no Asmon emotes. Interesting. I mean, we do have a cockroach emote, to be fair. This might be literally a child, though. Let's go, Zach. You're my best friend. You're my best friend, Zach. I love you. You're my bestie. They're also mentally molested. They are stuck talking like teenage boys. Zach, you're my best friend. You're just like me, except you have a lot of money, even though you haven't changed your living conditions or standards at all. And it somehow doesn't make me feel like you're crazy for not doing that. but instead makes me believe that you're honest. You're my best friend. It doesn't matter that I have no other friends in my real life and my mommy and daddy don't understand me. Zach, you're my best friend. Let's say yeah bass together. I cried real tears when I found out you cleaned your room for 3 hours the other day. It almost got me to clean my room. You can't keep Asman's name out of your mouth, which is weird. The self-projection is wild within yourself. Hope your dog is okay and you don't take your anger out on it. You do realize I'm just going to always look at your logs in his chat when you do this, right? And then immediately find out that you're fucking talking about me nonstop like this guy is in Asman Gold's chat, only to come in here after his stream is over to be like, why are you talking about him? It's hurting his feelings. It's hurting his feelings. Stop talking about him. I can't pull up his logs. Bro, Asman has... what is this, bro? Asman always fucking talks about you. Why is he hate solely directed at you and has made countless vids on you? Because it's a good way to farm fucking stupids like this. It's a good way to farm stupids like this. Because they aren't as slick as they think. What, this person? Or who? These chatters only get recognized by you, not Asman, which is hilarious. Yeah, because they have fucking like, 25,000 people that are spamming about how much I suck and he should talk shit about me in his chat. And of course, in the sea of like fuck Hasan posts, they're not going to get called out. They're not going to get pulled up. Oh my God, get AGPP out of your mouth. You cap, stop talking about him. We get it. You in love with AG, the Attorney General, Pam Bondi? No, it's not for me. Different strokes for different folks, though. If you're into that sort of thing, that's fine, I guess. It's kind of weird, but I don't like it. Oh, also, the FBI deleted the post. Maduro voice, no war, just peace. No war, no, just peace. Yes, peace. No war.
As I arrived at church yesterday, I noticed that there was something going on just a block and a half from the church. And so I grabbed my whistles because we're used to doing that. And I went down to see what was going on. And I realized it was an ICE raid. And there were many, many protesters. So I joined the protesting. And before I knew it, I saw ICE agents circling a young woman who appeared to be Hispanic. And so I approached her and we were at that point chanting, "We are not afraid. We are not afraid. Go out of our state. We are not afraid." And I said to...
I have an honest question for you. Why you haven't run away when Chinese police stopped you? Your answer can help beat AG logic about you. The Attorney General is... I don't understand why you keep saying like the Attorney General's logic about me. I don't think the Attorney General knows who I am. Okay? I don't think Pam Bondi knows who I am. Speak normal, please. Neoltimate. I have honest question for you. Why you haven't run away when Chinese police stopped you? Thanks for your answer. Okay. I don't run away when I have altercations with cops in America either. It's a situational thing. Okay? Like it's just a case-by-case basis. I didn't have to run away when Chinese police stop you, because it wasn't a situation that I felt like my life was threatened in any way, shape, or form. There was no confusion. I had a conversation, even in spite of the fucking translation errors, for approximately 35 to 40 seconds. The entire process took 2 minutes, and we kept moving and we kept filming in a completely foreign country. Do you think that my position is you should run away from every cop? The Chinese cop did not pull a gun on me. I don't even think he had a gun, if we're being real. I don't remember, but I don't think he even had a gun. So entirely different situations. I don't know where all the Attorney General Bondi heads are coming from. I think you were right in your way to deal with. I think you are right in your way to deal with. Very good. As far as like their fatality rates goes, I'm not entirely certain, but I would suspect that their per capita fatality rates are probably lower than the American law enforcement in general. But you see, Attorney General is using the situation to make you look bad. Yeah, that only looks bad if people don't understand that there are different strokes and different situations for different peoples. Attorney General is using situation to make it look bad. Attorney General keep running from debates with you, and that mean his logic is wrong. Thank you. I don't think I've ever had a debate with the Attorney General, but I would debate Pam Bondi if push came to shove. I would do it. I would dunk on her, but then she'd probably throw me in jail. Don't push women. I would never. Also will be difficult. Hasan not running from cops. You don't know? Where are the horses? I like that the chatters are like, I think he means Asmongold with AG. Yeah, no shit, chat. I'm fucking memeing, okay? You don't know? They didn't know. They didn't know where the horses were. Portland. I know, chatters. I know. My brother in Christ, debates are stupid, especially with someone like you that has to yell and be loud to prove a point, which just further shows overall ignorance and lack of intelligence. So now you're doing racist by mocking accents. You're racist by mocking accents. Everything you say and do is beyond contradicting. Your points are flawed. Your views are ignorant with no substance. You just follow a certain side because you're scared to be yourself. It's easy to look through a screen and see the personal issues with you. Not sure how old you are, brother, but therapy may do you some good, G. Dude, your name is Beans on Toast 98 with a Z. In my Twitch chat with an alt account. Instead of getting therapy advice from you, I'd probably just suck lead, okay? I'm being so sincere. The day that I get a random fucking Twitch chatters assessment, like armchair psychology, impact me, is the day I kill myself, okay? And no, I do have a PhD in racism. Do you understand? But it is pretty funny when Asmongold fans will come in here and be like, oh no, you are making fun of accent. This is racism. This is racismo. Why are you doing racism? Please recognize that Asmongold gray name reacts is unwatchable for anybody with a functioning brain cell. Okay, true. I enjoy it, but their logic is that running from police is wrong. Their logic implies running from police warrants murder. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Yes, call me Dr. Piker. I got a racism PhD. Are you talking about Oregon? I mean, there's not any additional developments so far, and we'll probably find out tomorrow, but I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know what happened. Are your parents sad that you keep claiming a PhD in racism despite being the only one in your family not having a PhD? No, they're proud of me for having a real PhD in racism. Nice bathroom was right. If you're listening in the car, this gets insufferable. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop with the Asmongold gray name hour. It's like there's a roach infestation every time he goes offline. It's crazy. Every time he goes offline, there's like at least like 50 that run in here to be like, why are you talking about Asmongold? First they'll tell me to talk about Asmongold, and then when I do, they'll be like, don't do that. Why are you doing that?
Son is 6 years old. His name is Emerson. Her name was Renee. The name.
It's funny. It's cute though. Yeah, it's like little children coming in here with their finger painting, you know? They're like, look what Asmongold told me about you today. Why don't you react to it?
The name of Renee Nicole Good, shot dead by an ICE immigration agent, is echoing across Minneapolis. Reflection and resistance. A focus for the fury at Donald Trump's wider migrant crackdown.
Yeah, Connor did it. He got a ratio on JD Vance, which means he's the vice president now. That's how it goes. This is preposterous. First of all, she's not waving the officers through and has no right to do so. Even if she were, she's waving another car through before the officers approach her car. Second, the officers are not randomly searching her. Dude, I cannot stand Big Chungus grand wizardry, okay? I can't. There's something about it that is so disingenuous, so insincere. Like, he's just like always Reddit posting. Like, he's so fucking soy. He's so lame. He's so soy. He's like, actually. And then the reason why it's fucking annoying is that at least like Stephen Miller is just trying to do like a power projection in the way that he communicates, where he's like, and he is still an unfuckable loser, like an unfuckable bald dipshit. So when he talks, he also sounds like a fucking nerd, but at least when he types stuff, it still pisses me off in a different way. But like, he'll just be like, yeah, Might is right. We have to dominate the servile third worlder cattle or whatever the fuck. Whereas JD Vance is like, Excuse me, I'll have you know, type, like, he has the most, like, sigh posting, you know what I mean? He'll, like, spell out sigh, cracks knuckles. Actually, the officers are not randomly searching her. You're, like, justifying the murder of a fucking American citizen, man. Like, why? Why are you doing this, like, fucking cringe-ass shit? I hate it. I hate it. Checks notes. Last time I checked, checks notes, it's perfectly valid to fucking murder an American citizen if a cop is having a bad day. What do you have to say to that? Lesai. Yeah, thank you, good sir, ass posts every fucking time. Fourth, the officer didn't discharge his weapon to prevent her from fleeing. When he discharged his weapon, she had pointed the vehicle at him and pressed the gas. Anyway, Connery's pants responses, sorry, but you were the only baby ever worth choosing crack over. Every time your mom neglected you was justified. Sorry. Amy Adams sucked in that movie too. Sorry. Nothing you touch ever goes right. You should try some of Elon's medicine sometime. Sorry. This is, to be fair, listen, Fortnite Friday is basically my new 60 Minutes. And I do think that at a time when unbiased reporting is falling apart with the David Ellison purchase of CBS News and the Barry Weiss editor-in-chief move that took place, I really don't appreciate that Fortnite Friday is also openly getting biased in the opposite direction. But I guess I'll allow it. Like, it's fine, I guess. But if we're being real, like, we need to maintain the editorial integrity of Fortnite Friday. And this kind of sentiment expressed towards the vice president is not really establishing centrism, you know? Why don't they just say the cop made an error and move on? What are they trying to achieve? The moment that they give in, the moment that they take their foot off the throttle is over, I think. Or at least they fear that that'll be the case. So they just have to up the ante over and over again and be like, no amount of cruelty that you experience is actually unjustifiable. They are genuinely worried. You see JD Vance's tweets and fully understand why his mom traded him for some perk 30s? Yeah. And that's from 2021. This dude clocked him. Someone said, does anybody wonder why? Yeah, no, I think it's valid. Bitch, I'd be booing it too. First of all, it doesn't even slap, okay? Let's be real. Get Bruno Mars on that shit, okay? We need to do a revamp. Straight up. Get Bruno Mars's ass on that. Maybe get another, like, K-pop girly on there. Yeah, no 808s, no nothing. It's weak. It does not fucking slap, okay? Straight up. And then also, it's basically like, it's just fucking associated with, like, so much awfulness, you know? Thoughts on the best anthem? USSR. Not even a question. Easy. Straight up. Nothing comes close. Not even a question. Name one thing you actually do like about America. Burger. What the fuck? Do you like America at all? Burger. I like burger. Hamburger. I can't believe the World Cup is happening here. Yeah, I mean, theoretically, free speech when applied evenly, due process when applied evenly. Those are pretty solid concepts. Hamburgers are good too. Also, I do love commodity consumption in general, and America has, like, base boosted that process. Having said that, however, China is pretty fucking locked in on that shit. And I don't know, China might actually have us on that, really. Because they have, like, I mean, they have serialized commodity consumption. Like, they've turned it into an experience that is not even fathomable by the Amerifat brain. You go there and you're like, there's entire social media platforms dedicated to commerce. It's crazy. So, there's no chance they aren't doing burger better somewhere in China. Gotta be a spot. Okay, we're being fucking crazy. Like, I don't want to believe that. I do kind of hope Trump invades Greenland during the World Cup just to test the true depths of cuckoldry of the Europeans. They'll sit there and they'll eat it, dude. What do you mean? They'll take it. America could invade the United Kingdom and they would still participate in the fucking World Cup. And not a single person would say anything. What are you talking about? I mean, invading Greenland is it's redundant. It's already a NATO nation. That's why it doesn't make any damn sense. It's like saying you want to fucking invade Lithuania. Like, what invasion? It's already ours. We already took it a long time ago. We have 800 military bases around the planet, guys. It's like saying, oh, America's going to invade South Korea. Okay. Like, what? Do more of the already existing invasion of South Korea? Oh, we're going to invade Japan. What's next? Plaza Accords 2? Electric Boogaloo? We wrote their constitution. We are their standing military. Like, this is what doesn't make sense. These guys, they have the audacity to feel as though they have any sort of sovereignty when they don't. America cannot invade Europe like America can't invade Hawaii or Puerto Rico. There is just varying degrees of colonialism and imperialism to different degrees. There is a level of autonomy that America allows Europe to have so that European nations feel like they have some kind of sovereignty, but it's not, sense. No, it does make a difference. America will fortify Greenland. The Greenland citizens in Denmark are literally just crying that we're not being nice about it. We are the cancer. We're about to be cut out. We are to be cut out or the world ends. I mean, I think whether we are cut out or not, the world probably still ends. But having said that, we're already there is what I mean. Check my logs of import. Fun reacts time? No.
This woman's entire life was a tragedy. She gets divorced from her husband. She didn't get custody of 2 of her older kids. She gets remarried. That husband dies. She falls in love with a woman. And after Trump won in November, they flee the country to Canada, but migrate back to Minneapolis with her young son. This woman's entire...
They're doing it. I'm telling you, this is gross. This is gross. This is too gross. I'm telling you. They are operating on a totally different plane of existence and very much misreading the situation. They think this level of evil will go unpunished. It will not go unnoticed. It will not go unpunished. They are wrong. I'm not just wish casting here. I'm forecasting. Okay? It's too much. It's far too much. They don't see it. You're vastly overestimating the empathy of the average American. Brother, there's a difference. Okay? This is a white woman. This is a white woman that was killed. I believe that the average American that hears this fucking douchebag speaking about a white woman like this, a kind white woman like this, if you think that the average American watches this broadcast and thinks to themselves, yeah, based, you're out of your mind. You've probably watched too many Asmongold clips. Okay? Talking about this way, like, even with Charlie Kirk, there was a fucking grieving period, right? Where Republicans were going crazy over people talking shit. And there was no equivalence to talking about Charlie Kirk in the way that they're talking about this random white woman. Charlie Kirk was a famous podcaster with a lot of output, okay? With a lot of polarizing opinions, a lot of right-wing opinions. He was out there constantly fucking chirping. So there was, of course, understandably, a lot of people who, didn't like Charlie Kirk, and there were a lot of people who did like Charlie Kirk. But at the end of the day, people didn't identify themselves as Charlie Kirk, okay? Even someone like myself who knew Charlie Kirk, who debated Charlie Kirk, who opposed him, who is doing basically a similar thing to Charlie Kirk, like I'm one of the very few people who can say, like, oh, I can identify or associate with Charlie Kirk to a certain degree, okay? Who's closer to the average person? This lady, Renee Good, who got killed in her Honda Pilot by a fucking dipshit ICE agent, or Jesse Waters? When you hear stuff like this about a person that you automatically can empathize with, or you can at the very least recognize as one of your fucking neighbors, like even your like libtarded neighbor, let's say you're a real patriot, you're a real rugged patriot, okay? This is basically your kind neighbor that makes cookies, okay? Like, this is the neighbor that has, like, in this house, we, stand for BLM front lawn sign, and you call them gay behind their back or whatever. But at the end of the day, if you're like a right winger living in a fucking quiet suburb, you don't hate that person, or you 100% do not see that person as like an op that you will disparage. Americans don't like speaking ill of the dead in general, unless it's like an ordained person that you can dunk on. And older Americans, normie Americans, certainly do not appreciate this kind of commentary about a white woman, okay? A white woman that they can understand, a white woman that they have seen before. Like, this is not a black teenager that these guys have been negatively propagandized against to assume that, like, there's danger there, okay? This is a 37-year-old mother of 3 children. You're out of your fucking mind. There's a reason why it's mostly black chatters that understand exactly what I'm talking about when I say this. Whereas all the white chatters in the chat are like, I don't know about this. Like, they're just all evil. Like, no, this is like a different thing, okay? This is a totally different thing. Americans will get themselves to believe that Tamir Rice deserved to be shot and killed by cops when he's a 14-year-old in a playground with a toy gun, okay? There is no end to the well of depravity when it comes to justifying law enforcement violence against black people, brown people, and the like. But if there's one group of people that all Americans can identify with because, you know, they have moms, right? Or he wasn't even 14. I'm sorry. He was 12, Tamir Rice, in a playground. Yes. But if there's one group of people that, like, most Americans, no matter who they are, no matter how much they fucking, you know, might oppose the politics of, is going to be a 37-year-old white lady with children. Okay. It's just not. But a bi white woman? No, that doesn't fucking matter. Come on. No. That the higher priority here is that she is a mom and she's a white lady. Okay. She's a mom and she's a white lady, and she's not as how do I describe this without coming across as rude? She doesn't have a septum piercing and blue hair. You know what I mean? Even if that was the case, like, then you could maybe associate her aesthetically with like a movement or whatever. But she's just like a normie mom. Yeah, she's not alt. She's a educated suburban white woman. And yeah, she is a normal millennial Midwestern mom. And it's incredible the way that they're fucking talking about her. I cannot believe it. I think this will blow up in their faces. Anyway, I don't think this is the play. As a black chatter, I was surprised to find out she's white. Anyone who doesn't realize how big of a deal it is that they're demonizing her should buckle up. If they had just offered condolences and tried to move away, that would be a better indicator. RIP, of course, to everyone who has died at the hands of law enforcement officers. Yeah. I genuinely think that they're misreading the room, though. Like, maybe I'm coping. Maybe Americans are ready for it. But I think this will come across as, like, very distasteful for... Kaya, what are you biting? The thing that they get away with when they talk about, like, vilifying black victims of police violence is that the average white American cannot put themselves in the shoes of a black person, but they can actually put themselves in the shoes of someone who's afraid of, like, a black teenager. Okay? No one is afraid of a white lady in a Honda Pilot. Like, white lady in a Honda Pilot for, like, the majority of Americans is seen as just like the soccer mom that they see at the school meet. Okay? I'm just explaining how white supremacy works, guys. I don't know if you're having a hard time comprehending here, but this is just like Americans, by and large, white Americans especially, are taught to be fearful of black people. This is how white supremacist racism works, anti-blackness works, right? You can otherize black people this way, and that's precisely the reason why a lot of mainstream media for years and years weaponized this kind of otherization and dehumanization whenever they were reporting on black victims of police violence. But you can't really otherize a soccer mom. Like, you can't otherize her. Like, even from the point of sexuality, it doesn't work that way. Like, if she was trans, maybe. If she was trans, yes, this would be a different story. But when you're talking about like when you're talking about like a 37-year-old woman who had a prior marriage and then her husband passed away and she had a partnership with another woman, like, that's not going to alert people's lack of interest or cause them to not be able to empathize with someone like that. Like, you have to close your eyes and imagine, like, is this a person that you can see bringing, raisin potato salad to a family gathering? Okay. If the answer is yes, then people are not going to justify their assassination, their execution.
The woman who lost her life was a self-proclaimed poet from Colorado with pronouns in her bio. A 37-year-old white woman named Renee Good. The Daily Mail says she leaves behind a lesbian partner and a child from a previous marriage. She was a disruptor, though she considered herself a legal observer. But there's no evidence she had a law degree. The woman who lost her life...
Dude, this is fucking insane, man. I don't know what to say. I mean, what a fucking animal, dude.
...was a self-proclaimed...
Are Fox viewers so brain broken the pronouns of lesbian white would actually get them triggered? Yeah, I don't. The UK has bombed the US twice with a nuclear bomb in war games. Your defense didn't detect it. Your military is not all that. Thank you, Edward 1878. I just don't think this is enough to justify people getting on board with it. I went with the old but gold. Anyway, all right, that'll be all for tonight. I'm tired. 7 hours. There's a Portland news briefing that's coming out in like 10 minutes, but I'm not going to stick around for that. It's 6 p.m. Might go and work out after because I wasn't able to work out before the stream this morning. So that's what I'm going to do. Anyway, love you guys. And I will see you tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Tomorrow's another day. I'm going to have Daniel Caesar and Mustafa the Poet on tomorrow to talk about their Mustafa the Poet is throwing together this benefits concert for Palestine that will be hosted by Bella Hadid and Pedro Pascal. They'll have numerous superstars, star-studded cast, celebrities galore. Okay, and very excited for that. Love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow. Free Palestine.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming.